Hey listeners, this is your host, Cosmic Naruto. Thank you so much for being here. You can check other videos too. Now let's get on to the video. Well, we do know that there's someone after us, Sakura said, and if they've been running after us at this pace, then we know that they're probably not human or they're shinobi. The Akatsuki? Ino asked. I don't think that it's the Akatsuki following us, Shikamaru mused. The only here in this world whom we are aware of would be Deidara and Tobi. I don't know anything about Tobi, but if it was Deidara following us, he would have easily caught up, since he can travel by air and we're on foot. We can't assume that all of the Akatsuki are in this world. It's possible but unlikely. Then what could possibly be following us? Sakura wondered. Shikamaru paused. Something jumped out of the trees towards the group. That, he said, and they all scattered. Akamaru growled at the creature in the darkness. Akamaru, Shikamaru said to the dog. Keep your distance. Kiba's wolf-like dog didn't show any sign of understanding Shikamaru's commands, barking in confirmation to orders like he usually did with Kiba. He did, however, keep a wary distance between himself and the creature. All the shinobi stood completely still. The only movement was between Akamaru and this wolf, both of whom were circling each other warily. I've never seen a wolf that huge, Sakura said. Bigger than Akamaru. No one made any noise until. Don't let that thing touch you, Ino shouted, and Akamaru took a leap backward out of the wolf's path. Run, 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 run. What's wrong? Shikamaru said. Malfoy says something about how this thing's bites and scratches are infectious. Attack from a distance and don't let it bite. As if we want to get bitten. Sakura said sarcastically, but she mentally noted that her healing powers might not be as useful for some infectious disease spread through physical attacks. She could heal the body, but she doubted she could separate viruses or bacteria from flesh and blood. Best to keep a distance. It was way too dark to see properly. Sakura squinted through the darkness and glanced through the trees for signs of the wolf when she heard the frantic high-pitched scream of a man possessed by a woman. Ino, Sakura shouted when she heard Shikamaru shout as well. Anya no Jutsu, Dark Night Technique 1. Sakura only went a few meters when she found Ino, Draco facing a mass of fur and darkness on the ground with Shikamaru standing off to the side. This, Shikamaru said, with a touch of either smugness or relief, is why you don't attack a Nara after sunset. That's not a dog or a wolf or even a coyote, Naruto said, frowning. Well, it could be a wolf, I guess, but it's, like, deformed. A werewolf, Ino said. She paused, probably listening to Draco Malfoy shouting in her head. Moments later, she was shouting to herself in English. Coward, why should I listen to you? I mean sure, I'm in your body and everything that happens to this body happens to mine, but screw you, Draco Malfoy. Once I'm out of here, I'm kicking your sorry ass and hanging it up on the wall for everyone to see and say, the great and rich Draco Malfoy got his ass kicked by a girl. And then they'll laugh at you about how you hired the wrong Ino, Shikamaru said in a strained voice, his eye almost twitching. Group, what do you mean I'm changing the subject? Okay, then, let's get back on topic. You are a coward, quote, Ino, quote, come on, Wolfie's all tied up, she said, probably to Malfoy. Since she still wasn't paying Shikamaru any attention, despite the gravity of the situation, which remained unfelt. Ino, Draco shrank back and Naruto lunged forward as the LF bounded towards their location when a missile-like whirlwind of grass, dirt, and debris cut them off. Akamaru, Naruto said, looking at a half-canine, half-human combination. No, Kiba said, can't ya tell the diff? Gah, he narrowly jumped out of the way of the wolf. It was abnormally quick as a nin dog. Werewolf, the Inuzuka shouted. Akamaru, Kiba and Akamaru ran Togath. For the dog and became two cyclone-like torpedoes curving and aiming specifically for the werewolf. The force of the momentum easily knocked the werewolf back and the attack would have been executed and finished flawlessly for them if. As Kiba turned, he had been able to move around the tree instead of right through it, as well as through three more thick trunks and just planned crashing into the fifth tree. Youch, Naruto muttered, unable to suppress a flinch at the sound of the crack as Kiba made impact with the trees. He froze, hearing Akamaru yelp in pain. Agamru, Kiba shouted, shaking off the ache in his head as he spun around to see what happened. He yelped, falling under the large bulk of the wolf. If he could go into his dog form, he could probably get out, but if the wolf's grip on his neck was too strong, the sudden growth in size could possibly tear his throat up further, despite the defense his fur would grant him. Keep that Rasengan away from Kiba unless you want to. Oh, hurl that wolf away with a chunk of his neck, she said, throwing the rest of her kunai at the werewolf, which ended up buried in its thick layers of fur. Sakura, keep back, Shikamaru said, concentrating on forming bits of solid shadow between the wolf's maxillary and the mandible. He struggled to pry the wolf's jaws apart. He was in no way in need of more darkness, but with adrenaline and bow road chakra pumping throughout his body, he didn't want to risk tearing Kiba's neck in the process. Despite the need for careful dexterity, Shikamaru almost immediately managed to loosen the wolf's grab on Kiba. Naruto, on it. Dozens of cage bunshin crowded the werewolf, others standing back since only 2 of them were able to hold onto the jaws at a time. To get the mad wolf off Kiba, the cage bunshin had to stick the hand in the jaws to pull the head back, resulting in bitten and bloody fingers and risking having the contaminated saliva in his bloodstream. Unsure of whether this lycanthropy disease would defeat a cage bunshin slowly or immediately, Naruto didn't give his doppelgangers a chance to disappear on their own, dispelling those that had come in contact with the wolf to replace them with fresh cage bunshin. 2 would grab onto the jaws and the rest would do their best to help get rid of wolf, wrenching ears, cutting at skin and fur, and pulling fur. The shinobi and wolf turned around in surprise to find a second werewolf standing behind them, hackles raised and fangs glistening. Sakura, ignore the 2 and get over here, Shikamaru said, kneeling at Kiba's side to inspect the damage. Ino was already doing what she could. In Malfoy's body, she didn't have access to her normal shinobi chakra, but she had enough to restore at least some of the flesh and skin with this magical energy, which was still somewhat new to her. Damn it, Sakura muttered, placing a glowing green palm over the neck. I'd say we ought to bleed him out with the possibility of werewolf contamination, Ino said worriedly. But I don't think he could afford to lose any more blood than he already has. Akamaru whined. Sakura closed her eyes, concentrating on mending the torn throat and thanking the gods of this world that, despite massive damage to the windpipe, there would be no lasting injuries and that there was no damage to the bones of his neck and the nerves, which were much too difficult for her to heal after strenuous travel throughout England. Whoa, Naruto muttered, looking up behind them to watch the 2 werewolves fight. What is it? Ino asked. 1. I can't tell which wolf is winning, he said. And 2. I can't tell which one is our friend. If it even is our friend, Shikamaru said. He left the group slightly to face the fighting, snarling werewolves. Then it's not anymore, he said. Kage Nui, shadow sewing. More like spikes than needles, shadowy tendrils scurried through the air and struck both wolves in the sides, drawing blood from both and injured. The enemy werewolf ran away. He watched the remaining werewolf in case it retaliated against Shikamaru's attack. Surprisingly enough, it didn't. Almost as if it was consciously aware of the fact that the only way for Shikamaru to end the fight was to attack both werewolves, the last wolf sat on its haunches and casually licked its own wounds. I'm going after. Naruto started. No, Shikamaru said, cutting him off. Stay as a group. I wouldn't want to deal with a possible attack on the main group afterward by a follow-up enemy team. Stay here. Kiba was the only fresh shinobi nearby, and I don't think we'll be counting on Kiba for backup anytime soon. The rest of us don't have your abilities, and you're closest to completely healed. Naruto nodded. I'll call for a bit more backup then, he said, pulling his radio out of his pockets. It was cracked and broken, as if he had sat on it. Here, take mine, Shikamaru said, handing Naruto his own. Naruto picked up the headset and put it on. Neji, Sai, can you hear me? He paused for a response and nodded to Shikamaru. Reception's crap, but it'll do, he said. Shikamaru nodded. Okay, guys, look, we're among trees right now. I'm not sure where you guys are, but okay then, Naruto said. He removed the headset. They'll be here in 1 minute, 40 seconds, give or take a moment or two, he said to Shikamaru. How's Kiba? He turned around to look. He'll be fine, Sakura reassured them. He'll have teeth marks on his throat, but I'll burn out if I do any more than this. The werewolf approached them slightly, only to have the shinobi react immediately, on guard against a possible attack. Akamaru barked and wagged his tail. We can trust him, Ino said. You can understand Akamaru? Naruto asked. No, Ino tapped her temple, but the voice inside of my head says that that's his enemy, so he's our friend. The werewolf stared suspiciously at Ino. Considering the fact that she was in the body of the enemy of his dead best friend's son's worst enemy, she didn't blame him. Why can't I go? Ino, Malfoy said. I'm always with you. She paused, listening to Malfoy in her head. Malfoy, if you don't stop your ranting right now, I'll go back on my word and defeat you. What's Malfoy saying now? Shikamaru asked her. He's not complaining or making stupid comments like he was before, Ino said derisively. But now it's even worse. He's just plain freaking out. He wants us to back away. Why? Shikamaru said suspiciously. I don't know. He's just ranting now, like something about how Kiba's cursed now. Malfoy keeps on shouting for me to run away because Kiba's a werewolf. The same as that thing that attacked us. Sakura said. He doesn't look any hairier than usual. Slow down. Damn it. Lycanthropy. It's supposed to take effect every full moon, Ino said, attempting to sort through Malfoy's English. Oh crap. What? There's no cure for lycanthropy, Ino said. If Kiba's been infected. He hasn't, Sakura said stubbornly. How do you know? I don't, she said, but we're almost definitely biologically different from people here. It might just not affect us. But, no buts, Sakura said firmly. And even if Kiba can't be cured, we'll figure something out. I was Tsunade's apprentice after all. Ino looked as if she were about to protest. But she hesitated under her friend's determined glare. She smiled weakly. Sorry, I didn't mean to hurt your pride, she said. How could I have forgotten? You were the Hokage-sama's apprentice. Ino laughed nervously. She heard whining. Akamaru, don't make that sound. Kiba's going to be just fine. Ino combed her fingers through the fur but frowned when the whining didn't stop. In fact, the whining wasn't even coming from, wait a minute. If that was Akamaru whining on Sakura's lap, then whose fur was she? Oh, calm it down, Naruto said, backing away from the huge animal. There's no enemy, Ino said. No one's. She stopped in mid-sentence, seeing two people quickly approaching them in the darkness. The werewolf darted away from the shinobi and ran towards the figure. Hakusho Dai, a familiar voice in the darkness said. Wait, no, everyone shouted towards the voice and the werewolf. Ino winced as she heard a yelp and a thud as the werewolf was thrown back at them. Neji, Ino shrieked. What? Neji shouted back, responding defensively to Ino's angry shouts. You attacked the werewolf. That thing, Sai asked, moving out from behind Nei. Ji and pointing at the werewolf slowly crawling up from the ground. Why not? Ino scratched the wolf behind the ears. He helped us, she said. Neji looked skeptically at Kiba, on the ground next to Sakura. Those bite marks on Kiba's throat don't really help your case. There were 2 of them, Ino said angrily. The Diggories, Ino supplied. They were staying at the Diggories. If you guys don't help us get Kiba back to the Diggories, cut me off again and I'll smack you both. Sakura said. Kiba will live, but he's not waking up and I want him seeing that popping lady. It's Poppy, Sai corrected. Sakura smacked him across the clearing. I don't like that guy. Ron muttered, drinking his butterbeer and watching the man named Sai as he doodled on some scroll. He had come inside of the house as if he owned it. Plus, he seems fine to me, Hermione said idly. He was very polite. Hermione just adored the guy. You're only saying that because he called you cute, the redhead said scathingly. Are you calling me ugly? What? No, I'm just saying you're not. He's not I, you, Ronald Bilious Weasley. Harry ignored the happy couple's argument, staring into the fireplace with a hot mug of butterbeer in his hand. There was a slight creaking sound in the distance, as if someone or a group of someones were entering the house. It was too quiet for Harry to have registered his attention. But he still instinctively looked at the doorway to see a flash of blonde. Quote. And he is a gentleman. Ow, 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 ow. Ron, Hermione, Harry said. What is it? Hermione asked. Her momentary rage completely dissipated. Oh, so now you're all sweetness and nice, Ron muttered under his breath. Hermione hit him in the head. You guys are going to think I'm crazy, but... Harry's hushed voice trailed off. But what? Ron asked, rubbing his sore head. I think no. I'm sure I saw Malfoy in the doorway, he whispered in a low voice to his friends. Quote. Yeah, mate, you're right. We do think you're crazy. I mean, sure, you were almost pretty definitely right about him trying to defeat Dumbledore, being a Death Eater, bringing assassins into the school, and all that good stuff, but Draco Malfoy. Here, no way, it's impossible, it's improbable, Hermione corrected. He might actually be here. Why, maybe he's stealing something, or trying to defeat someone, Harry said. Or get information, the bushy-haired witch said suspiciously. They all exchanged glances with one another and, as if on cue, they all pulled out their wands. Creeping silently, they followed a faint creaking sound throughout the burrow all the way to the kitchen. 1, 2, 3. Harry, Hermione, and Ron jumped suddenly out with their wands pointed at the person in the kitchen. Who wasn't really a person, and was actually a werewolf. Oh my god, Hermione said, backing away. Professor Lupin, is that you? Harry asked, as all three of them quickly backed away from the werewolf. Please let it be him, please let it be him, please let it be him. Instead of attacking them as they had feared, the Golden Trio were relieved to find that the werewolf laid on its back. A gesture of peace, and, oddly enough, there were the words, written in thick black ink on his back, Remus Lupin. Professor Lupin, I didn't even realize it was a full moon tonight, Hermione said, looking out through the window. Wait a minute, Remus hadn't rolled over onto his back. He was unconscious. Hogwarts. He heard someone shout. There was more shouches. Harry, Hermione, and Ron ran back to the living room with the fireplace to see the last few people leave. A pink-haired girl, some slightly younger version of Kiba, and a blonde man were leaving, carefully carrying a bloody, unconscious person. Wait, Hermione said. They turned around, saw the trio, and hurried towards the fireplace, which was already clearly glowing green. Injured people shouldn't travel through the flow network. They were already gone. Hermione recovered from her shock and turned around to see Ron and Harry looking surprised as well. What is it? She asked huffily. Probably Mifta. These people had ignored her advice and went through the flow anyway. Wasn't that Kiba? Harry said. I remember. That was the guy who invaded Hogwarts. Ron shouted at the same time. The room was completely silent, save for the steady dripping of ink dripping from a chair into a huge puddle on the floor. I'm confused, Ron said. Hogwarts. My companion was attacked by a werewolf. And I am sorry to hear that, Dumbledore said to Shikamaru. They were both seated in his office with warm tea before them, though neither drank. From the moment that Shikamaru had entered the office, dirty, limping, and smoking like a chimney, Dumbledore knew what to expect. I want compensation for his injuries. More demands. And what is it that you would want? Dumbledore asked him amiably. I have promised you many things. But you have yet to completely succeed in any of the tasks assigned to you. He did regret holding one's dreams before a person to get them to do what he wanted, but the lives of 7 children and a dog were nothing in comparison to the thousands of wizards who could profit from their presence in this world. He couldn't let them go home free just yet. You haven't given us any tasks, Shikamaru said in a calm yet accusing voice. I will, Dumbledore said. I have given you jobs, a place of refuge, a new world to explore in, food, money, what more could you want? Quote, you forced us to work under you and made our residence in your castle mandatory for whatever it was you were going to have us do. You know of our past, so you must know that we don't want another new world to explore. We want our old one back. Food and money, we had that before you intruded upon our lives. Not a lot, I admit, but enough to make it by, he said. We would have been able to live secure. Rely if you hadn't threatened to expose us to both wizard and muggle worlds. We would have been able to live without fearing that one day we'd walk into a store with money only to find weapons pointed in our direction. We would have continued taking new jobs without fearing that our clients would find out who and how old we really are and stop giving us assignments. You would not go through these worries time and time again if you had not tried to assassinate me in the first place, Dumbledore said. One I'm willing to forgive but not overlook. You tried to defeat me, you attacked students. And you trespassed on forbidden property. Regardless of how misunderstood you were, you must know defeat is prohibited, as is stealing things that do not belong to you. What we have done is not your business. It is if the Ministry of Magic decides to look in on your past records. Shikamaru paused. They won't look in on them if you don't tell them. And you don't need to. On the contrary, well, actually, I don't need to tell them about you. I don't need to get involved with them. But you may need to. And why would that be? Dumbledore watched Shikamaru as the young man struggled to find a solution. Both were completely aware of what would happen if the Ministry found out that Kiba, as well as the rest of them, didn't exist in either Muggle or magical worlds. And, if we don't tell the Ministry, he said, the most immediate and important consequence would be that, with the high chances that your friend has contracted lycanthropy from the attack, you would not be able to receive legal access to the Wolfsbane potion, which will keep your friend sane during the transformation and prevent him from attacking everything in sight. Legal. A potion's master is only aloe. D to acquire the unique ingredients for the Wolfsbane if he has a special permit. The ingredients are extremely hard to come by legitimately, so only expert potions masters are allowed to purchase and use the certain ingredients. Hogwarts just so happens to have a potions master able to brew the potion. He went with your 3 friends to the wedding to meet with and give a friend of mine the potion that he needed. Severus Snape. Yes. What else can result in keeping the werewolf attack a secret? Azkaban. A wizarding prison. It is maintained by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Enton is located on a small island far out in the icy waters of the North Sea. It's also called the Azkaban Fortress. It had previously been guarded by Dementors, creatures often described as sightless soul-sucking fiends. They feed on positive emotions. There, prisoners lose all hope and all good feelings and thoughts, meaning that most wouldn't think of escaping, believing that escape was impossible. Prisoners are forced to relive the darkest, most horrible memories of their lives. Some go mad. Luckier ones simply despair and die. Only one person has ever made a successful recorded escape in history. Other wizards have managed to escape Azkaban as well, but only because during that time, the guards had released them and claimed that they had left. You said that it had previously been guarded by Dementors. Dementors have revolted and joined Voldemort's forces, resulting in the escape of 10 Death Eaters. I told you about them, right? Yes, Shikamaru said. Who guards Azkaban now? He said quickly. It's probably members of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, either those who used to only do paperwork or those who are extremely low on the totem pole in that department. Shikamaru frowned. His eyes lit up slightly as he came up with a sudden revelation. Maybe there are wards that mimic the presence of Dementors, Dumbledore said, interrupting Shikamaru BEF. Or he would find too much hope in a pointless plan. It would be bad if the boy got too attached to a hopeless plan. Though the wards are not as powerful as the real thing, prisoners forced to stay inside would be unable to believe escape to be within their reach. Wizards tend to have difficulty with change. They'd rather keep their Dementor-like atmosphere, and even the Dementor's way of detecting everybody inside of the prison. Shikamaru didn't say anything, probably desperately trying to think of a new way to help his friend escape exposure to the Ministry. Ah, Sirius Black, Dumbledore. Or felt saddened by the young man's hopeful look. You won't be able to find him. So he's dead, Shikamaru said slowly. His godson still lives, the headmaster said. I suppose that once this war dies down, the Ministry would probably eventually fix their records and add a second name to the short list of escapees. Ironically, the second escapee also had a connection with the godson of the first escapee. And I know what your next inquiry will be. So before you waste your breath, I suppose I should mention that he has had his soul sucked out of him, rendering him incapable of passing on any information onto you. Shikamaru was silent for a moment. Is there anything else I should know? Well, nothing major, I guess. I am hesitant to assist you and your companions in any shady dealings. Werewolves are often prejudiced against in wizard societies. They rarely have offspring. There were statistics. 5 of 7 are stillborns. Of the remaining general 2, 1 will probably die early on. Because of this lowered ability to procreate, they aren't of much use to purebloods, in addition to the widespread fear of werewolves. Shikamaru rested his forehead against his hands, his elbows on Dumbledore's desk. No thank you, he said harshly. It has a calming draft in it. Shikamaru looked at him warily. It's tea, Dumbledore said, taking a sip from the cup himself. F is proof that it wasn't tainted with any sort of poison. Not that Shikamaru suspected Dumbledore of poisoning the drink. He just didn't feel like accepting the old man's hospitalities and peace offerings. On the other hand, regardless of his instincts to reject anything Dumbledore had to offer, he picked up the cup and proceeded to drain it of its contents. I think better calm, he said defensively. Seeing Dumbledore's politely raised eyebrows. Many do, Dumbledore said, nodding. Just out of curiosity, which one of your friends? Kiba, the one with the dog. Ah, pity, the dig. Gories mentioned him to me previously in a letter, the old man said. They like him. He reminds them of their son, Cedric. He died a while ago. Great, Shikamaru said, acting as though he didn't care. But Dumbledore could see it in his eyes. From what he could tell, out of the entire group, Shikamaru seemed to be the unofficial leader. He also seemed to be a genius, and had proven to be so. And he had successfully evaded magical tracking methods that he had never even received solid information on. That boy would come up with something. Dumbledore was sure of it. He might not have all the information, but he would take in everything he could grasp and use it to his own advantage. Dumbledore was secretly pleased that this boy was so sharp. He wouldn't even have to give Shikamaru the entire plan that Dumbledore himself had already come up with upon learning of Kiba's recent infection. All he would have to do is give out the smallest of details and let Shikamaru come up with the idea himself. It would be interesting to see whether the fellow genius would come up with the same plan to help his friend or if he would find something that Dumbledore had missed entirely. Of course, Dumbledore had a century's worth of magical and historical knowledge, and Shikamaru a decidedly much less vast storage of information, so Dumbledore knew better to expect him to immediately come up with a plan. I'm going now, Shikamaru said, getting up. You are excused, Dumbledore said. You don't have the authority to excuse me. Yes I do. Dumbledore watched as the shinobi got up to his feet and dragged himself towards the door. You're limping. That's what happens when you run around the country for 2 months, looking for a single, barely detectable scent, he said with a hint of anger and annoyance. I suggest all of your friends go to Poppy, the old man said. You may spend the night in the infirmary. Poppy will keep all your secrets for now. Shikamaru opened the door, but Dumbledore remembered something. Earlier, he said, you mentioned that you wanted compensation for your friend's injuries. Will we receive any compensation? What's going to happen to me? Shikamaru didn't look up. Instead, he climbed onto the infirmary bed closest to the window and collapsed on top of it with his lighter in hand, idly flipping it open and snapping it shut as he resisted the urge to put his hands together and move into his thinking position. Oi, Kiba said, angrily. Yo, fearless leader, what's going to happen to me? He repeated. Shikamaru. A hoarse yet wonderfully familiar voice croaked. Shikamaru looked up to see Ino sitting up in her bed, in her own body, looking rather thin, but otherwise fine. We all need a breather, Shikamaru said. We have about a week until this school reopens. We'll just go on a little break. Relax a bit. I thought Dumbledore hired us for a job, Naruto said. Shouldn't that decision be up to him? I'd like to pretend that I have at least some say in these matters, the genius said. But since you are all so eager to do work, study when you can. Our English is good. Learn magic. We know enough to pass as wizards, Ino said. Now quit trying to throw us off. What's happening to Kiba? Shikamaru glared at him. Nothing's happening to any of us, he said irritably. You've been grumpy lately. I think it's the smoking, Sakura said. glaring at the demonic cancer stick from behind a thick book. If you're looking for a poor hurt animal to heal, should I make one for you? He asked. Because if it'll stop your fussing about my habits, I'll gladly hurt something. I'll be old and tired of life by the time I die then, Shikamaru said. Leave me alone. Something wrong? Ino asked. Yeah, the laziest ninja ends up working like a dog, he muttered. Akamaru whined. Why, it looks like everyone's getting rather hostile. Who's going to die next? Sai asked, seeming to almost purposely allow all anger be directed towards him. Whether this was deliberate or not, the world may never know. Shut up, Sai, everyone said, some of them throwing whatever was in their reach at him. Sai, being one of the few, currently running at 100%, having not gone on the trip himself, easily ducked beneath the lighter pieces of furniture and other debris. Now that everyone's gotten it out of our system, there's still one more important matter at hand, Sai said, looking almost pleased with himself. And what's that? Naruto asked. Sai pointed in the direction of the muddy, disheveled wizard in the corner, sitting on a stool but still tied tightly enough to prevent escape. Oh yeah, he said, laughing. I totally forgot about him. And why isn't he dead again? Neji asked in a fake-sounding voice. Because we've got issues, Ino said quickly before anyone could just go up and stab the kid where he sat. What do you mean by that? Kiba said. I'm just not letting you defeat him, she said. Sorry, Ino, but he's got to die. The Inuzuka said. Sakura frowned. I usually don't make it a habit of taking in strays, but I don't think defeat this guy really solves all our problems anyway, she said. The glint in her eye told everyone that she was going to fight down to the tooth and nail to stand by her best friend. And why not? Sai asked. Because there is no problem, she said simply. All of the shinobi silently contemplated this. Think about it, Sakura said. The kid is rich, he's got a whole manor to himself, he's got a lot of money, and oh, did I mention, he's rich. Parents, dead, Sakura said, and people are after him now. Why do you think we had to run like the hounds of heck were at our heels? She said to Kiba. Oh, he can't get the money though, Neji said. He's poor. He can't gain access to the money because everybody believes him to be dead, except for those who hunt him and want him dead. Well, whatever, but I don't think that Dumbledore would trap Ino in his body to force us to save the both of them if he wanted the kid dead, Sakura said. Everyone looked at Shikamaru for the final say, since it seemed from the expressions on everyone's faces that the vote was split in half. Between, to defeat, or, not to defeat. He frowned. Fine, he said to Ino. We can keep him. Anya no Jutsu, Dark Knight technique, it's a new technique, best in combination with a lot of chakra and the night in general. Basically, Shikamaru takes in the shadows of everything he can come in contact with, make it some sort of huge blanket, and wraps the enemy up in it. Basically, it's like his shadow thread technique, Kage Nui, but instead, it's not sharp and it's a huge ball of shadow instead of threads of it. My thinking corner. At the very end of the previous chapter, I freaked out. It was that moment that I remembered that I didn't remember what the heck happened at weddings. And I was just at one last year. I've only been to 2 my entire life. One was when I was, like, 5. Another just last summer, around the end of the school year. Either way, after falling over, recovering from the fall, and freaking out, I went on the internet and looked up weddings. I must say, thank Google for Wikipedia. Why thank Google? Because for me, it's the same thing as thanking God. By the way, just so you all know, I'm not serious. So please call off the nuns and the rulers. I like my fingers the way they are. Anyway, I came back from vacation, and I'm looking at my yike, holy cow, I've got 51 new mail to look at 1:10 in the freaking morning. Have I mentioned how much I just love you guys? Animagus. Now that I have fixed that, the nightmares of my errors will cease to haunt me. I saw the chapter 347 of Naruto and I was like, ha. It's a team of pervs. Ha 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 ha. Oh, this morning, March 29, 07, I spent the morning staring at a magazine full of J-rock bands. Japanese rock musicians. Out of the whole magazine, there was only one girl. They all looked like chicks. And, in most of the cases, they were hotter than the real thing. Le gasp, it was so funny when a friend of mine was like, she's hot, and the person who showed us the magazine was like, no. He's hot. Who's he? The hot she. What? Ah. Those precious moments. Chapter 9. Rescue Mission. Flashback chapter. The train from Hogwarts to the King's Cross. Quote. And the next thing I know, I'm in that doddering fool's office. Malfoy said to Crabbe and Goyle on the train ride home. I don't even remember stepping inside. But, Malfoy, Crabbe said, a nagging to twist his face into what almost looked like a concerned expression. We remember you going to his office. Maybe, Goyle said. I'm not crazy, Draco said angrily. I wasn't going to say that, Goyle said, pausing for a whole minute to come up with a replacement word. I was going to say that maybe something happened in his office. You're darn right, the blonde said crossly. That's what I've been saying. Or, Theodore Nott said smartly, standing in the doorway of the train compartment, maybe you're just losing it. Say that again, Draco said slowly, as if he hadn't heard what the black boy had said. Maybe, you really are going crazy. Cracking under the stress, headed for the St. Mungo's loony bin with Longbottom's loony parents. Such a shame. Looks like your mother's going to be all alone from now. Stupefy. Draco shot a red beam of light that hit the wall of the train and disappeared harmlessly. Though it was merely a warning shot, Theodore immediately returned the attack. Expelliarmus, the boy said coolly, with a deliberate intent on landing a hit on Malfoy. Malfoy froze up, knowing instinctively that the spell was going to come and that he couldn't possibly react fast enough to get out of its path. Yet, his body seemed to move on its own with lightning-fast reflexes. He jumped to the side, lightly landing on the seats, only to smoothly push off against the side of the train and tackle Theodore Nott, tearing at him like a girl in a catfight. Ow, you crazy arg, d. Quote. The next thing Malfoy knew, Crabbe and Goyle were pulling him off of Nott. Both looking pale and surprised. You, Theodore said angrily, clutching a bloody nose with one hand and covering trails of scratches on his brows. You don't even fight like a witch. You fight like a bloody little mudblood girl. And you, another voice said. They all turned around to find Blaise Zabini, leaning against the doorway where Nott had previously stood before he and Malfoy started fighting. Quote. You got beat up by a wizard fighting like a bloody little mudblood girl. Stay out of this, Zabini. Nott said, turning red. Don't you tell me to shut up, Zabini said with a nasty smirk. I outrank all of you. Plus you got beat up like a mudblood boy. I'm just saying it like it is. Nott spluttered angrily and, after getting to his feet and regaining his balance, he stormed out of the room. Well, that was quite amusing, Blaise said with a smirk, though the smile never met his eyes. Depends on what you mean by amusing, Malfoy said sullenly. He disliked the black boy. Ever since Malfoy had even stepped on the train to Hogwarts in his first year, he had dominated the Slytherins of his year. He had reached the pinnacle of his success reign, at the beginning of this year, when he was able to proudly say that the Dark Lord had hand-chosen him to be Albus Dumbledore's death. And, with the end of Malfoy's rule started another. Zabini was now the student, head, of Slytherin. The one who made all the jokes that his housemates would sycophantly laugh at. Amusing as in seeing Nott getting his hair pulled out and him yelping like a kicked puppy. Zabini said with a smirk that reminded Malfoy infuriatingly of himself. Why are you here anyway? He asked, feeling annoyed with the rival who no longer considered him a rival. I couldn't help but overhear your conversation with you and your friends, Zabini said as he pulled out his wand and wordlessly waved it, casting a silent imperturbable charm. Another thing that Draco despised about Zabini. He didn't rely on any connections to succeed and, instead, used his talents. Several talents that Draco himself didn't have. Once the room was secure, Zabini pulled out one of the Weasleys, Wizard Wheez's brand, extendable ears. Draco raised his brows in surprise. Oh, don't tell me you haven't bought any of their stuff, Blaise said, grinning at Malfoy's surprise. Weasley's Wizard Wheezes is one of the biggest markets of pranking equipment and even defense supplies. Almost everyone in Slytherin uses them too, though nobody's admitting it. So what? Fine, fine, straight to business then. Zabini said, pocketing the flesh-colored tendrils. All traces of his fake smile disappeared. Quote. The Dark Lord is not happy. He already knows. Malfoy said fearfully. He will when I tell him. Blaise said. Then don't. Draco wanted to say, though he knew all pleas would go ignored. It wasn't that Blaise was cold enough to brush him off so easily, though he probably could, but no one would ever dare stand against the Dark Lord in fear of the prolonged painful death that was sure to follow. So what then? Draco said stonily. He'll defeat me. There's no real point in coming here to rub it in my face. I don't. You say you don't care and I will laugh myself to death, Zabini said. It must have been a joke within a joke. Zabini never laughed, or smiled. Not a real one. Not a loud real one anyway, and certainly not one hard enough to die from. You definitely care, and if not about your own life, then the lives of your mother and fathers. Or else, you wouldn't have struggled so hard in the end. You remember, Draco said, referring to the night that everyone had mysteriously forgotten. When I wake up in the middle of the night to hear Potter's voice of all people, shouting something about a break in all the way up on the top floor of the castle. I'm not going to forget. You sent those guys as a last resort, right? Quote. Yeah, Draco admitted reluctantly. Zabini suddenly groaned and smacked his forehead. The 8, 7, he corrected. They're changing to Shichifukujin. Something about 7 lucky gods. Fine, the 7L wait, 7. One of them is gone. Wait, how do you know about them? How do you? Answer my question and I'll answer yours. My mother mentioned them in passing, Draco said. What do you mean by that? Draco demanded. I had thought you heard about them among the Death Eaters. There are a lot of rumors flying around there, he said, probably purposely goading Malfoy about the fact that Malfoy rarely wanted to and or was able to walk amongst Voldemort's inner circle of Death Eaters. Did you know that the 7 whatevers are mostly about our ages? Zabini asked in a condescending tone. The youngest is about 19. The oldest is, at most, in his mid-20s. But they didn't look. They aren't wizards, he continued. And we don't know how they do it, but they can manage to cast illusions as well. Did you know that? They aren't wizards. They aren't muggles. They aren't magical beasts. So what are they? Do you know? That's a rhetorical question, by the way. I've heard is information from the lower-ranking Death Eaters who got it from the inner circle who said that the Dark Lord mentioned things like this in passing. And the Dark Lord got this information from the Red Moon. I've never heard of them. Draco argued. Tito the 7 like the firebolt outstrips the clean sweeps. They're so good, you don't even hear of them. I hear that the only reason the Dark Lord art of them was because he had something valuable of theirs and they wanted it back. Money. Aren't they actually alike? They're not the same thing. You see, Malfoy, that's where you went wrong. You didn't do your research. The Red Moon specializes in assassinations, and they aren't quiet about it. You heard about all the recent deaths. That was them. They don't get caught, and if someone sees them, they don't live to tell tale. But even with their ability to remain hidden, but you don't need to have them in your lap to know that they exist. You never see them, but they sure as heck do leave pretty obvious signs. The 7, on the other hand, they don't specialize in assassinations. They barely specialize in anything at all. They could definitely defeat people. They don't leave obvious signs. They don't get caught. The reason why we might even have information on them in the first place might be because they need to be known, or else they don't have any business, which separates the two groups a little bit. First of all, the Red Moon works solely for the Dark Lord, so they're rarely in need of funds and equipment. The 7 have no such benefactor and rely on their own skills to get the things they need. Second, the Red Moon have no qualms when it comes to defeat people and taking money. And as far as we know, the 7 avoids that kind of stuff and stuck to generally legal jobs. Aside from the mercenary jobs, of course. Obviously, those were definitely illegal. The thing is, where the 7 is much vaguer, they have extremely various, useful, and powerful talents. All of them are capable of harm. But all of their talents could be used for different things. One of them is capable of knowing everything. It's vague, but there isn't too much information I could find about that guy. Draco suddenly remembered the man with the eyeless mask. The surveillance guy. It wasn't technology or magic. It was his own ability. Another can make copies of himself. There's one who can heal and is extremely destructive. Another manipulates shadows. There's even another much handier than powerful who can tap into a person's mind, Blaze said, listing the Fae. Various facts he had been able to gather from rumors. Malfoy shuddered. He winced, but waited for Zabini to continue talking. The Dark Lord will defeat you. You want to know a secret? He asked. Quote, he never thought you were able to succeed in defeat Dumbledore in the first place. Metaphorically speaking, he took your wand, filled the room with straw, and told you to turn it into gold, with knowledge that you couldn't possibly succeed. You almost did it too. But he's wanted you dead for a very long time. So, even if I defeat Dumbledore, he would have defeat you regardless of whether you had successfully completed the mission or not. Draco couldn't move. He was screwed. He was so totally screwed, and feeling rather sympathetic towards himself as well, for some odd reason. Self-pity was one thing. Self-sympathy was another. So let's look at it from a calm person's perspective. You're in deep trouble. The Dark Lord wants you dead. He'll probably send Death Eaters after you. And if the Death Eaters don't succeed in capturing and defeat you, then he'll send in the Red Moon so that you do not leak out any information to anyone dangerous to his plans. Now, on the other hand, you have the Seven, who no doubt are after you. At this very moment, who knows, maybe one is in this room. They're less deadly and more hesitant to defeat a person, but, let's face it, they're good. Second best, I guess. You have the Dark Lord, possibly the Red Moon, and the Seven after you. Do you realize how deep you've gotten? The water is rather dark. I know, Draco said, gritting his teeth at the thought of his imminent death. What do you expect me to do about it? I told you before, there's no point in telling me all of this rubbish if I'm going to die. Anyway, I'm not here to talk about how you're going to die. I have no doubt that you know what the most likely outcome of your actions are. It's time for you to pull out. What? Quote, go back to shore. Withdraw your forces. Leave. You want me to run away, Draco said bluntly. He paused, staring at Zabini as if he were stupid. I want to run away too. And I would, but if everyone wants me dead, it doesn't really matter too much, does it? They'll track me down and defeat me. If you play your cards right, they might be narrowed down to Zabini said. Find the Seven. Apologize to them. No. Wait, don't apologize. They might be a touch bit more forgiving, considering their age and possibly naivety, but don't count on that possibility alone. You might have just defeat them off or gotten them in huge trouble. Don't apologize. Beg them, bribe them, work for them. Don't even bother trying to win their hearts. Forget their heart. You want to win their support. What does it matter? Draco said, recovering from a brief moment of irritation at the word naivety. You said that they don't hold a candle against the Red Moon. They don't. I don't think they do, he said. But the Seven are the Red Moon's greatest potential enemies. If there's anyone able to stop them, it would be the Seven. You can win support by giving the Seven information. Some of the rumors are wrong. I know that for a fact. There is a genius among them. A genius doesn't value money as much as he values valuable information. The Seven are completely unaware of the Red Moon. Warn them and hope that they'll take you in. If they like the information you tell them enough, they'll probably do something for you. I hear they're big on debts and stuff like that. Not unless they want to be found. Sweet relief. He didn't have to die. He didn't need to lose his mother and father. But, what if they don't want to be found? Draco said. You think I haven't thought of that? Zabini said. You won't find them. They don't want to be found. You're right, but they want to find you. Just stay on alert. Stay alive long enough to explain your situation to them. You really think that the Seven would help? Goyle asked Zabini. Malfoy turned to Crabbe and Goyle, having forgotten they were there in the first place. He was surprised that they were able to even keep up with the conversation. Miracles do happen. You think they'd be able to protect Malfoy better than us? Malfoy wasn't sure whether Crabbe and Goyle were hopeful that Malfoy would live or offended that they weren't considered good enough protection. Of course, Zabini said. You work for Voldemort, you'll probably be the ones to defeat him. No one said anything. Why are you helping me anyway? Malfoy said. Zabini laughed. A real one. No idea, he said. I guess I like you. You're a coward and you're kinda pathetic. The epitome of the Slytherin house, I guess. So what, you're saying you belong in Gryffindor or Ravenclaw or something? Malfoy said, half jokingly, but still somewhat serious. Nah, if I was in your place, I'd be quivering in my boots, Zabini said, flashing a grin in Malfoy's direction. Besides, if Potter really is the chosen one, if he is the only one able to beat the Dark Lord, I suggest you help him as much as possible, because the light side needs all the help they can get. If you join the light and get the support of the 7. Well, that's a total of 7.5 for the light, right? Quote. Why am I a half? Draco said, somewhat offended. But he was still relieved. Relieved and thankful. Think of it like this. I'm considering you a half until you help the light win this war, Zabini said. Quote. And you're only helping me so I could help the light win. Why do you want them to win? Can you imagine what it'd be like with the Dark Lord in charge? Quidditch will never be the same. Plus, once the Mudbloods are all gone, he'll probably go after black people next, Blaze said. Only half joking and as if to display his dark skin. The light might be full of self-righteous Gryffindors, but at least those disgustingly honest idiots don't spend their time plotting against the world or each other. Plus, I like you, only because you're my rival. If you were anything but, I wouldn't give a flying freaking as to whether the Dark Lord defeat you or not. If you haven't noticed, I've already lost. Any rivalry we've had for top dog in the Slytherin house is completely over. Well, now that you've given up, I can definitely say that I've won. Awesome, Zabini said. He frowned. One more thing. What is it? Draco asked. If you see a woman who looks like your mother, especially if it's your mother, run away. If you see Death Eaters, you need to run. And if you see your father, thinking about it logically, he should be in Azkaban anyway, but if you see a man who looks even remotely like your father, then get the heck away from him. Run. Away. Find the 7 as soon as possible. And I seriously mean it. Wait, what about my mother? Won't she pick me up? Draco said. Malfoy, when was the last time your mother responded to your letters? Zabini said seriously. Then it hit him. Quote. She's dead, he said blankly. For 2 weeks now, even before your last attempt on Dumbledore's life, Death Eaters defeat her, Zabini said. She's really, doesn't matter. The train ride is almost over, Zabini said as they pulled into King's Cross and the train slowed down to a stop. Remember, the moment you get off the train, go find the 7. Use your broom if you have to. But don't let yourself get caught by anyone. One last thing. What? Draco said, dazed and stunned. Obliviate me. What? I told you my plans that are now your plans. I know your plans and what you're going to do. Erase your tracks. If you don't use the memory charm, I'm going to blab to the Dark Lord and get you defeat. In fact, Crabbe and Goyle too. Quote, there's always a 3 in 5 chance that a memory charm goes wrong and backfires on you. Draco said. Then I won't be ratting you out either way, right? Zabini said. Malfoy didn't say anything. Zabini, Malfoy said, raising his wand. He looked for something meaningful to say. Perhaps some fitting last words for his childhood. Friend, best friend, and rival to never remember. You should have been in Hufflepuff. Hey, obliviate. 10 o'clock. Single quote. Draco turned his head slightly to see a blond man with his hair sleeked back, similar to Draco's own. He felt a strong feeling of hatred and fear rising in his stomach and was surprised about this strange feeling that was not his own. This man resembled his father and himself. Why did he dislike this man so much? Still, Draco took a few steps forward. The man watched him. He took a few steps backwards. He suddenly remembered Zabini's words. And if you see your father, thinking about it logically, he should be in Azkaban anyway. But if you see a man who looks even remotely like your father, then get the heck away from him. Run. Away. Zabini was right. His father was dead. Dead or in Azkaban. Either way, this person could not possibly him. Plus, his instincts were screaming, and something was rather off about his appearance. His clean-cut appearance, his trimmed hair which actually resembled Draco's hair more than his father's from when was in Azkaban, and the uncharacteristically malicious gleam in his eyes. The man kept those eyes on Draco, as well as some strangers in the crowd, who were confused by his strange antics as he had walked forward and backward several paces. Finally, his mind was finally able to snap back into place, grasping the situation in hand. Run. Single quote. He obeyed the little voice in the back of his head and ran out of the train station as quickly as possible. He no longer saw the blonde man, but, for some reason, he couldn't shake off the feeling that he was still being watched. "Hey, are you okay, kid?" a Muggle man said to him, probably one of platform ushers. Draco ignored the man and ran past him and onto the train. "Hey, you can't just Yes, Draco hissed as the train began to move. He was getting away, he was getting awa. Malfoy realized in horror that he couldn't move. No, not that he couldn't move, that his body was forcibly moving on his own. His own legs were directing him towards the empty seats nearby. But, as soon as he realized that his body was moving on its own, the mysterious force stopped controlling him. Definitely not the Imperious Curse, but what was it if not first most troublesome of all three unforgivables? Of course, if it was the Imperious Curse, then the fact that he had thrown it off so easily meant that either he had gotten much better at repelling the curse overnight or the spellcaster was pathetic. Malfoy closed his eyes and let out a deep breath. To meet with the seven, he had flowed from the Slytherin common room to some abandoned building. He no longer had a convenient fireplace handy, and to apparate from King's Cross all the way to Toyohashi would be impossible. At that kind of distance, it would be best left to the experts. He'd be lucky to get a single eyeball there. Perhaps he could apparate several times in succession. It was exhausting to do so, but perhaps easier than train hopping to a series of islands. And less impossible. He'd just need to get his hands on a map and pinpoint his destination. Malfoy clutched the narrow piece of wood in his pockets. This shouldn't be hard, he thought, desperately trying to convince himself that his whole mission wasn't impossible. I mean, these guys are practically muggles. How hard could it be to find them? Still at King's Cross. I think he's got something, Naruto said excitedly, watching as Akamaru sniffed around the station. Excuse me, sir, one of the employees at the King's Cross said, approaching the group. What business do you have here? Quiet, Shikamaru said in a low voice. We are a part of England's detectors. We're here with our hound sniffing out explosives. We received a tip earlier this morning that here was a possible terrorist attack in the area. Terrorist? Yes, terrorist, he said. As in guns and bombs, right? Are you slow? ? Renge, show him your ID. Sakura stepped forward, glancing at E-Man through her dark sunglasses and pulled out a blank plastic card, showing it to the man. It may have been a plain piece of plastic, but it was apparently a convincing one. Wait a minute, the man said, falling for the genjutsu. Sakura paused, unsure whether her English version of identification was accurate or not. The girl in the picture has brown hair. She stared at him. Do you honestly think that my hair is a natural pink? She said with a look of derision on her face. Amateurs, we're here undercover. As in incognito. Do you want people to panic and accidentally set off bombs? No, we are specialists, sir. And you'll do well to stay out of our way. And don't bother mentioning it to your coworkers. The only person aware of today's alert is Mr. Richard Arences, the EAD of the Department of Transportation, and everyone working above him. His number can be reached at 743-832-2525, though you'll probably be on hold for a long time until you get to actually speak to him. Mr. Arences is a very busy man, you know. Now, if you please, she said, gently, moving him aside and amazing him with her subtle show of strength. Pochi-kun has a lead. A lead? Do you have hearing problems? She said angrily, grabbing the man by the chin. Don't scare civilians. Pochi-kun whined and started moving more quickly. All of the shinobi froze, hearing the closest train whistle as it began to depart from the station. Hey, You can't just go on without a tick, hey. Another worker at the station shouted and made a half-hearted attempt to chase after a blond boy wearing either dark robes or a long coat. Quote. Hey, Naruto said. Quote. Is it just me, or is that guy the one we're after? And getting away. Though they be able to catch up if they tried hard enough, the steady pace of a tireless machine would eventually easily outtrace the shinobi. Plus, even though the shinobi could, if they were lucky, which they rarely were, move more quickly than a train at a sprint, they would have to begrudgingly admit that none of them were as in shape as they used to be. Week 1. Sakura panted as they slowed down to a walking speed on the train tracks. Some miles from the train station, over. Until September, Shikamaru said, looking quite horrified by how long this might take. Quote. On the bright side, Naruto said as he masked his despair. Quote. At least by the time we catch Ino and Akui, we'll have had a good work out. Oh joy, the genius muttered sarcastically as they all watched the train lengthen the gap between them and Malfoy. And so the chase began. They were following him. Draco was sure of it. It had been over a week now that he had been wandering around on trains. They were somewhere nearby. It had been almost a week since he had fled the Hogwarts Express, and he had hardly any time to get away. Just when did these people ever rest? They were far too persistent. These strangers followed him around almost around the hour. He wasn't even able to leave the train stations he passed through. From what he could guess, they were somehow able to track him down and keep up with the train. Huff, they couldn't actually catch up to it. Whoever these people were, they didn't seem to be using magic. Was it the rumored red moon that Zabini had told him earlier about? He couldn't tell whether this strange instinct was a good thing or a bad thing. He slept on the trains as they went from station to station, but he would often wake up to find himself in a different place. A different train and different station. And he would sometimes even wake up with a bag full of clothes, money, or food. For a while, he had believed that someone had been following him as well, helping him. However, he was never able to find any signs of this strange and mysterious benefactor. But sometimes he would wake up to find himself already walking around. At one particular occasion, he had strange muggle-currency in his hand and was leaving the bathroom with several unconscious people inside. Incidents like these really explained the occasional bruises and the duffel bag that read, Alan L. Hale, on the name tag, as well as the clothing inside. Fat muggles, maybe, but sometimes he would see one who was obviously a slightly portly wizard and then a strong feeling of reproach for said wizard. And the strong distaste for sweets. It was insane. He loved sweets. His mother used to send them to him all the time during school. Plus, there was the slightly indifferent feeling towards his family. Whatever sadness he felt for his mother and father, who were almost definitely dead by now, seemed rather dull. At first, Malfoy thought it had been his own need to live. Run first, mourn later, right? But soon, he realized that he felt sympathy for himself. It didn't feel quite the same as self-pity. Instead, it was like he was almost viewing himself from 2 points of view, his own and a stranger's. He felt partly upset that he was the last of the Malfoy lineage, but he also felt only sympathetic that he had lost his family. Sympathetic. His family was dead and he was, not sad but sympathetic. This wasn't normal, yet, it never occurred to Draco that he was sharing his feelings with another person. He wasn't the sharpest crayon in the box. Genetics saw to that one. Of course, there were some feelings that he could explain. But not completely. The rush of adrenaline he received when outside and the racing hearts, something was up. Was it a good thing or a bad thing? Not that it mattered. The burden left his shoulders on the 7th day of running from the unseen dangers. Draco, once again, boarded another train and waited quietly as the door began to shut. Muggles stared at him as if he were the freak. True, his clothes were slightly wrinkled and he was a bit untidy. After all, a week without being able to properly groom oneself. Draco was almost as disgusted with himself, as much as he was by the fact that he was surrounded by muggles. Draco Malfoy groaned, taking a seat next to a brown-haired passenger. I want to take a nice long bath. He was surrounded by muggles, hungry, tired, achy, and in dire need of a nice long soak. The only thing that kept him from becoming a raving lunatic was his desperate grasp on his self-preservation. Drawing such an Cheon to himself could draw the Red Moon group right to him. Still, he needed a bath. Even the man next to him covered his nose. And, due to his usual mood swings, Draco shot straight up from his seat and headed towards the bathroom. His limbs were moving on his own again. This was the strongest impulse he had consciously received since the day he had attacked Not. His first reaction was to fight this feeling, but still, it might be a bit helpful to wash up a little. He really felt disgusting. Draco opened the door to find someone already in the bathroom, sitting on the toilet with a bottle of some questionable liquid in hand. Dude, the blonde man said, looking at Draco with a raised brow. Sorry, Malfoy said, backing away so he could close the door. Just, continue what you're doing. Oh, I'm not doing anything, the man said, getting up off the seat and approaching Malfoy. There went that heartbeat thing. His body was still slightly moving on its own. And since it usually seemed to instinctively protect himself extremely well, he decided to let his body react on its own. However, instead of attacking or running away, he stood completely still. This is for you anyway, the man said. Run. But he fought with his impulse and hesitated for a split second, which was all the blonde man needed to grab Draco by the front of the shirt and yank him into the bathroom with him. The man locked the door. What do you want with me? Draco demanded, having already overcome whatever it was controlling his movements. He readied himself, prepared to pull out his wand and take the man by surprise. I don't want to have anything to do with you, the man said, shrugging. It's my friend I'm looking for. Well, you aren't going to find him, he said, pulling out his wand, only to find it was gone. Were you going to fight me with this? The man said, tossing a wooden stick up and down. That's mine, Draco said, grabbing for his stolen wand. I remember what you did with the wand before, the man said. Back in Toyohashi, Draco paused and took a step back, leaning against the wall. It's you, he said breathlessly. Oh crap, oh freaking crap, I need your help, Draco shouted, closing his eyes. Flee. Instead of even letting Draco finish his sentence, the blonde man rolled his eyes and rammed the potion's bottle into his mouth, effectively shutting him up and forcing its contents down his throat at the same time. I'll leave it to Ino to explain things to me, the blonde man said as Draco began to feel nauseous and lose control of his body once again. What's going on? He thought. Good God, Naruto, it took you long enough, he heard himself say to the blonde man. Good God, Naruto, it took you long enough, Ino complained, giving Naruto her best glare. Hey, Ino, it's so nice to have you back with us, Naruto said sarcastically. It's nice to not be in the back, she muttered. I've been hanging around in the back of his mind for a week. I've only been able to come out while he sleeps. Or when he's really tired. Or when his defense is down. She shook her head. Both of them started leaving the bathroom. I bet if his mental defense was just a bit weaker, it would have been a lot easier for the both of us. Hi, Akamaru, she said, scratching the brown-haired man behind the ears. The Kiba lookalike's shoulders hunched slightly, and he made a small whining noise. They ignored the strange stares they received as the Rez occupied the seats around Naruto, Ino, Malfoy, and Akamaru. I don't think it was his mind's fault, Naruto said. Anyway, Shikamaru had said that Dumbledore said that this potion would cure you. Dumbledore said that, Ino repeated angrily. He told you that. There was a nagging voice in the back of her head. Yeah, Naruto said, confused. Why, he's the reason why I was stuck in this body in the first place. Ino said angrily. What? Everyone said. Yeah, Shikamaru and Ino said at the same time. Ino stared at Shikamaru. You knew, Ino exclaimed. Of course, it's all common sense, Shikamaru said. You've never had any problems possessing him before. And then Dumbledore later tells me that you are stuck in another person's body and just so happens to have the antidote, ready and brewed, to give to me so I can administer it to you. Much too convenient, right? He knew you were stuck in the body of a wanted individual and he coincidentally, had the correct potion handy for such a situation. Okay. That's believable, Ino said slowly. But, let me get this straight. Dumbledore told you where I was, he gave you the potion, he gave you money, and he gave you information. Plus a new job, Naruto said. Ino looked alarmed at this and Sakura frowned, suddenly understanding what her friend was implying. Shikamaru, what did Dumbledore want in return for everything he gave us? The leader of the group paused. I offered him our services for a year. Dumbledore. I didn't give him anything, Shikamaru said. Unless you think that Dumbledore is the devil and that I sold my soul to him. Shikamaru, Ino said angrily, shooting up out of her seat and attracting the attention of many fellow passengers. What are you people looking at? She asked them angrily in English. Many people looked away, some of them looking quite annoyed. Ino probably would have continued berating Shikamaru if it hadn't been for the giant beige-colored spider that jumped inside through one of the many open windows from the bus. Naruto and Sakura stared at the spider in horror. Isn't that a clay? Sakura said, her voice trailing off. I remember that thing, Naruto whispered in a low voice. What is? He didn't wait for Shikamaru to finish his question and instead tossing all need for secrecy out the window he lunged at the shoe-sized spider with a swirling blue Rasengan in hand. Shikamaru's first response when the clay spider tore apart into tiny pieces was that the attack was just plain overkill. Plus, they were in public. Naruto, Ino said, her voice trailing off as well. As dozens of spiders began crawling inside the train. Kamaru, she said breathlessly. Get out, Sakura cried out in English. Everyone, out, out, out. One by one, each and every single spider began latching themselves onto people. Naruto's eyes widened as one jumped directly onto his face. Frantically waving his arms, he instinctively formed a Rasengan in his fist. Luckily, it was smaller and weaker than most, as he used his signature attack to blow the spider off his face. Naruto was much luckier than the civilians, who were all screaming as heads, limbs, and torsos were blown apart. Don't, he said. People are hurt. Don't care. I'm a medic. It's my ethical responsibility to heal any civilian or ally injured yet within my capability of healing. You're our medic, and if we all get hurt, the rest of us would stay hurt because every stranger you heal wastes energy that could be spent on our wounds, Shikamaru said. The train is already in motion, so I am assuming that our attacker is A. The reason why he could probably keep up with the train is probably because he made some sort of huge clay bird thing, Sakura said. Naruto combed his memory for Kakashi's steps onto how to defeat a long-range combat type. Listen to me, Naruto, you're not used to fighting this type of opponent. You're good at close quarters combat, and he's your worst possible matchup, a long-range combat type. There's only two ways of defeating this type of enemy. Kakashi paused dramatically. Well, Naruto said, feeling annoyed. And just what are they? One way, his teacher said, is to bring your opponent into close quarters combat. The other is to beat him at his own game. You remember anything yet? Shikamaru said irately. No. Hold on. But how? Either way you do it, you'll need either someone who is good at long-distance attacking or someone capable of using proportionately effective long-distance combat use support ninjutsu. Most teams in Konoha are required to have at least one of them. When you don't have either, it's impossible to defeat your enemy. Unless you have a mind matching Shikamaru, that is. Okay, one of us are good at long-distance attacking, Naruto mused. And none of us are able to use PR prop, long-distance ninjutsu stuff. Proportionately effective long-distance combat use supporting ninjutsu. Sakura offered. How do you know? Naruto said. Well, none of us can do that thing. I mean, Neji and Sai aren't here, and Tenten's gone. He paused. But we have a person with a mind like Shikamaru's. I am Shikamaru, you idiot, Shikamaru said, shaking his head and rubbing his eyes. But, you're right, he looked outside. You've already come up with a plan? Ino asked. Yeah, Shikamaru said, pulling out the only thing he'd need for this plan. He told them what they were going to do. You can't be serious, Sakura said, looking absolutely horrified by the idea. There are people on here. Everyone here is either dead or dying, he said, already moving, placing various slips of paper on the train. It can't be helped. Is everyone ready? The train blew up. Come on out. Yeah, Deidara said, flying above the train on a large clay owl. The member of Akatsuki had released a small army of spiders just moments before and was waiting for the inevitable response. Wonderful lights and sparks dazzled the insides of the train as the spiders detonated. It had been a blessing that Deidara had been sent on this mission. He had merely been hunting down the Draco Malfoy boy when he spotted a familiar face. Uzumaki Naruto, container of the demon fox Kyuubi. The most prized Jinchuriki. How wonderful. Yeah, Deidara said to himself. He prepared a larger clay bomb. There was not a chance in heck that the spider bombs had taken care of all of the Konoha shinobi. The shinobi of the leaf were, by far, the most unexpected and annoying of all other shinobi. Deidara was about to release a large falcon from his hand when the Konoha nin did the job for him. The telltale smoke of a series of explosion tags blew up the entire train. Bodies and debris littered the entire area. Deidara scanned the ground for movement. None. He scanned the ground for Konoha nin. None. Freaking. Yeah, Deidara shouted angrily, letting out a string of curses once he realized that he had just been had by kids once again. They had used the cover of the smoke and flames to flee the wreckage of the train. Deidara paused to think. Well, these were only Konoha nin. And he was sure that none of them were Junin. Let alone S-class shinobi. Deidara sent the others a message and began to track down the running shinobi. He'll just follow them for a while. Just for the kicks. And then, Voldemort could send replacements and do whatever the heck he wanted. Deidara didn't really care, so long as he was able to amaze these shinobi with his artistic talents for even just a short while, it'd be worth the fun. My thinking corner. First of all, I would like to say, no, Malfoy did not apparate across the world in the first chapter. He apparated out of the building, but not out of Japan. I never really made that clear. Kinda forgot. Anyway, I'm not really sure how well I did it from Deidara's third-person limited point of view. Was it weird? Oh, I did a finger puncture thing recently in med lab and stuff. I pricked my finger the first time and ended up spilling blood. Everywhere too fast and not being able to cock up to finish the testing, so I had to get a second finger punk, and that took, like, 5 minutes to start bleeding. Yeesh. Well, at least our school stopped making us to venipunctures on each other. That's a real relief. My fingers are still bruised though. Chapter 10. The Sorting Hat's Song. Bloody heck, why is it so empty here? Ron said, looking around on the train station for the missing throngs that always crowded station 9 3/4. The crowds and the luggage. And the midgets that come with it. What happened to the underclassmen whom we are to lord over? He cried out dramatically, falling to his knees in despair. Oh, quit fussing like a baby and get up, Ron, Hermione said briskly. As she walked past Harry and Ron, already dressed in her Hogwarts uniform. I do believe that's the first time that I've ever heard you speak proper English with proper grammar. I am, at least, glad that the tutoring sessions haven't completely gone to waste. Harry paused. What tutoring lessons? ... Oh, private tutoring. Harry winced. He didn't want to think of his two best friends going lovey-dovey on each other. It was bad enough when Ron had practically left Harry and Hermione alone to snog with Lavender. Blimey, Hermione, Ron said suddenly. When do you change? Looks like I spoke too soon, Hermione said, shaking her head with a sigh. I changed in the bathroom earlier. I would have done that every other year prior to this one, but there's always such a long line. Yeah, Ron said thoughtfully. Where do you reckon everyone went? Home, Harry said dully. Voldemort's attack was in the Daily Prophet about a week ago. Suppressing a flinch, Hermione sighed. I can't believe that Voldemort would do something so flashy though. Hermione said. I mean, it's always subtle. They defeat someone, and then they make bright lights. But blowing up muggles, I just don't see the logic in that. What really kind of surprised me was that, after that, nothing happened. Versus. Voldemort didn't make any follow moves after that. What do you mean by that? Harry asked him. I haven't read that book, Hermione said thoughtfully. It was in the History of Magic textbook, Year 5, Ron said. In the section that we didn't finish. We never finished any of them, Harry said. But, when do you get to turn into Hermione? I'm not sure whether to be shocked and annoyed that I'm considered on par with Ron or flattered that my tutorials have gotten him this far, Hermione said. Whoa, Harry thought to himself. There was no deliberate innuendo. Hermione really did mean it when she said she and Ron were having private tutoring sessions. Single quote. Anyway, she continued, ignoring the speechless boy who lived, while you were spending your last days at the Dursleys, Ron and I decided at the Burrow that we're going to give it all we've got. Got what? Harry said dumbly. I mean, give what all you've got. And just what have you two gotten? The Second Holy Wizarding War, of course, Hermione said. Holy, another word for pure-blooded, apparently. She mumbled darkly, but that's not the point here. Not those egotistical pure-blooded elitists with no sense of morals. Anyway, Ron and I are giving you our full support for the Second Wizarding War. Quote. Wait, what are you guys talking about? We're talking about how I'm going to be the brains of the outfit, and Ron will be the strategist, Hermione said. Ron, the strategist, sure, he was good at chess and at planning things out, but what was the world coming to? Quote. Then what do I do? Harry asked. You beat the living daylights out of Voldemort, Ron supplied as the door to their compartment opened. I suggest you do not say that too loudly, a dark voice said. All three of the seventh years spun around, with their wands pointed at their two newest arrival. Quote. Snape. That's Professor Snape, Potter, the professor said darkly. Wait a minute. The Snape they all knew and hated did not speak with a Bulgarian accent. And Victor, the man behind him said. Victor, Hermione said in surprise. You, Ron said. Hello, Victor Crumb said to them. What are you doing here? Hermione asked, hugging her pen pal warmly. Haven't you read the letter? He asked Hermione. She sat up immediately. Oh, of course I have, but I don't think you mentioned anywhere in there about you coming to Hogwarts in here, she said, pulling out a 42-inch long piece of parchment. Harry, Victor said pleasantly, shaking hands with his previous Triwizard Cup rival. How have you been doing? The friendliness in this compartment repulses me, Snape said suddenly. I'll be going, Crumb. The professor left, muttering something about not wanting to look at those moronic children all day long. He doesn't have to look at us, Ron mumbled under his breath as the professor left. His huge enormous nose blocks his view anyway. I heard that Weasley. They heard him from the next compartment. Harry could have sworn he heard squeals of fear as the black-clad professor passed from compartment to compartment of students to reach the teacher's private train up in the front. That's 5 points. From Gryffindor for talking about a teacher, 5 points for trying to do it behind my back. And another 10 points for failing to do so. Quote. He can't really do that, can he? Ron whimpered. I mean, the school year hasn't even started yet. Oh, he can, Victor said, nodding. How do you know? I read it in a pamphlet of rules that Albus sent me, he explained. Hermione, she corrected automatically. Quote. Harmony. Good enough. Sounds better than your real name, anyway. Quiet, Ron. Quote. Okay, anyway, I am not here to attend to Hogwarts. I think you've forgotten that I had already graduated. My mistake, Hermione said with a smile. I wasn't really thinking. But then what are you doing here? You were looking, Victor said with a proud look in his eye, at Hogwarts's newest defense against the dark arts teacher. Congratulations, she said. But what about Quidditch? I am afraid that Bulgaria did not make it to the finals, he said. Plus, with the Wizard Var going on, the crowds are thinner and the cheers are less joyful. I am also on break and have decided to do what I do second best. Teach dark arts and how to defend from them, he said with a nod. You're teaching us actual dark magic, Harry said in surprise. Goodness no, Dumbledore would not be very happy with that, Victor said. But I will teach effects and other such things. Huh, I bet Snape wasn't very happy about that, Ron snickered. Though his eyes remained fixated on Victor like he was the true enemy. Which is exactly why I would prefer not to share a compartment with him, he said. You don't mind if I join you, do you? Of course not, Hermione said happily, oblivious to Ron's subtle glowering. So, where's Ginny, anyway? Ron asked Harry. Oh, she's not really happy with me right now, the boy who lived mumbled. Ron immediately went on the offense. Harry, what did you do to my sister? He asked, a glint of light shining in his eye. Nothing, Harry said quickly. It's just, I broke up with her. WHAAAAT. Quote, I had to. With the things Dumbledore wanted me to do. Ron immediately calmed down. Oh, okay. So, you only broke up with her because you want to protect her, right? Right. And you do realize that the only way you're going to get her not to help would probably be to tie her up and toss her in a locked room, right? But I'm going to do my best to try. Quote, I love ya, mate. Quote, I wasn't asking for it. Harry wanted to say, you're 6 months too late. He exclaimed, we were going out for a while, you know. Harry laughed at Ron's joke hopefully. It was a joke, anyway, but the comment about the war threw him off slightly. You know, Naruto said, looking at the darkening sky from school library's window. It's starting to get dark. So, Kiba said, not looking up from his book, Magical Diseases of the Modern Woos. To be Shikamaru's turn to get us something to eat, he said. And he hasn't come back yet. Wow, really? The Inuzuka said, tonelessly and still probably not paying attention, as he flipped another page in the book. Once they get here, I don't feel like looking for the Great Hall with kids getting in my way all over the place. Quote, HN. Quote, Are you getting us something to eat or what? Naruto finally asked impatiently. I'm busy here. Kiba snapped back irritably, looking uncharacteristically busy indeed. Shut up, both of you, Sakura shouted from behind the bookshelves. Naruto and Kiba looked up, startled, somewhat prepared for what was coming next. Books were tossed from behind the shelf where Sakura was, and they began to fall on Naruto and Kiba like hail. Incoming, Naruto shouted, ducking under the table. Ow, Kiba said, wincing as one book had struck him square in the middle of his head. I can't believe it, Sakura said angrily, leaving the shelves that she had previously been organizing. Nobody here has properly organized these books in years. Decades. Naruto, make some cage bunshin and help me out here. But I'm hungry, he said. You haven't picked up dinner for us at all, she chided him. It'd be nice if you did something yourself. I heard you complaining to Kiba. Fine, Kiba, you help me organize the books. Naruto, pick up dinner. Wait, I'll pick up dinner, Kiba said frantically as the pink-haired Kunoichi dragged him off with Akamaru in tow. No, Naruto, help, he, sucker. Naruto snickered as he began to leave. Kiba's sobs echoed in the library. Naruto continued on his way. He didn't feel like looking for the Great Hall or the kitchens. But he definitely didn't want to stay and help Sakura. Once the girl went on a cleaning frenzy, there was no escape. Naruto, Sakura said, calling him back for a moment. Naruto shivered. Quote, Yeah, Sakura-chan. I think you're forgetting something, she said. Naruto sighed. Alright, come on, you, he said in English, pointing to a sulky blonde in the corner. I refuse, came the stubborn response. Quote, Naruto glared. Moments later, he had a tied up, thrashing Malfoy dragging behind him. This is completely undignified. Untie me at once. I refuse to be handled in such a ridiculous manner. Draco Malfoy growled, trying to get away. What was that? Draco said indignantly, not understanding a word of Japanese. Keep your mouth shut and I won't ask Sakura to sew it up, Naruto said firmly. You be glad that Ino stood up for you. Why did she anyway? Draco asked. Beats me. I mean, why keep you? You're useless. I'm not. I'm not. Fine. You make a good team mascot. I do not. Take that back. Quote, no, either you are mascot, or you are useless. Take your pick. Quote, I'm useless, Malfoy said, looking rather depressed. Good boy, Naruto said mildly, glancing around the hallway. Now tell me, where the heck is the kitchen? How should I know? You've lived here for how many years, and you don't even know where the kitchen is. Quote, shut, never mind. Quote, Naruto thoroughly enjoyed tormenting their former client. He was sure that he, like a majority of the others, would have loved to at the very least beat the living crap out of him. But Ino was completely against it. Who knows? Perhaps in the 2 months that she had been forced to stay inside his mind, she and Malfoy were now thinking on the same wavelength. Or something. The whole situation as to how Ino got caught up in the "help I can't get out of Draco's body" situation was rather difficult to grasp. What they knew so far was that he had been fooled into drinking a cup of tea containing some sort of potion. From what Sakura and Shikamaru had deducted together, the potion in the tea forced Ino and Malfoy to switch places in the mind, leaving Malfoy in charge and Ino trapped in the back. However, thanks to Ino's strength of mind, she was able to occasionally gain some control over Malfoy's motor skills, enough control to help him in tight situations, as he had been pursued by both wizards, Deidara, and even her friends, though she hadn't been sure it was them at the time. Through sheer determination, she had managed to keep hold of her own conscious thoughts, watching through Malfoy's eyes, completely aware of the world around her. Had it been a slightly more normal situation, she wouldn't have seen anything from his mind at all, dormant in the back of his head. Instead, she spent the past months watching through his eyes, feeling his basic emotions, and understanding his view of the world. It was probably because of this connection that she had gained some sort of close personal attachment to him. Either way, after she had drank the first potion, roles were, once again, switched, with Ino in complete control of the body and Malfoy conscious but stuck in the back seat. Still, even after she took the potion, she had still been unable to expel herself from the body, which meant that Dumbledore was having them rescue her with the intention of having them save Draco Malfoy in the process. Was the senile old man completely unaware of the fact that Malfoy had tried to have him assassinated? Either he forgot, he didn't know, or he didn't care. No matter which, Dumbledore was forgetful, oblivious, or unconcerned. He was still the kookiest genius Shikamaru had ever met. And that fact really did seem to tick the younger genius off quite a bit. On the other hand, maybe Dumbledore did care about the fact that Malfoy had attempted to defeat him, and maybe he was aware of the threat of having the shinobi save Malfoy. The old man was still up to something. He knew something the shinobi didn't. Even when Shikamaru wasn't around to intercept the occasional shuriken that targeted Dumbledore out of spite, if not defeat intent, his friends' attacks always seemed to miss the old man. On one occasion, in fact, when Naruto was testing out his new boundaries, he had thrown a fork in Dumbledore's direction and, instead of even drawing the slightest amount of blood, he suddenly hiccuped and completely missed, hitting McGonagall's pointy plaid hat. Shikamaru immediately reacted the moment he saw the half-hearted attempt on Dumbledore's life by grabbing Naruto by the front of the shirt. "Stop that," he hissed angrily. It was then that Naruto noticed the cold sweat on Shikamaru's forehead and the slightly frantic look in his eyes. Something wasn't quite right. Naruto warned the others against harming Dumbledore after that. He didn't like the feeling in the pits of his stomach that accompanied the paw-nicked expression he saw on his friend's face. In any case, the shinobi knew better than to expect Shikamaru to share any private information regarding his obligation to protect the damnable crackpot old man. Either the situation for him was extremely dangerous or extremely demeaning, and if the latter was that bad, so humbling that Shikamaru was unable to bring himself to share the details, then shinobi were rather hopeful that his situation was just too plain dangerous for him to tell. And so they brought their focus back to what they did know. They were stuck with Malfoy, whether the majority liked it or not. By the will of Ino, Shikamaru, and Dumbledore. All that they knew for sure was that Ino had privately convinced Shikamaru to let Malfoy live, and the fact that Dumbledore wanted Malfoy alive, God knows why, was rather helpful in the genius's final decision as well, since wiping the wizard's memory and tossing him out where he was wanted by Death Eaters would more than likely lead to Malfoy's imminent death. As Dumbledore and Ino were so opposed to, there was only one way to handle this: they had to keep him. On the other hand, even though Naruto didn't like the idea that recent clients were beginning to show a tendency to successfully manipulate them all, he wasn't completely unsatisfied by the results. Sure, No one still had any idea what Shikamaru had done to get everything they currently had. But they weren't about to look a gift HORSR now anyway. After all, they were living comfortably in a castle of all places, safe from most immediate danger. All they had to do was protect the castle, the students, and the teachers. Oh, and the only downside was the fact that they had to protect the castle, the students, and the teachers. They passed by the Great Hall, where Shikamaru was idly lying on top of a table, staring at the ceiling with his, "I'm cloud watching so leave me alone," face. It was odd, seeing him wearing robes, but the smoke lingering in the air was unmistakable. The blonde noticed, with a slight bit of humor, Shikamaru putting out his old cigarette on the table, leaving yet another burn mark, and pulling out a new one from his pack. All of a sudden, Naruto shivered. The entire corridor had suddenly grown cold. Nevertheless, he continued onward, maliciously grinning. As he began to walk down a few stone steps with Malfoy still being dragged on the stone floor behind him. When the bound wizard shouted to Naruto, "Look, I think that's the Bloody Baron. Please, just ask him for some bloody directions so we can find those gods' cursed house elves," he said desperately, jerking his head in the direction Misty Presence, barely visible in the rapidly disappearing sunlight. "The Bloody Baron, quote, the ghost for the Slytherin house," Malfoy said. "He's bloody scary and doesn't really talk, but he might at least point us in the right direction." Quote. Naruto squinted at the misty form and approached the ghost with Malfoy literally in tow. "Hey, Baron," the shinobi called out, waving his arm to hopefully catch the ghost's attention. Naruto wasn't sure how to act around this man. Ghost. It was actually the first time he had wandered in the hallways. The task of bringing food back up to their quarters often left to Kiba or Neji. Kiba, Neji, and Sai had previously spent a large part of their time mapping out the entire school, after all, and knew the school better than all of the others. Plus, Kiba had his sense of smell to hunt down house elves and meals, while Neji knew almost automatically where things were in the castle. And no one really trusted Sai alone with the food. "Hey, can you help us out?" Naruto asked as the shimmering form began to take a more humanoid shape while it approached the two. "We don't know where the kitchen is and soon the students are going to come and oh my god." Naruto's rather solid grasp on English suddenly fell apart, reverting back to his more habitual Japanese language when the ghost finally took a visible form. Coincidence? Quote. Naruto stared at the ghost for what felt like the longest time before dashing off, screaming with the ghost languidly floating after him. Sakura-chan. Moments later, Malfoy found himself alone, tied up and left alone in the hallway, hearing the echoes of Naruto's frantic screams. Quote. "I'm stuck here, aren't I?" Malfoy said to no one in particular. Looking around at the empty halls, Harry could see Hogwarts in the window as the carriage they rode in passed the gates and approached the school. The many windows reflected light from the sun just before it set. Eventually, the carriages slowed down to a stop. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny, who had joined them for the carriage ride, took their time walking towards the great oak front doors, which stood at the top of a flight of stone steps. "Move along," Professor McGonagall said to all of the passing students as they entered the building. Into the Great Hall. The Great Hall looked as magnificent as it always did, decorated for the start of term feast. Golden plates and goblets gleamed by the light of 1,000 candles that floated over the tables in midair. The 4 long house tables were packed with students trying to find seats. With familiar faces, with the staff watching in silence at the front of the room. Hey, there's Victor," Hermione said, pointing at the Quidditch player who was on break for the year. Seeing her point at him, he gave a small wave to Hermione, who enthusiastically waved back. "Oh joy," Ron muttered, walking past her to take a seat at the table. "Who's that?" Hermione said suddenly. "Who's who?" Harry asked, scanning the table more carefully for whoever Hermione was looking at. Professor Flitwick was seated in a large pile of cushions beside Professor Sprout, whose hat was. Dumbledore was sitting in the center, next to Harry's least favorite person in Hogwarts, Snape. And, of course, poor unfortunate Victor was forced to sit next to Snape, who still seemed annoyed by the fact that the much younger wizard had pried the title, Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor, away from him. There seemed to be a stifling silence between them. Is he passed out or just sleeping? Hermione wondered with wide eyes. I think he's passed out, Ron said. I think he's drunk, Harry said, looking at the bottle that the man held firmly in his grip. He could be passed out and drunk, Hermione said reasonably. That's definitely not butterbeer in his hand. Harry muttered, watching as Victor Crumb inspected the unmoving body, and then looked at the bottle, prying it from the man's stiff fingers and glancing at the label on the bottle. Ah, wait, I stand corrected. That is butterbeer. He got drunk off butterbeer, Ron said, looking absolutely amazed. For good reason. Maybe he added something to it, Hermione said uncertainly. I'm sure Dumbledore will probably introduce or explain a bit more about him in his opening speech. The words were no sooner out of her mouth when the doors of the Great Hall opened once again. Professor McGonagall led a long line of first years up to the top of the hall. She placed a three-legged. Harry vaguely noticed the man at the end of the table jerking awake and falling out of his chair, disturbing the Bulgarian professor sitting next to him. So here you are all gathered. Just like every year before. Most of you will know my song, but listen, I implore. The house that I will sort you to will show your heart's true colors. But my aim is not to sever you, or divide you from the others. United Hogwarts stands, and divided we will fall. Animosity between us spells disaster for us all. If you're Gryffindor you're daring, courageous and brave at heart. While if you're Ravenclaw you're clever, intelligent, witty and smart. In Slytherin you're cunning, ambitious, shrewd and sly. And in Hufflepuff you're fair and true, you work hard and always try. And of course there are the others, who have no house to go. Help them in search, and they'll pay back what they owe. Now put me on, and don't be scared, it doesn't take that long. I'll take a peek inside your head, and see where you belong. Well, Ron said, scratching his head. That was certainly a better song than last year's song. But all I want to know is, why does our table smell like smoke? I don't know, Ron, Hermione said impatiently. But what did the hat mean by, the others who have no house to go? No idea, he said. But seriously, it stinks here. He looked around for the source of the smoke. I think it's the table. And, while the three friends bickered about what was most important, the song and the newcomer, Hermione, the absence of a certain Draco Malfoy, Harry, or the smell. Ron, the sorting of the first years was completed and everyone began to eat. I wonder where Malfoy is. Harry vaguely wondered, glancing at the Slytherin table where Crabbe and Goyle sat, looking rather lost without their leader. I don't know, I haven't seen him at all during the summer, nearly headless Nick said very quickly, appearing out of nowhere. Everyone stared at him suspiciously. What? Welcome, Dumbledore said to the room. Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. I have a few things to say to you all, concerning security and such. A few anti-intruder jinxes on all of the walls have been removed. But they have been replaced by a new form of security. It is in your best interest not to touch the walls if possible. As we are all quite aware of, Lord Voldemort and his Th Eaters are continuing to gain strength. Are really dangerous. All of the castle's magical fortifications have been strengthened even further, but we must continue to avoid careless mistakes. If you notice any strange behavior, I urge you to report this to your head of house, and if your head of house is incapable of handling the situation, report directly to me or one of the portraits, who will relay the message to me. Items banned from Hogwarts will be posted on Argus Filch's door, as well as in your house. Dark, dangerous, and sharp items of any kind excluding quills will be confiscated and returned only if it has been judged to be safe. Guests of any kind are not allowed in Hogwarts unless they have first appointed a meeting with myself so that I may judge their trustworthiness. Now, on to lighter subjects. I would like for you to welcome Victor Crumb. You know him mainly as the Bulgarian Quidditch team's star seeker, but in light of current events, he has taken a vacation own his games and has come to teach us in the course of defense against the dark arts for this year, Dumbledore said as students cheered and screamed out enthusiastically. And now it is late, and now how important it is to you all to be alert and rested as you enter your lessons tomorrow morning. Bedtime. Chop chop, Dumbledore, Harry said, approaching the headmaster as the old man began to leave the room. Harry, the headmaster said with a smile on his face. Those lessons I gave you on Tom Riddle's past. You've seen what you need to see regarding Voldemort. Starting at the beginning of every month after October, you will be having new lessons. A few will be brief memories of Lord Voldemort, but not many. I have new information in store for you about a new subject. About what? What do you mean? Why, shouldn't we be focusing on Voldemort and his Horcruxes right now? Oh, we will be focusing on that. But what I am going to give you will be vital for controlling your new weapons. Weapons. I am growing old, Harry. We are both aware, I believe, that I will not live forever. Perhaps I'll survive at the end of the war. Perhaps I will not. What I do know is that if I die under unnatural circumstances, you will have to pay back the debt that I owe. Quote. Are you broke? Dumbledore chuckled. I did make it sound that way, didn't I? He said thoughtfully. No, I am not in any financial debt. However, a friend of mine is very big on paying back what is due. Not monetary-wise, but a favor, I suppose, though the word is a great understatement. What are you talking about? You will find out on the 1st of November, when I will give you your first lesson, Dumbledore said. He paused, glancing around the room. The flickering torches dimly lit the room. In the meantime, I suggest you get to bed. This year may turn out to be a long and weary one for many of us. And you, especially, if you choose to take the nastily exhausting wizarding tests. Right, Harry said, nodding. Thanks, Professor Dumbledore. Good night, Harry, Dumbledore said, as the boy turned around and left. He pulled out his put-outer and clicked it like a cigarette lighter, returning a few lights to the magical torches posted on the wall that had mysteriously been doused out. Come out now, please, Dumbledore said. Shikamaru. Dumbledore, he replied, nodding his head slightly. Well, you told me get a good look at Harry Potter and his friends, but you never told me not to follow him and listen to what he says to you and you to him, Shikamaru said, keeping his face impassive. Ah, your words are true, Dumbledore said. I suppose I'll have to fix that mistake, won't I? I forbid you from meddling in my private affairs, Nara Shikamaru. The leader of the group didn't say anything. Dumbledore felt rather guilty for this, but it had to be done. Plus, it wasn't as if the shinobi weren't getting any perks, whether they knew it or not. You have more in store for us, Shikamaru said. There's more to the job than protecting Hogwarts, Dumbledore said vaguely. You only paid us enough for a job to protect this castle and its residents. It was meant to be a kind gesture. I don't need to pay you for anything else. After all, why pay for something when all I need to do is to tell you to do something for me? I don't need to pay you, but I am, at least, paying you to protect the already well-protected castle. Kind of me, isn't it? Of course, Shikamaru said through gritted teeth. You want to defeat me, the old man said bluntly. Nonsense, the shinobi said dully, yet with the slightest hints of sarcasm. We treat our clients with the utmost dignity and respect. I believe I had to untie Mr. Malfoy and redirect him to your quarters, Dumbledore said, looking slightly amused. Quote. We treat most of our clients with dignity and respect, he swiftly amended. Clients who give us correct information and treat us the same way they would prefer to be treated. I suppose once you're free, you're going to try and defeat me as soon as you possibly can, won't you? Dumbledore asked, a bit of humor in his eyes that aggravated Shikamaru. Why on earth was he, twinkling, about his own death? He knew that the old man had something terribly ironic in mind. If that's what you think, then I'll make sure I do my best to fulfill your expectations of us as expert assassins, Shikamaru said, his formerly aloof eyes starting to brim with anger. And after you, I'll get Harry Potter. And whoever you'll have taught how to control us. Dumbledore frowned. He was fine with his own death threat. He was holding a hostage, he was manipulative, and he was currently acting as corrupted as a government official from the Ministry of Magic. He vaguely regretted the fact that the shinobi looked at him with the same animosity that Voldemort held for muggles, but what could be done about it? And yet, despite all his actions, Dumbledore dizzily cared the fact that the shinobi were also pinning a part of the blame on others, with the threat spreading to Harry as well. He felt that if there was anyone to blame, then it should be himself, but not Harry or anyone else innocent of the actions he was about to perform. If only, he said with mock regret. Shikamaru looked at him with a mild look of alarm in his eyes. He was sure that Dumbledore wasn't going to hit him. But instinct told him that he wasn't going to like what his client was going to say. And his instinct was right. Quote, If only you valued the lives of your friends as much as you did your own. If the anger in his eyes wasn't brimming before, it certainly was now. But if he wasn't mistaken, Dumbledore spotted a bit of guilt in his charge's eyes, suddenly feeling a fair amount of disgrace at his own words. You won't harm Harry Potter, Dumbledore said in a quiet, somewhat reprimanding voice. Quote, I won't harm Harry Potter, Shikamaru repeated dully. For the billionth time, I get it. And I won't harm his friends or any other ally in this castle either. Shikamaru didn't get a chance to finish. The oak doors behind him opened suddenly as a drunk, long-haired man tumbled out with a half-full bottle of butterbeer in hand. Someone tried to lock me in, Neji said to Dumbledore in garbled English, leaning heavily on the wall. Did they? Dumbledore asked with stunning politeness. Quote, No, but I fell asleep and someone closed the door. Ow ma Ingalls. Excuse me, are your ankles hurting? Now why mention it? No. The done. But our my English. Quote, Oh, your English is fine. Your intoxicated state doesn't hamper it at all. Thanks, ye miserable leer. Dumbledore sighed. He was definitely going to owe a lot in the end. Hopefully, he mused, I will be able to pay them back. Single quote. If only you valued the lives of your friends as much as you did your own. Quote. Shikamaru laid in bed that night, fuming as he remembered Dumbledore's words. As if he hadn't had enough to think about already. How dare he say something so open and rude? None of the shinobi spoke like that amongst each other. How dare that old man show that kind of disrespect? If they had been, would be severely punished for such insubordination, judging on the status of the insulted and that of the one doing the insulting. Of course, they hadn't been in Konoha in a very long time, much to everyone's despair. And how dare he be right? And he didn't like his situation at all. The only thing he could say in defense of his own pride was that at least he and the others were, well, not quite in shape. But at least they could run without breaking a hip. Of course, comparing oneself physically with a man 150 years old and counting. That was a victory over Dumbledore that left a sour taste in his mouth. The door creaked loudly as someone appeared in the now open doorway. You okay, Shikamaru? Ino asked, looking a bit concerned. I'd be better if I could manage to get my ceiling to look like the sky too, he said idly. What? Out in the great hall where all of the students all eat their meals. Their ceiling has some sort of magic so that when you look up, you see the sky. Looks nice. Oh, Ino sat down in the bed. Something wrong? Yes. What is it? I've been stuck here for 2 years and I am utterly sick of this world, magical or not. Ino frowned. Don't lie. You know you can't fool me. You've only been acting strange ever since we came here. Define strange. I was a smoker at 15, which is apparently looked down upon in this world. I'm a ninja in a world where ninjas don't exist anymore. Wizards exist and fly on brooms. I've broken the Nara tradition by willingly doing possibly more than necessary for a mission in my youth. And I found that I despise old men. Just looking at them leaves a bad taste in my mouth now. So tell me, which part do you find strangest? Because we've been stuck in a strange world for 2 years. Naruto and Sakura found out something very interesting. Ino said slowly, veering away from the uncomfortable subject that everybody avoided at all costs. What is it? Shikamaru asked, sitting up. As tired as he was of these interesting things, which usually ended up turning into dilemmas, he couldn't really afford to overlook possible threats. Shikamaru closed his eyes and frowned as Ino quietly shut the door. What happened to the good old days when he could relax and afford to be lazy? He sighed. Those lovely days where he could afford to relax and be lazy were long gone. My thinking corner. It's now exactly 4 in the morning and I am getting tired. I've been responding to reviews since 11 or 12. Anyway, I posted this chapter in celebration of the last day of school, May 24th. When I had planned to post this story, My 17th birthday, May 25th, the day the story ended up being posted, it was midnight. Pirates of the Caribbean. Now that I think about it, it's kinda sad that I'm more excited about the movie than I am my own birthday. Oh, today, I suppose is also supposed to be my reunion, where a whole bunch of friends from elementary school, of all places, would meet up at the mall. I kinda plan to go, but I don't think I have a ride. Meh, that kinda really sucks. Anyway, last day of school, hee. No more finals. I'm also probably not going to write much more this week, but this chapter's only, half edited because I've actually haven't really been able to get online to talk to my betas very much recently, so, yeah. 4:06. I'm wasting time in a darn corner when I could be asleep. Goodnight, people. Chapter 11. Breakups and Big Mistakes. Neji, wake up. Neji burrowed his face in his pillow when someone pulled his ponytail gently. Ino immediately sensed the attack and ducked as the Hyuga lunged out at her, attempting to get at least one hit on her. He succeeded in falling out of the bed, clutching his head. Boy, you're fast, Ino said teasingly. I sure am glad you've got a hangover. Oh, shut up, Neji muttered, looking at the clock and staring at it for a moment. To remember why on earth it was smashed to pieces. Oh yeah, he destroyed it with his vacuum palm technique days ago. What time is it? It's only 9, Ino said, going through his belongings. Our first class doesn't start until 3 in the afternoon, he complained, sitting on his bed and attempting to sort out the tangles in his hair from when he slept with his hair tied back. Surprisingly enough for Ino, it took only one comb with his fingers to completely sort out his hair, and he was, once again, the perfect-looking Hyuga. Whatever, Ino said, continuing to rummage through Neji's desks and drawers. Aha, she pulled out several clothes. What are you doing? I am picking out your outfit for class, she said decisively. You gotta have something to cover up your marks. Oh, and Shikamaru wanted to see you out in the lounge. Ino paused and grinned giddily. We have a lounge, she said with a huge smile. I can never get used to that. Neji sighed and stepped out of his room to see everyone sitting around in the room outside where Ino had directed him, some staring outright at him. What? He said irritably. Aren't you going to greet our new guest? Sakura said suspiciously. What's this all about? There's nothing new about him, Neji muttered. They all watched him expectantly, much to his annoyance. Fine. Hello, Malfoy. Happy now, he said irritably, annoyed by the fact that he was forced to treat a person he disliked with respect or, at the very least, with proper manners. Our other guest. Actually, guests, as in plural, she said. Pale eyes. You must be a Hyuga. A deep voice said. Neji looked around wildly. He wasn't hearing things, was he? What was that? Neji demanded. I knew it, Shikamaru said, making a mental note of Neji's inability to see the speaker. Neji jumped slightly, seeing a faint mist appear out of the thin air. Hyuga Neji, meet my ghost friend, Momochi Zabuza, and his invisible friend, Haku. Naruto said with a huge grin on his face. I don't see them, Neji said in a defensive voice. It seems that the Byakugan is so good, it can't see incorporeal beings, Sakura said to them. Naruto and I met them on our first mission that led us out of the Fire Country. Both of them died, and seemed to end up being sent here. Neji stopped all chakra flow to his eyes completely and squinted in the direction he had heard the voice. Seeing a nearly invisible gray mist. I almost see, he said. I'm now known as the Bloody Baron, the voice said. Why didn't you just keep the name, Zabuza? Neji asked. Bloody Baron seems rather excessive. Ever since we both arrived here, everyone has been so scared of him that no one has ever bothered to ask his name, another voice said, sounding much younger and more feminine. It must have been Haku, who was completely invisible to the Byakugan. That, and for a long while, neither of us could speak English. So you know English now? Naruto asked. Zabuza-sama was so stubborn to try to rest in peace that he hovered around one of the house common rooms for 14 years, refusing to listen or speak to a single English word. After a while, Albus just decided to assign him as the ghost of that house after the previous passed on. The ghost of a house. Meant to watch over the students and sometimes allow them to confide in him. Naruto snorted. I can't imagine anyone confiding in him. Me neither, Malfoy muttered from his corner. Ironic. The ghost of his former house was also a friend of some of the people he now feared the most. Well, what I'm wondering is why people from where we're from ended up at Hogwarts, Ino said. Almost all the ghosts here died somewhere else and ended up drifting and getting tied to Hogwarts, the only wizard in the room said. I don't know about any ghost here who actually died here. And what about the time jump? Why did Zabuza and Haku, who died less than 10 years ago, end up whacking up as a ghost exactly 52 years ago? Shikamaru said out loud. Question. Hiba said suddenly to the two ghosts. You know, since you're invisible and all, have either of you two girls' bathroom? Hermione sat in the girls' dormitory with her newest book, The Ancient Art of Runes, sitting on her lap. She was currently doing her best to ignore the excited chatter coming from the other side of the room. Her fellow female year mates were currently discussing the latest gossip that they had managed to gather on the first day of school. I heard Professor Hyuga is a genius. One of the girls said. I heard he's a fake. Another said doubtfully. He's a fake genius. A genius fake. A really hot genius fake. Think he's with Miss Yamanaka. I mean, they're both really pretty and they teach divination together. But you don't really feel much of a connection between them, do you? You guys. Lavender said to the others, glaring at her friends. Enough with the gossip. The girls' dormitory went completely silent. Even Hermione was staring at Lavender, the queen of senseless gossip in the Gryffindor house. No. Gossip? Parvati asked hesitantly. Not this kind, she answered. The question is, where is Professor Trelawney? She doesn't usually attend the first feast, but why are those two teaching her class? No one said anything. Do you think you know who got to her for her powers? Hermione rolled her eyes and snapped her current book shut, leaving the dormitory to study the ancient art of runes out in the common room where it was, at least, a little bit more peaceful. Already playing chess in front of the fireplace, Harry and Ron looked up to see Hermione huffily tossing her book down onto the table. Too noisy. The gossip is going to drive me to the ends of the earth. Hermione shouted angrily, letting out her pent-up rage. I take that as a yes. Ron said. He glanced nervously at the thick tome in her hand. Homework. Finished it. This is extra credit, she mumbled sitting down between Harry and Ron. Good. You can play against me too. The two of us against you? Hermione asked, looking at him in surprise. Not the two of you against me, but Harry against me, and you against me. Just at the same time. You've gotten that good? She asked him, surprised. Nope, I reckon I could take you on. Harry's not that good anyway, Ron said, watching his bishop decimate Harry's queen. I resent that, Harry muttered. Scoot over, Hermione said, pulling out a chess set of her own. You lost anyway, and Ronald Bilious Weasley, you are on. Come on, Harry, let's all play. Doesn't it feel a bit weird that you and I have to join forces to beat your boyfriend/my best friend? Harry said. Not in a game of chess, Hermione said, putting on her game face, which was actually just a look so full of concentration that she was pretty much glaring at Ron. So, Ron said, starting the opening game. What's got the girls gossiping now? Oh, just how pretty some Professor Hyuga was, Hermione said, pursing her lips as she planned out her strategy. Or maybe it was the thought of those girls fawning over yet another teacher. I think he's the new divination teacher or something. The one passed out on the table yesterday, you know. Anyway, Lavender's in a bad mood, since she doesn't know what happened to Professor Trelawney. That should worry us, Harry said idly, but for some reason, it just doesn't. I think I heard some of the third years talking about the divination teachers, actually, Ron said. Apparently, there are two of them. The first teacher is some Asian guy with sunglasses and a hat and the second is a lady who looks like a Mal. Wait, what? Hermione said. Why hadn't she seen it before? She didn't give his appearance a second thought that night, being rather disgusted by the man's lack of table manners or consciousness at dinner, but it was so obvious thinking about it now. She looks like a Malf. No, not that, she said, shaking her head. The Asian man with the sunglasses and the hat. What about him? Ron and Harry asked. Honestly, you two, she said. Who have we met this summer that is Asian and covers himself up? Harry's eyes widened. Neji. Exactly. His whole name must be Neji Hyuga. From the order, she said. Trelawney's probably been laid off or something. This means Dumbledore's really taking action now. He's actually placing Order members inside Hogwarts for more protection. I don't know about him taking action or not, but I guess this is good news. Harry said. But who's the other lady? Her name is Yamanaka or something, Hermione said, taking a brief moment to remember the blonde woman's name. She must have a little bit of Japanese in her. Or something. It sounds that way. But is it just Neji? Ron asked. I mean, what happened to Kiba and Sai then? And is that woman in the Order too? Maybe, Hermione said. Harry, why don't you ask Dumbledore about it later? I don't know, he said. I don't want to bother him about something like this when there are those you know what's to study about. Plus, Dumbledore has something new in plan for me. Lessons start in a month. I wonder what it is that he's going to teach me. Well, if you don't ask Dumbledore about the teachers, then we might as well find out about them ourselves. Ron said with a growing grin on his face, already looking forward to this year's newest adventure. So, Shikamaru said, rummaging through the newly organized books in the library. How was class? Fine, Ino said. Why are we staying up in the middle of the night in the library of all places? And Soccer is going to defeat you. She just organized this shelf by some kind of decimal system. Fascinating, he said sarcastically. It's like I wasn't here when she forced us both to clean up the place. You know, I find it a bit funny that you're working in the library of all places, Ino said. Suspiciously, even more so that you're doing extra work while everyone else is asleep. Shikamaru looked up in surprise. They're sleeping, he said. He looked at the clock on the wall and then at his own watch which wasn't working. He silently cursed the anti-electronics school. He looked back up at the clock again. Oh, yeah, it's midnight. We could all be sleeping right now, Ino urged, tugging on his arm slightly. She was surprised when he resisted her tug. You don't have to stay here with me, Shikamaru muttered, pushing her arm off his own. He pulled out a thick leather-bound volume, and without even glancing at it, he removed a second that was only a few books down on the row. What is it? It's none of your business, he said, shrugging. Well, you're my boyfriend, she said teasingly. That makes everything that's your business my business too. Well then maybe we shouldn't go out, he replied casually. What? Shish. Ikamaru jumped at the sudden volume of her voice. It was a joke, he hissed, covering her mouth. He may have been a librarian, but he had no real excuse to be sneaking around in the middle of the night looking at books. Ino glared at him but she didn't say anything. Shikamaru frowned and made a face, seeing that even though she was angry, she still wasn't leaving. He mumbled something under his breath. Hey, did you just call me a nosy meanie? She shouted. If that's what you think, then maybe I did, he shot back, looking at her square in the eyes. He didn't, actually, but he was getting rather frustrated with the way things had been going for him recently. Moments later, Shikamaru found himself crouching on the floor, wincing as he rubbed the bridge of his nose where his face had hit the edge of one of the bookshelves. He watched Ino through the shelves as she furiously stomped out of the library with the only lamp he had brought with him in hand. When he heard the door slam shut, Shikamaru sighed, putting the two books in his hands back on the shelf and pulling out all of the books that were between them. 1 o'clock, he reminded himself. He had 7 hours to read, translate, and copy down as much information from the books as he possibly could before Sakura would return to the library to start cleaning up again. And of shave to get rid of all evidence of his tampering. Shikamaru rubbed his eyes and prepared himself for a long night. Lavender, Parvati, and several other students climbed the ladder up to the divination classroom nervously, unsure of what was going to happen this day. The third years claimed that the class was fascinating. Ordinarily, the majority of the classes disliked divination because it seemed, according to them, too fake and stupid. What was the difference between Professor Sybil Trelawney, descendant of the famous Cassandra Trelawney, and these two new teachers? What could be more realistic than the real thing? Apparently, a fake, Lavender thought. pursing her lips in annoyance at the young woman who stood in front of the classroom with a bright smile on her face. She couldn't be much older than the students themselves. Sure, it wasn't full of paperwork or any such thing, but the squashy armchairs, little poofs, and small round tables were arranged like. "Good afternoon, students," the blonde woman said to the class once everyone had found a seat. The guys taking the class were particularly responsive. "Professor," Lavender Brown said, raising her hand. "Yes, Miss Lavender Brown, ma'am." "Ah, Miss Brown," she said. "What is it?" "I just have a few questions." "Oh, I'm sorry," the teacher said. "Not yet, dear. Introductions must be made first. Has everyone signed the roster? Where's the parchment?" "Oh, thank you, Mr. Pritchard. How did you know my name?" Graham Pritchard asked, looking alert. "That's what I'm going to be teaching you," the woman said with a smile. "Later. However, introductions are due. I am Miss Professor. You may just call me Yamanaka. I am Professor Hyuga's partner. I have been working with him for about a year now, though not in this course. This is our first year teaching. So please be kind to us both. We're not great with huge groups, and if you're particularly rude, we'll fail you." She paused. "This is the 7th year divination class. Towards the end of May, you will be taking your NEWT's exam, am I right? Doesn't take a genius to figure that out," Lavender muttered, rolling her eyes. "Lavender Brown," Yamanaka said, enunciating every syllable of her name. "Why do you feel you need to say that?" "Well, because it's obvious," Lavender said, feeling annoyed that she was being picked out of the group. Parvati jumped slightly at this sudden shift of focus. She wondered vaguely how the teacher knew her name. "Yes, Miss Yamanaka, it's just Yamanaka. Tell me, what does divination do exactly?" "It predicts the future." She tried uncertainly. Yamanaka's eyes lit up gleefully at this. The entire class felt almost scared of this woman at this point. Yes, it certainly is meant to do just that. But successful divination does not predict the definite future. No, divination actually predicts a future based on events that are currently happening outside of the wizard or witch's direct knowledge, yet based on what they know. Scratch that. They were definitely scared. Definitely really scared. But at least they were quiet. "Eno," a voice said from the back of the room. Students turned around quickly to see a dark-haired man, dressed astonishingly similarly to a muggle, standing in the back of the room. "Who are you?" Lavender said breathlessly, staring at this mysterious man in amazement. Eno frowned at the dazed appearance of the female students. "Class, she said firmly. This is Professor Hyuga, one of the best readers in our generation." The man wore dark sunglasses, dragon-hide gloves, and a low-brim muggle bucket hat. After shifting his hat slightly, he walked past the students to the front of the class. A girl sighed. "What Yamanaka is attempting to tell you is that direct actions do not work in divination. For example, let's say, someone named Andrew is going to be defeated by a mob of angry people next week on Tuesday. Really?" Parvati said loudly. If they hadn't already been sitting on the floor, Lavender would have kicked her. "Exactly," Yamanaka said. "It is not looking into the future, seeing something happen, coming back to the present, and reporting on it. No one knows the future. But Professor Trelawney told us." Lavender was about to argue. "Professor Trelawney made accurate assumptions because they just so happened to happen," the blonde woman said, shaking her head. Hyuga nodded. "She found predictable things and chose to share that information with you. A true divinist does not depend on magic to foresee the possible outcomes. It uses logic, and that is he main reasons why so many wizards are unable to grasp this concept." "I don't get it," a Slytherin said. "Then you are doomed to fail your NEWTs, and thus are excused from this classroom," the man said, nodding slightly. "The trapdoor and ladder are right behind you." No one moved. The student stayed. "How do we know you're the real thing?" Lavender said suspiciously. The professor looked at her for a minute, then leaned forward with a small smile, only inches away on her face. Her eyes widened, having caught a glimpse of his astonishingly pale eyes. "Green is not a good color on you, Miss Brown," he said with a mocking smirk on his face. "And I'm not talking about envy." Lavender made a small noise, turning bright red and crossing her arms protectively in front of her chest, feeling rather violated by the mere statement. She heard Ino laughing at the front of the classroom. What did he mean by that? Parvati asked. And none of your business, she said to her best friend, Watchin'. Professor Hyuga returned to the front of the classroom. Halfway there, he froze. Ino. The blonde woman stepped forward and held his hand as they both took a seat at the desk. Both guys and girls sighed sadly. Darn. Lavender, on the other hand, eyed the couple suspiciously. It didn't look as if they had any sort of romantic attachment or relationship between them. In fact, it looked more like Yamanaka was leading him back to the desk. The first step in our type of divination, Ino said, returning to the front of the classroom, is sitting down and assessing the customer. I want you L to turn to the person next to you and find clues as to what he or she is feeling based on how they act. The rooms that the shinobi were supplied at Hogwarts were nothing short of homely and comfortable. As reluctant as everyone was to stay at the school, the castle itself was completely willing to do whatever it could to suit their needs. Every room they had suited the residents' preferences. At first, they had all been puzzled by the one-room quarters they had been given, but the shinobi were pleasantly surprised when they found that they could request additional rooms whose doors magically appeared when needed. Naruto was currently sitting in the living room, in front of the fireplace with a rather bored expression on his face as he counted the stones in the ceiling. He heard the creaking of the door as it opened and shut, but no footsteps, which meant it was one of his friends. Naruto, the newest arrival, said. Hearing his name, Naruto lifted his head slightly to see Kiba and Akamaru in the doorway. Hey, the Inuzuka said. A sofa appeared before him and he collapsed on top of it casually, though the intense stare he had on Naruto was anything but. Yeah, Kiba's eyes darted around the room. Naruto looked around to see Akamaru sniffing about the room, as if searching for possible bugs or listening devices. Was something wrong? You finished patrolling early? Kiba asked him. His voice had no trace of fear or caution, though his eyes remained narrow and focused. Not really, Naruto said. My cage bunshin are in the halls. If something happens, they'll go poof. Then I'll know that something is going on. Kiba nodded. I see. Akamaru barked loudly, wagging his tail, and jumped onto the couch with Kiba, who scratched him in his favorite spot behind the ears. Thanks, he said to Akamaru. He turned back to Naruto. Since you seem a bit bored, maybe you could help me. I'm guessing Itsuruto asked. Akamaru didn't smell anyone in here, he answered. Or anything out of place either. Yeah, it's safe. Great. What do you need? Kiba pulled down his collar to show Naruto the large jagged scars that ran down his neck. The werewolf bite, he said. You remember, right? You nearly gave us all heart attacks. I definitely won't forget, Naruto retorted. What about it? Werewolves are supposed to be infectious. I think I'm a werewolf now. Naruto stared at him blankly. Oh, okay. Refresh my memory here. What's a werewolf, again? Like a magical wolf, only it's not some kind of normal disease. It's some sort of a cursed disease, Kiba said with a frown, pulling up his collar. And you think you're a cursed wolf now? He asked. Why, my sense of smell is getting stronger, he said, pulling up his collar. A lot stronger. Maybe your bloodline is just turning into a real bloodline, Naruto reasoned. Like puberty, or something. Maybe, Kiba said, scratching his head and still looking unconvinced. My hair's a bit thicker too. You haven't cut it properly in years, the blonde said skeptically. I, for one, don't notice any big difference. That's probably true, Kiba admitted. I've also been bitten by a werewolf. Blunt but to the point. He did have a point. Now that is some solid evidence, Naruto said. So, what's the problem? If I'm cursed, I should know a bit about my condition, right? He said, looking uncertain as to what to call it. The LYC. I don't know how to say it. Well, it's a magical condition thing, right? Naruto said. Look in the magical library that Sakura and Shikamaru work in now. I did, Kiba said darkly. I looked at the catalog. I sat and actually read English. And now I've got a huge headache too. But that's not the point I'm trying to make here. During some wedding that Neji, Sai, and I dropped by, there was this guy the first met for a moment who was a werewolf. And you want to ask him about it? Exactly. How would you know how to find him? Naruto asked him. He could be somewhere across the country by now. I don't think your nose has gotten that much better. I can find out. Naruto met Kiba's eyes once again and found, much to his surprise, that there was none of that usual brotherly humor. He was completely serious about how much he believed his scent had improved to track a man all over Europe, as well as running away from the rest of the group. Quote. You really mean business, don't you? Naruto asked, smiling to hide the dread he was starting to feel in the pits of his stomach. You're sure that the curse thing didn't affect your brain? I'm completely serious, Naruto, he said. Akamaru and I plan to leave. What, do you want me to come with you or something? Naruto said sarcastically, with his worst fears confirmed. Just tell Shikamaru and go. Or I could if you want. Don't, Kiba said. I don't want Shikamaru knowing that we're going to leave, he said. We're all supposed to be friends, Naruto said, looking annoyed. Friends tell each other when they're going to run away and ditch the rest. You can't just sneak out and run out on us like that. Friends also don't hide important information from each other either. Kiba spat angrily. I'm not hiding anything anymore. Naruto said angrily. You all know about the Q. I'm not saying that you are, he said, shaking his head. I'm saying that it's Shikamaru. He's hiding stuff from us. Big stuff. But Naruto scratched his head at the risks they were about to take with the unity of their surrogate family. Why can't you just look in the darn library? All of the information was gone, Kiba said. It's been removed. I asked Sakura for access to the records, so she let me look at all of the. I looked in the thing that helps you look for books. The catalog. Yeah, there's no information there on werewolves. Doesn't mean it was removed, Naruto said. Maybe they just don't have it. During the students' lunch, I met some girl earlier today in the library, Kiba said. Was she cute? Stop it, Naruto, he said. Naruto stared at his friend. Crap, Kiba really was worried about this, wasn't he? Anyway, this girl, she practically lives in the library. She knew where every single book in there is in. And she knew that there was a missing book. So then I got Sakura to let me look at a few more records, and it turns out there weren't any records. None of the books that girl and I were looking for were ever in the library. So that means they didn't exist, Naruto said. The library ever ordered them and that girl was wrong. She might have been lying. Kiba showed him 3 sheaves of parchment. Oh, yeah, Kiba said. He untied the pinkish-red string from the parchment and unrolled the parchment to read. It's really long and detailed and has a lot of information, he said. And the citations claim that she got this information from the theories of lycanthropy, the origins of the werewolf, fantastic beasts and where to find them, and a lot more. These books are all gone. You know, Naruto said, taking the papers and shifting them around to skim the longer than necessary English words. You could always use this to find whatever it is that you're looking for. It doesn't have it. I've already looked through it. It's not there. And what is it, exactly? The specific details that only another werewolf knows. I want to know that if I transform, when would it happen? The actual time of the month is common knowledge. According to this report, a werewolf always transforms under the full moon, but if you take a wolfsbane potion on a regular basis prior to transformations, then the time spent as a werewolf is a bit shorter. It wouldn't take full ECT until a certain time if you take the potion regularly and stay out of the moonlight, or something like that. But when I was bitten, the night wasn't over yet. I was bitten by a werewolf, and it was a full moon. I didn't transform. I might be a werewolf and I don't know how long it'll be before my transformations might start. I don't have any wolfsbane potion. Naruto frowned. What does the potion do, exactly? Apparently, in the form of the werewolf, you attack anything that moves. I wouldn't be able to control myself, and if I manage to bite you guys, you'll get infected too, Kiba said. The potion helps me keep my conscious mind in control, rather than the werewolf's instincts. The blonde frowned. This could be a huge problem. The whole mess they were in was a problem. Why do you think that Shikamaru is our enemy? Or whatever? Naruto asked. The shelf where the books were supposed to be, they had his scent. He was there the night before, and I think he leaned his head against the shelf or something. Ino might have been there too, but I can't tell. Her perfume is all over the place and it irritated my nose too much to track down the actual scent. Naruto frowned. How long do you think it would take for you to find this other werewolf? Kiba's eyes brightened. A month, tops, he said with a grin. I promise. Well then, you have 2 weeks. What? You can leave whenever time you want. I'll have a cage bunchen imitating you and Akamaru for 2 weeks, and if you don't come back within that time, I'll tell Shikamaru. This feels unfair, Kiba protested. The fact that these 2 years of close teamwork living and working only with each other don't seem to mean anything to one of us. Here, Naruto said, that feels unfair. He shook his head. If we do this, we could be in deep crap with the others, you know. With Shikamaru, the Inuzuka asked, what's he going to do, hit us? PFF'd. Kiba, you've done a crap load of stuff. Shikama, Ru told us not to be nosy and look in too much on this magic stuff, not to make any kind of excessive contact with anyone outside of our group, and not to leave the school grounds, Naruto said. He paused, with his list of Shikamaru's orders helping them both understand how many rules they were start either hand. It also helped them both realize how well Shikamaru was dictating their group without him even giving his orders a second thought, using his leadership skills and their respect for him as a strategist as leverage when it came to persuading them to follow his every word. 2 days after the arrival of the students at Hogwarts, and we are already conspiring amongst ourselves. We're all split up, you versus Shikamaru and Dumbledore. Mutiny, man, it sucks, Naruto said. You have want to get back before I tell Shikamaru. I thought it was 2 weeks. Kiba said. What, do you want 2 weeks or a month? Naruto asked irritably. A month, he answered quickly with a feeling of relief. Then you had better leave now. He nodded quickly. Right. Naruto closed his eyes as Kiba started to leave the room, brows furrowed and with a frown on his face. He was probably going to regret this. Naruto, Kiba said in the doorway, about to leave, with Akamaru standing by his side. Yeah, thanks. Really, I mean it, he said, when Naruto didn't respond, either annoyed or worried. I owe you. Stuff it, Naruto said, not moving from his seat to acknowledge Kiba. We're like brothers, I think. And this is what brothers are for, right? Thanks. The small feeling of relief Kiba was starting to feel was immediately doused by the muttered comment that Naruto probably didn't expect Kiba to hear through the closed door. For using them for your own needs, Kiba, you jerks. It then occurred to Kiba how being considered a brother or any other part of a family on occasion often wasn't a compliment in Konoha. The golden trio looked up at one another with a small fleshy-colored bead in their ear. The wireless connection from Fred and George's extendable ears was a prototype. They hadn't introduced the newer version of the extendable ears to the public yet, but Harry, Hermione, and Ron were the first to be able to use it, with its wireless connection, and the feature that allowed it to record sounds. I didn't understand a single word they said, Ron said, completely bewildered by the Japanese conversation. Having not foreseen this unexpected obstacle, Hermione hit her forehead in frustration. We haven't seen you smile like that in a long time, Ino commented. Taking a seat on a cushion next to Neji. They were both in the divination tower, drinking tea. The last class of the day was over, but Ino had kept Neji up in the tower so she could comply. And about how cold Shikamaru was being to her, recently. I'm glad I was the first to see it. You're making fun of me, Neji said, definitely not smiling. No, I'm not, she insisted. But just out of curiosity. Was it because Miss Brown's green lingerie had something silly written on it or because you're just a pervert? Neji turned his head to look at her and then looked, resisting the urge to make a scathing remark about the lack of personal attention Shikamaru had been showering her with. Instead, he made a comment on a subject that had been bothering him. Naruto and Kiba are up to something. Neji said to her, what do you mean by that? I only got half of their conversation, and sometimes they mumbled so I couldn't really read their lips, but, from the looks of it, Kiba's bailing out on us. Bailing out, Ino repeated incredulously. As in, like, leaving. Not right now, Neji said. He's in his room. But yes, it seems that he is planning on leaving us. Ino didn't say anything. First Tenten and now Kiba and Akamaru, the Hyuga said contemplatively. By the time we get back home, we're going to be out of shinobi. Neji, Tenten didn't bail out on us, Ino said. Well, I don't believe she's dead either. Neji muttered. I don't want to argue about it, she said, immediately brushing over Neji's damnably persistent theory. Any more arguments, and the tension will give me a heart attack. And then I suppose we'll have lost our fourth member. I'm getting a headache just thinking about it. Let's not talk about it. What do we do about Kiba? Well, Neji said, looking at the sparrows that they had bought from the pet store in Diagon Alley. We don't need all 7 of these just for messages if one of us are going to leave. He reached over and unlatched the wire door, allowing one of the sparrows to fly out. Baki, one, he said to the sparrow that perched on his fingers. If Kiba leaves, follow him. Hermione replayed the conversation for the last time, taking notes with the library's Japanese dictionary set out in front of her. It had taken several frustrating hours, but she finally finished translating it into rough but understandable English. She was hoping that the conversation was worth the effort she put into it. Luckily, it was. Okay, there are 2 of them in the room. One is Kiba from Bill's wedding, and the other is named Naruto, she said, reading her information out loud. Kiba and someone named Akamaru are going to leave. Akamaru. That's a funny name, Ron said thoughtfully. So is Shikamaru, she said with a shrug. Maybe they're brothers or something. Anyway, Kiba and Akamaru are patrolling the school. I'm assuming that they're guards that Professor Dumbledore hired to keep a low profile and guard the school. It would make sense. Kiba's guarding the school. Neji's taking position as a teacher in Trelawney's tower to watch over, and Sai's probably somewhere inside the school too. And so far, we know that there is Kiba, Neji, Sai, Naruto, Shikamaru, and Akamaru in this school who are involved with Dumbledore for sure, Harry said. And Yamanaka, Hermione said. Someone mentioned how a Lady Med Yamanaka told them she had worked with Neji before. She's probably in the group too. Whatever. I still think that Kiba might have been the person who attacked Hogwarts. Ron mumbled. Why would he if they're protecting Hogwarts? Harry asked. Wait a minute, Hermione said. Akamaru's not a person. I think he's a dog. Kiba said. Akamaru didn't smell anyone in here. Kiba also said at his sense of smell was getting a lot stronger than usual. They might have a strong sense of smell already, he said. Kiba said his nose was stronger, not Akamaru's, she corrected. Plus, that may be a side effect of him becoming a werewolf. They didn't say anything. That really sucks, Ron muttered. Aside from the fact that he may have nearly defeated us and Dumbledore, I kinda liked him. It's not as if he's dead, Harry said defensively. Professor Lupin is just fine. That's it, Hermione said suddenly. What's it? He and Ron asked. He's talking about Remus Lupin. He's going to Professor Lupin. They must have met face to face after Bill's wedding. Kiba knows that Remus is a werewolf, so he's going to find him. He doesn't need to go running all over Europe looking for Remus, Ron said. We could find him before he leaves and tell him that we can get a message directly to him. We'll take the invisibility cloak. Harry frowned. No offense, but I don't think all three of us will fit under there too well anymore, he said. I'll go. Studying, Mr. Nara. Found, once again, under the sky in the Great Hall. Shikamaru hastily folded up the map, stuffed it into his pocket, and hid his cigarette. There was a small hissing sound and smell of burnt wood as he smothered the lit cigarette end on the dinner table decorated with green and silver. He knew it was dumb. Lador walking into the Great Hall the moment the old man stepped through the doors. By now, he knew that Dumbledore was some sort of walking lie detector, possibly even more powerful than Ino with her own near telekinetic abilities. Unfortunately, he still didn't know how to directly counteract this. Ino's mental barrier had either come naturally or it had come to her with the technique that her father had passed down to her. Either way, the odds that Shikamaru could learn it very quickly at this age was low. He had been raised to use the shadows like Inara, and he would continue to use shadow manipulation like Inara. But he would use his brain like the genius's other shortcomings. So far, he had gathered that Dumbledore could only look through his mind if he had direct face-to-face or eye-to-eye contact. Staring at the ground was a disgustingly obvious way to overcome this technique, but it was still somewhat effective. "What do you want?" Shikamaru asked, annoyed by this man's mere presence. "I'm just wondering how you and your companions are finding this castle," he said. "It's fine," he said. Unable to look at him face to face, Shikamaru suspiciously watched the old man's every movement through his skin. The headmaster's shadow rubbed his chin. "I've been wondering, have you found a solution to your werewolf dilemma?" The genius almost looked up, but he caught himself, forcing himself to stare at the shadows. "I'm still thinking. I have noticed that you directed Sakura to organize the potions section," Dumbledore said. "It pleased her," the shinobi muttered. "She's a medic. She'd probably enjoy looking through the potion's ingredients for things like the blood-replenishing potion. Even if the potions are sometimes made up of things like roach feces and the such. She finds the ingredient indexes amusing, actually. I suppose it is nice for a healer," Dumbledore said, nodding. "And I suppose that means you want Sakura to like you so she can put in a good word to Ino, right?" Shikamaru's head shot up, and he immediately regretted doing so, as his plan to completely avoid Dumbledore's eyes was ruined. He swore silently, others' freedom and therefore Ino over them. And the two girls seemed to be close friends. "Therefore, you wanted Sakura to get you on Ino's good side." Shikamaru's eyes widened slightly. He brought his eyes back down to his feet with a stony expression on his face. "Ah, you caught me, Dumbledore," he spat. "Ino's mad at me, and you know it. What other old news do you want to throw at me? What are you going to tell me next? This is a school of magic. We have nowhere to go. Kiba's in deep crap, as well as the rest of us." "Ah, how about the fact that Kiba plans to take a small vacation?" Dumbledore asked. "Yeah, that was next on the list," Shikamaru muttered. "You should. Of turning us in, there's still the problem that if you are no longer there to hide us, we are dead meat. You and I are alike," Dumbledore mused. "Don't worry about what happens when I die. I have a successor to continue my work." "Oh joy," Shikamaru said. "In other words, don't worry, when I die, I'll appoint someone new to lord over you, is that right?" "In a way," Dumbledore said, "though I hardly doubt that he would abuse his authority over you. Know, next time, don't say, 'Don't worry,' like you're trying to help us," he snapped. The old man sighed. "I know when I'm not wanted. I'll leave you be." "Then why didn't you just leave us alone before?" Shikamaru wondered. "We didn't want you before either. Things were going well for us then." The headmaster got up and left the great hall. Shikamaru lit a new cigarette and pulled the map out of his pocket. He stared at the tiny figures on the map and spotted Kiba leaving their rooms, which he found rather odd, considering the fact that he was still supposed to be on patrol. Shikamaru paused, suddenly remembering Dumbledore's previous statement. "Ah, how about the F.A. court that Kiba plans to take a small vacation?" he had asked. Oh crap, Dumbledore was trying to tell him something. Kiba was jumping ship, and Shikamaru needed to stop him before it happened. He had forgotten to tell the others why they couldn't leave the normal way. Shikamaru got up to his feet. He put 2 fingers to his lips and whistled 4 short consecutive times. A few moments later, one of the sparrows flew to him. "Rakusa, get this to Sakura," he said, scribbling a quick note and tying it to the bird as he ran out into the hallway and, before leaving out the entrance hall. The Inuzuka was already making his way outside. According to the map, Sakura was already quickly making her way towards Shikamaru. He turned around and saw a familiar pink head in the distance, as well as Sai, who must have been in the library with her as well. "Sakura, Sai," he said. "What is it?" Sakura asked as she and Sai ran alongside Shikamaru. "Kiba and Akamaru are trying to leave," he muttered as they ran to intercept their possibly first missing enin of the group. And, with everything that was going on, finding the closest available shinobi, Shikamaru didn't have any time to register the small fi. Grr on the map that was already moving to intercept Kiba. Harry prided himself on his ability to sneak around in the darkness. After living with the Dursleys for so long, Harry had gained the ability to move quietly, yet at a steady pace. This talent was most useful at times when he was sneaking out to grab a bit to eat or when Dudley and his friends were chasing him around. Now, at 17, he had mastered the art of running in complete silence. Then again, Harry was amazed by Kiba's speed. He had seen the man leave the castle. Harry had already been waiting outside, prepared to cut him off. But Kiba came from a different exit, so Harry was forced to run and catch up. Harry had the head start, but the man was already much further ahead, and it seemed that he was moving just as quiet. Lee with a huge lumbering dog by his side. All of a sudden, dozens of large creatures ran past Harry without a single sound. Was he deaf or something? So many of them moving in absolute silence. How could they move so quickly without a single sound? Wait a minute, Harry thought to himself, pausing slightly in his pursuit, only to continue at a greater speed. What the heck were those things anyway? From behind, they looked almost like swirly ink paintings, only they were moving. After almost 7 complete years, though technically just 6, of living in the wizarding world, Harry was no stranger to moving pictures. But moving pictures that weren't even pictures. This was getting confusing. Harry saw a flash of pink amongst the creatures that were pursuing Kiba, and he realized that there were actually 3 people amongst the stampede of ink creatures. Kiba, a woman cried. The brown-haired man turned his head slightly, saw the army of inky creatures, and ran faster. From the crowd of ink creatures rose a dark-haired man riding on some sort of monstrous animal that resembled the lion dragons that guarded Buddhist temples. With a scroll in one hand, he seemed to scribble something across the page. And a countless number of small black objects swooped down and swarmed Kiba and his dog. After a moment of fruitlessly fending off the creatures with his arms, the man shouted, "Suga, piercing fang." Harry's eyes widened when both Kiba and the dog suddenly spun around towards his pursuers and spun like a blurred tornado, directly towards the group. What the heck was this? The next thing Harry knew, the 3 pursuers were jumping back to their feet with large puddles of ink staining the grass. They were all shouting at each other. From afar, he recognized Sai as well. "Shikamaru," Sakura said to the other man, the one with the pony tail. They were all talking in Japanese, and Harry didn't understand a word they said. Then they started fighting, and RRY still didn't understand what was going on. What a waste, Sai said thoughtfully, toeing the ink-stained grass at his feet. "It's just ink," Sakura said to him. "I'm not talking about the ink," Sai said, looking up at Kiba with a stare so strong, he might as well have been pointing at the Inuzuka. "I heard that," Kiba said, pointing accusingly at Sai. "Jerk. Mutt." Kiba growled in response to that, though that probably only served to prove Sai's point. "Kiba," Sakura shouted. "Why are you doing this?" She said. "It's not what it looks like," he said quickly. "It looks like you're running away," Sai said thoughtfully. "Okay, it's sort of what it looks like. What are you talking about?" "I'm getting help," he said. "He doesn't know what he's saying," Shikamaru muttered. "You don't know what you're saying." "Sakura relay are you?" Sakura said. "Is this true?" "I'll tell you the whole truth when I can get the whole truth," Shikamaru muttered. "I'm a werewolf, aren't I?" Kiba demanded. "We don't know for sure," he replied. "Just calm down, stay here, and we'll figure things out." I'm Rabbit. You guys are going to put me down or something?" "Do we look like idiots to you?" Sai asked logically. "A werewolf sounds a lot better than a dog. If you're stronger, you're useful, and if you're useful, we're not going to do something stupid like putting you down. Unless we're stupid, that is. Thinking about that now, it's entirely possible that we may put you down." "You're not making any sense," he shrugged. "And if you're not trying to screw me over, then why'd you attack me?" Kiba said angrily. "We wanted to get your attention." Sakura said. "Well, you could have said, 'Hey, Kiba, listen to us and wait a second.' You didn't have to throw a freaking huge mob of ink monsters at me." When out of bloody nowhere, Kiba hit their ride, a stolen vehicle with the shinobi and their stolen valuables for their client inside, with a Gatsuga, thinking that the others were ditching him. Oh, shut up, Sai. Anyway, if Shikamaru can't figure out whatever it is he's trying to figure out and is going around stopping us from trying to help him by hiding information, then I'll go and find it myself. Just so you know, Shikamaru said, taking a deep breath to calm himself, you cannot just leave as simply as that. Suga. Kiba used his rotating attack. Once again and everyone dove out of the way. On terms of raw power, Kiba was the strongest, and no one was willing to try to take on the spinning technique. Of course, Sakura slowly began to realize. It wasn't as if Kiba was trying to hurt them. The first attack had destroyed only the ink clones, and even now, he hadn't used the Shikyaku no Jutsu, beast mimicry, four legs technique or the Jujin Bunshin, beast human clone. Instead of causing direct injury with claws and teeth, Kiba was resorting to fighting barehanded, risking only bruises and, at most, broken bones. Then again, Kiba may not have been willing to seriously injure his friends, but Sakura, Shikamaru, and Sai weren't willing to fight back at full power either. Well, Sakura and Shikamaru weren't. Sai was crazy, so he would probably actually do something incredibly heartless or something like that. You can't leave, Sakura shouted as Kiba continued to attack. Of course not. Not until you guys stop following me. Sakura's right, even if she doesn't understand why, Shikamaru said, making no move to counterattack. Kiba stopped. What do you mean? Just don't move. You're right on the border of Hogwarts, and if you cross the invisible line, you will sorely regret the consequences, he said seriously. Now come back, slowly. Kiba glared at Shikamaru again. You're lying. There's nothing over here to be afraid of. My smell has gotten even stronger. And there's nothing here. Akamaru. Both Kiba and Akamaru turned to make a break for it. Quote. You both are idiots. You can't smell mag, Shikamaru said, hastily making a hand seal. A shadow shot across the ground towards Kiba, but it reached him a split second too late, managing to establish the shadow connection between Shikamaru and Kiba, but unable to prevent him from crossing the invisible line that prevented enemies from invading the castle and Hogwarts residents from leaving it. Kiba jolted, twitching as if he were being shocked, and hit the ground. Akamaru, who hadn't hit the invisible barrier at full force, let out a sharp yelp and whined. Shikamaru, who had been forced on the ground when Kiba had, via his shadow copying technique, released his shadow the moment he had recovered from the sudden impact with the ground as well. Sakura and Sai ran forward to see their friend. Kiba, are you all right? Sakura asked. Her hand glowed green and she held it over Kiba. He's been shocked. Shikamaru rubbed his head and knelt by Sakura and Kiba. Dumbledore warned me not to let anyone off the grounds, but he didn't say it would do that, he muttered. I think that the further you pass the line, the more of a shock you'll get. Is he all right? He'll be fine. Probably twitchy for a few hours after he wakes up, Sakura said, removing her hand. We've been through worse, so Kiba'll definitely make it. He's a rash idiot, Sai said with a frown. Well, he was probably freaking out. I mean, he did mention being worried a week ago, Sakura said. And now, the moment he's determined enough to accept the possibility of werewolf contamination and learn out more about it, he doesn't find any information at all. I guess with a mixture of panic and logic. He figured that it would help to find a real werewolf and question him. Which, according to what he mentioned, he might have actually known a real one. By the way, did you really hide the books in the library, Shikamaru? Sakura asked. I want to make a solid plan before letting anyone else start making half-formed wild guesses as to what we need to do. Do about what? I'll tell you later. Sakura frowned, but didn't say anything. So long as you don't get any more of us defeat, we're not going to revolt, you know. Shikamaru looked at her, and Sakura turned red. Any of us, I mean, she muttered, looking at Kiba's unconscious body. Ooh, how she wanted to kick the foolish boy for making everyone go on edge. Their whole situation was depressing enough with Shikamaru striking some secret deal with Dumbledore to keep them out of the old man's hands, and then Kiba just had to make the situation worse, panicking and causing everyone else to panic. The nerve of him, or lack thereof, But even Sakura had to admit that Kiba had a perfectly reasonable excuse for attempting to leave. If he was that big of a danger to the group, who knew what would happen? Shikamaru sighed. After this is all over, I plan on taking a long vacation, he said almost wistfully, pulling out the map in his pocket out of curiosity, looking to see where Dumbledore was. He paused. According to the map, someone was standing right behind him. Something wrong, Shikamaru? Sakura asked. No, nothing. But all of a sudden, twisting his upper body, he spun around and threw a knife directly behind him. It flew far until it hit a distant tree. What was that for? Sai asked. Sakura looked at him, concern etched into her eyes. Shikamaru. It's nothing, he muttered. Stuff. Fing the map back in the pocket of his vest. Let's go. Bring Kiba back to his room. I guess I'll talk with him and clear things up. We'll never bring any of this up again, alright? Sakura and Sai nodded. Right. Harry stood there, stunned and speechless as the strange group left. So many things, happening at once. Down on the ground, there were huge track marks where Kiba had torn through the ground as he attacked his friends. There were large ink marks staining the ground. The person known as Shikamaru had nearly defeated him, throwing a knife right past his head. And luckily, Harry ducked a split second before the man blindly swiped at his head, as if confused by the lack of Harry's presence. And, of course, when Harry ducked, he got a good look at the suspiciously familiar piece of parchment in his hand. Harry had seen it earlier from a distance, but he hadn't been sure until now. And now, with the man directly facing him, grabbing at the air above his head, Harry saw the piece of parchment up close. It was the Marauder's map. Baki is one of the sparrow's names. It's Kiba's sparrow. For all of them, they just reversed the letters of the name so Kiba is Baki. Kiba Baki Sakura Rakusa Naruto Toruna. Shikamaru Rumakashi Saisa. Ino Noi Neji Jin. I can't tell if any of that is actually going to come into play though. My thinking corner. Man, I've been a lot busier than I expected this summer. It's been way too long. Summer is usually my time of solitude, where I can get away from everyone and pretend I don't exist anymore. People usually get annoyed because once SC stop picking up the phone. Anyway, aside from sleeping, watching anime, reading stories, Mapling level 71, and playing Minesweeper and FreeCell, I spent half the summer cleaning up dog poo. And pee. And sometimes vomit. That's right, we've got 2 dogs. They're puppy huskies, the normal ones, not the Malamutes, or however they're spelled. The older one is named Shadow Bandit, the second is White Knight. Knight was the first one to escape the pen. Apparently, if you leave the lower hooky thing unlocked, he can slip out under the door. So then, we started making extra that all 3 hooks were completely secured. Now, about a week ago, we come home to find they've gotten loose and caused quite a bit of damage. As it turns out, we've got a bunch of your furry escape artists on our hands because you know what? They can open doors. My babies are geniuses. Does a Hughes. Now, we gotta tie the cage shut so they don't get past the locking hook thing. Oh. There's also been a leak, and Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows was released to the public 4 days ahead of schedule. Unfortunately, it wasn't in the traditional book way. Someone working at the American publishing company or something like that managed to sneak a book out or something. He took pictures of every single page in the book and posted it online. At first, I didn't believe this news. And then someone I knew ruined it for me. Curse you, you queerdo. Next thing I knew, I spent the next 7 hours in front of said person's laptop reading the Harry Potter book. Now, I'm feeling freaking awesome, though laden with guilt at having technically stolen a book, but I'm buying it anyway to make up for it because the story is almost exactly like my most recent planned crossover, Maelstrom. The only difference is the beginning, the interchangeable person who died, oh god blank blank. Blank 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 and blank died. And the duration of it all, it's the same as mine. Only Harry's 17 in JKR's story. Mine is basically partly the same, only they're a bit older and they meet Naruto, and some people don't die. And stuff happen. Okay, so it's not as close as it sounds. But a whole bunch of stuff I did were right on the mark. I've been giddy for days. Inspiring myself to finally post this chapter. Review responses. Silent reader. Thank you. As for the shinobi, yeah. They're going to try and get back into shape. I mean, Ino can't even run in heels anymore. Harry won't find out much for a while. I actually don't feel like pulling up the calendar. But around the end of October or early November. I can't really remember. And no, I don't think Malfoy's going to be returning to school anytime soon. Dark 672. Haha, alright. I just wasn't sure and stuff. Besides, it's nice and short and I usually only spend less than a minute responding, which really does save a lot of time, compared to the amount of time I usually end up spending on other reviews. Ishtar Fish. Thanks. Though I have a hard time believing that Dumbledore was always a nice old man. After all, he had to have been young sometime, right? Anyway, things aren't all as they seem. Emmy. Yep, Neji was the guy drunk off butterbeer in the Great Hall. It's out of character, but I couldn't help it. Standing joke. Running joke. I'm not quite sure which is which. Peter Kim. To tell you the truth, there is another player on the field that has yet to been introduced. Their time will come at the last few chapters. Anyway, you should remember that Zabini only played on Malfoy's side for a brief moment. To keep Voldemort from reading his mind, Zabini had Malfoy obliviate him, remember? Now, Zabini as well as Crabbe and Goyle works solely for Voldemort. Anonymous. Thank you. The Akatsuki will always be villains in my heart. Bows head slightly. Anyway, it's not only Toby and Didera. The members present in this world will slowly be reintroduced in the story. However, I can assure one thing for certain, it will not have Itachi. I don't mean to offend anyone, but he's everywhere. The thing that wouldn't go away. Or a roach. Anyway, after the Akatsuki find out that Malfoy is with the Konoha, they pretty much don't care about him anymore. It's like losing a rock and finding a jewel. One that you're going to dispose of anyway. Celtic Pride. I'm glad you liked it. Sorry about how it was confusing. I'll probably try to tie the chapters together better next time. Anyway, I've actually screwed up my sleeping schedule. Biological clock. No, that's not the word. Started with a C. Cicada rhythms. Heck no. Meh, I'll think of it later. Liz. I can't believe I keep missing that. You're not the first person to have told me of this, no offense, but I still keep on forgetting to fix that. Night Dream Erms. Well, the thing is that I see Kiba and Sakura as the more familiar members of the group. Kiba seems like a brotherly guy, and Sakura as the sisterly girl. That sound weird, and no, I'm really glad you pointed that out. Falls over, gotta fix that now. Oh, and I can believe you're saying that. I like this story more than my other crossover as well. As for the anime laws, no offense, but that seems vaguely inappropriate. Shudders. If there are two things I can't stand in the world, it's vomit and babies. Mainly because I've been cleaning up dog vomit for a while. Knight's got a weak stomach. And babies are, well, to tell you the truth, they kinda scare me. Scratches head. And there you have it, folks. I started writing review responses at 7. It is now 1:24 a.m. Thank you for the ridiculously huge amount of reviews. It's a joke, but I'm not being sarcastic. I do love the reviews. Happy Turkey Day. He has it, Harry said vehemently, attempting to control his rage. He, Hermione, Ron, and Ginny were in their usual place in the common room. After most of the others had already gone to bed. He has my map. Maybe he found it, Ron said. The odds are unlikely, Hermione said, shaking her head. The only way for them to have gotten the map is for them to have been or have encountered those who attacked Hogwarts. And if they simply met and took the map from the intruders, then, the coincidence would be almost unbelievable. And don't forget, Kiba resembles the man who attacked Hogwarts during the summer, and so does Shikamaru. I'm almost positive that these people had broken into Hogwarts. But why would Dumbledore let them into the school if they attacked it before? Ginny asked. These people could be dangerous. Yeah, he wants me to meet with him later so he could teach me about whatever secret weapon he has and how to use it. So I'm planning on asking him then, Harry muttered darkly. Hopefully before they get away with hurting someone. Well, We can't really tell for sure whether these guys are actually the ones who attacked or not, Hermione said. But you just said, I know, from all the guesses, we can infer that they were the enemy, she said, holding up her hands. But we need solid evidence. Like I said earlier, I'm almost positive, but we never get solid evidence. And the times we do, we use it wrong, Ron joked. Hermione rolled her eyes and shook her head. You're the pureblood, you're the one underestimating the extent of magic. She suddenly got up to her feet and ran out of the room. Quote. Everyone stared after her. Quote. She's your girlfriend, Ginny said. Well, don't expect me to understand. Ron shrugged. Mind reading is not my forte. But moments later, Hermione returned with a small plastic bag. I have here in my hand, she announced, a little something left behind by the intruders. Harry, when the intruder carrying his companion ran over and tripped over you in your invisibility cloak, do you remember anything remotely important happening? No, he answered, looking rather unsure. Hermione frowned. Well, it's a small thing anyway. This here is a bag of broken beads. They all stared at her. So, despite the frustrated sigh, Hermione was enjoying her superiority over the other wizards. We have these beads. Now, all we need is a map, some research, and a lot of practice, she said, and we'll have a location spell ready to track down the people who attacked Hogwarts. If it leads back to that guy, we'll know for sure that he and his friends were the ones that did it. I have a really bad feeling, Naruto muttered, scratching his head. So now it seems we're trapped in Hogwarts unless we have official permission to leave. All progress that Sai has made on expressing emotions is starting to go back down the drain. Ino is convinced that she's gained 3 pounds. And it's probably true for the rest of us because all of us here have screwed up training schedules because none of us have had any time or privacy to train with people figuring out we aren't their average human. Of course, Ino's actually probably lost more than she's gained, considering the fact that we accidentally left her body untended for about months with only Sai and Neji present for some of that time, doing their best to steal some professor's potions so they could get the proper nutrients for her body and taking turns letting the other get booby-trapped by a magically warded potions cabinet so they could get the potions. Another mistake showing the stress going to Shikamaru's head all of our heads, since none of us even consider how to keep Ino's body healthy while she was away. We are making more and more mistakes, big ones in shorter periods of time. Big mistakes, considering the fact that Ino nearly starved to death from being outside of her body so long. Oh yeah, and did I mention that we're trapped in some kind of weird parallel dimension? Tell me, Naruto, did you just start feeling this bad feeling, or has it just been growing the past few years that we got stuck here? Because if you're just starting to feel the stress, I envy you. Naruto was going to respond sheepishly to Sakura's weekly stress relief. Rave when he turned around to see another blonde in the doorway. What do you want, Malfoy? He asked in English. Haruno's speech woke me up, Malfoy said, yawning. Do you ever realize how unbelievably loud you could be in the middle of the night? Quote, do you ever realize how unbelievably loud you could be at 4 in the morning? Naruto shot back. Why the heck do you have to wake you at 4 in the morning just to wash your hair? You could always do it in the middle of the day. It's not as if you do anything during the day. What can I say? He said, shrugging. He went through their refrigerator and pulled out a glass of milk. I'm a creature of habit. You're a creature all right, Naruto said. But whatever kind you are, I'm not sure, but I'm sure it's something akin to a high-pitched, squealing, girly, lying little pest. Malfoy, what do you really want? Sakura interrupted, before their squabble could go on too long. If my shouting woke you up, all you had to do was ask the castle to soundproof the walls or something. Draco Malfoy paused. Quote. I saw it, he said. Saw what? Sakura asked, confused. Are you yelling at us or are you impressed? Naruto asked, resisting the urge to beat the crap out of the fellow blonde. My reaction to you depends solely on your answer. Both. Quote. You do realize that this whole situation is entirely your fault, right? Sakura asked. How is it my fault? He asked. You gave us the wrong information. And you set us up for a job that we were ill-suited for, she said. You wouldn't take the job if you knew Dumbledore was powerful. Of course we wouldn't have. Yeah, you were a desperate guy in dire need of help, but you didn't have to drag us down with you. In fact, as much as I hate to admit it, Dumbledore is the one in the right here. He was attacked by us, and now he's taking us in. He didn't have to, of course, and we didn't want him to, but he's doing it anyway. We despise this, but it is beneficial for others. We would all do the same thing. Quote, really? Naruto said. Maybe I'm just assuming things, but Dumbledore is using whatever he can to end this war as quickly as he could. That means using what tools he has at hand. You, Malfoy, were doing what you could do to save your family. You lied, cheated, and did God knows what to. Try and defeat Dumbledore so you could save those closest to you. I'm guessing Dumbledore is just exploiting us so he could save those closest to himself. As well as half the wizarding population and the world in general. And we hesitate to do whatever we can do to preserve what's important to us, ourselves. We took this job for money. We want the money so we could live safely. Let's face it, people are generally the same, save what's most valuable to them. Whether it's family, friends, or themselves. Quote, you're making it too hard to blame Dumbledore for everything, Draco muttered darkly. It's so much easier to just pin the blame on the old man. Naruto whined at the same time. The two blondes stared at each other. No, they both shouted. They were thinking on the same wavelength. And they still were. Quote, quote, you guys are both idiots as well, Sakura said thoughtfully. Classes so far were not going very well for a certain defense against dark arts teacher. Those amateurs. Those lucky amateurs. Was teaching as difficult as he had feared? Of course. Was it worth it? Certainly. He thought about the pink-haired girl he had met at the wand shop, as well as the group she had been with. Victor had been surprised to see the long-haired man teaching divination, and he had caught glimpses of the others in the hallways. According to students, Sakura and Shikamaru worked in the library. This altogether puzzled Victor. According to Escariot, though he had fit them all with the most suitable wands, several members of the group had been completely unresponsive to the magic. It meant that it was possible that some of them were muggles. And if they were muggles, then why were they at Hogwarts? Victor Crumb sat up immediately. Not because he had a sudden epiphany, though he did wish that he had, but more like because, as students began to enter his classroom, he realized that Hermione was in this class. Students, like in every single class so far, chattering excitedly as they picked their seats, and he, like in every single class so far, suddenly felt like he swallowed a rock. Hi, many girls responded in breathy voices. Every single class. I'd like to say welcome to my first class, he said nervously. You are all in your 7th year, so I suppose you all have a firm grip on defense and dark arts, no? Depends on what you mean by firm, and what you mean by you, one student said. Victor turned to him. The boy looked up at Victor Crumb with adoration. A Quidditch fan. That is it that you mean by that? He asked. Hey, the boy said nervously. Our classes have been a bit on and off, if you know what I mean. Victor shook his head apologetically. No, I don't, Mr. Finnegan. Seamus Finnegan. Okay, I don't understand what you mean, Mr. Finnegan. Well, we keep on having good teachers, then bad teachers, and good teachers again, Hermione's red-haired friend said. Ron Weasley, wasn't it? We only had one real good teacher who didn't turn out to be evil or crazy, Harry argued. Well, there was Professor Lupin, and then there was you, Hermione said, turning to her friend. I was more like a tutor. Harry said. Well, you were better than Umbridge, she said. Hermione turned back to Victor. We've covered jinxes in our 1st year, magical creatures in our 2nd and 3rd year, curses in our 4th year. Theory from our teacher and practical magic from Harry in our 5th year, and silent spells last year. The jinxes in our 1st year weren't too great. Our 2nd year was a joke. But our 3rd year teacher more than made up for it. We only learned about major curses in our 4th year, and most of us have had no luck. Thank you, Victor said, smiling at Hermione. But he paused, not because of the onslaught of sighs and glares that Hermione received for this attention, but because of Weasley Boy's red face. Victor had a sneaking suspicion that Ron was the crush, whom Hermione had sent him so many letters about. I suppose they will go back over the basics of jinxes, a few curses, and then silent spells, Victor continued to the class. I plan to teach you how to use and defend yourself from them. When they finish reviewing those topics, we will practice dueling and ooze or such things. Jinxes, also known as hexes, are spells cast to cause damage or some ooze or negative effect. Jinx is like a curse, but usually not as strong or cast with as negative intention. Jinxes can used in both offensive and defensive situations. Jinxes are removed or undone by counter jinx. Though some say that word is just a name people give jinx when they want to make them sound more acceptable. But that is not important. At times like this, no one care about names. The first jinx I teach you today is fun jinx. I call finger removing jinx, which is useful if you, for some reason, are unable to properly stun the opponent. Well, that was certainly fascinating. He still likes you, Ron said firmly to Hermione, cutting her off in mid-sentence. Ron, if you emphasize that one more time, I will personally remove your fingers, she said sternly. I am completely aware that Victor and I were once a couple. However, that is all in the past. I made that clear to him when I turned down his offer to visit his summer home in the summer before our 5th year. Apparently, it wasn't clear enough. Ron muttered. What do you mean by that? Hermione demanded. Come on, Hermione, why do you think he's even here? Because he's on a break from Quidditch and wants to contribute to the war against prejudice. She said scathingly. People can be sincere about things, just so you know. Hermione, why on earth would he take a break from Quidditch? He's famous for it. Well, with all the attacks lately, I'm sure that no one else is interested in sports right now. These are dark times. He's probably not making as much money, plus it's nice to help people learn how to defend themselves. Guys, Harry said, growing tired of hearing them argue. Just stop arguing with each other. Okay, let's just bring everything out into the open. Victor likes Hermione, Ron's jealous. That's all that we need to know, now get over it. Well, you're in a bad mood, Ron muttered. You would be too if someone stole the legacy your father, godfather, and their best friend left for you, he muttered. As they briskly marched down the hallways. Say, where are we going anyway? The Weasley asked. Library. I'm confronting these jerk and I'm getting my map back, Harry declared, as they stopped in front of the library. He opened the door and immediately looked out for the dark-haired librarian, only to find himself taken aback by several factors. 1. There were no stacks of books obstructing his view. And 2. Despite the sudden organization of the library, he still couldn't find the 2 new librarians. Excuse me, Hermione said, walking up to Madame Pants, who was sitting dazed in a chair. Somewhere stuck between euphoric or just plain empty-headed. Did you clean the entire library yourself? The answer was obvious enough, but Hermione wanted a proper and subtler way to pry into their business. Madame Pants slowly shook her head. No, I came here and found that the 2 new librarians had done it for me. Really? Hermione said, with false surprise. All by themselves overnight? Yes, Pants said, looking just as amazed yet completely genuine. That's amazing. But they couldn't have possibly used magic, with all of the charms on the books to preserve and save them from aging. Right, I mean, I thought preservation charms react badly to all sorts of magic. They do. These 2 and their friends, they did it without magic. Wow, Hermione said brightly. Where are they now? Quote, they went walking outside, she said, pointing towards the door. I do think they passed Hagrid's hut though. Okay, thank you, Hermione said, smiling. At the formerly cross librarian before leaving. Harry and Ron followed Hermione outside of the castle. They're outside, Ron said, looking around. Apparently. That's what Madame Pants told me, she said, scanning the area. She said that they might be visiting Hagrid this evening. Hey, Hagrid, Ron bellowed, knocking on the door. It's us. Can you open up? Hold on. They heard him bellow inside the hut. Can ye get the door fair me? Sure thing, Mr. Hagrid. They heard someone young reply. They were greeted by a tall blonde with whisker-like marks on his cheeks, covered in a brown rust-like substance. Dried blood. They backed away, despite the inviting door and the man's friendly blue eyes. Hiya, guys, the man said cheerfully, scratching the side of his head. Harry nodded. Ed that he wore dragon hide gloves and long sleeves even in weather as warm as this, almost like Neji. You all must be Harry, Hermione, and Ron. Hagrid's told me a lot about you. His voice was familiar. Yeah, Harry said. Who are you? Quote, sorry, it was impolite of me, he said with a short laugh. My name's Naruto. You coming in. You three always make yourselves at home here anyway. Naruto. The name was familiar as well. You're one of the guys guarding Hogwarts, aren't you? Harry said casually. Yeah, how'd you know? The blonde said, rather curiously. I made extra sure to. No one saw me patrolling in the hallways. Man, did I mess up already? No, but, you're just, not dressed like a normal student, Hermione said. Naruto looked down at his black robes and their black robes. Okay, I admit, the styles are a little different, Naruto said, but it's not that different. You don't have a tie, Hermione said, pointing at her red and gold Gryffindor tie. All houses have them. Gryffindor has red and gold, Slytherin has green and silver, Ravenclaw has bronze and blue, and Hufflepuff gets yellow and black. Ah yeah, Naruto said. Those poor Hufflepuffs. From what I've heard, they really get the short end of the stick. I mean, first they aren't considered cunning, intelligent, or brave. Instead, they get stuck with loyal, which technically can qualify under Gryffindor. And there's gold, silver, bronze, and, yellow. They could at least say brass or something. Hey, Ron said suddenly. Is that dried blood on your shirt? Naruto looked at the crusty brown substance on his shirt, which was dry and almost rusty looking. I hope not. I was helping Hagrid make salad. What kind of salad do you eat? He asked, sniffing the mysterious sty on his shirt and wrinkling his nose slightly at the smell. The golden trio looked behind him and spotted Hagrid by the fireplace. Boiling the salad in a cauldron. You know, I always thought salads were meant to be eaten natural and plain, but boy, you Europeans proved me wrong, he said with a grin. You're not from England. I came from Japan, the man announced proudly. That's a long way from Hogwarts. Hermione said. You came all the way here just for a job as a night guard. Well, I didn't want to stay alone in Japan or something, he said, almost uncomfortably. It's nice back home, but everyone was coming here to work. A favor for the old man, Utsi. Shikamaru the library guy was the first to take up the job offer, and so his girlfriend came, and then his girlfriend's Saint friend, which just so happens to be my best friend and possibly my worst friend's best friend, came to help out her best friend and her best friend's boyfriend, and then after that, my depressed friend came too because he needed a job or some hobby to occupy his time with, and then there's my other friend and his dog who came because the only two girls in the group were leaving, and then there's the last guy, who I think just came out here with us out of peer pressure. But I can't be too sure because he's a complete PGHT, have just come to bother us. Ron scrunched his face up, trying to follow the list of people. We're a chain of people following each other to England, Naruto said, summing it all up in one uncomplicated sentence. Oh, Hermione said. So, how long have you been in Europe? Few months, Naruto said. You learned English very quickly, she said, looking sincerely impressed by this feat. Hey, you wouldn't believe how many copies of books I had to borrow, Naruto said. Changing words in mid-sentence. You could say, it took 100 of me to learn English. He laughed. I don't get it, Ron said slowly. Naruto sighed. Yeah, you probably wouldn't. So, where are your friends? Why do you need to know? Oh, Kiba didn't pee on your lawn or property, did he? I keep on telling him to keep that thing to himself, but he just doesn't listen. No, Hermione said, shaking her head quickly. We were just wondering how you managed to reorganize the Hogwarts library in less than a week. It's probably almost a century of disorder that Shikamaru and Sakura sorted through. I helped last night too, Naruto said cheerfully. And Kiba, and Akamaru. Anyway, Let's just say, I'm worth a lot of people. He laughed. I don't get it, Ron said. Naruto sighed. Yeah, you probably wouldn't, and I have a feeling of déjà vu. Harry said thoughtfully. Just out of curiosity, Hermione said to Naruto, is this your first time coming to Hogwarts? Huh, your first time, she said patiently to the blank look on Naruto's face. Have you ever been to Hogwarts before? I've never attended this school, he said, smiling at her charmingly. I do wish I had though. It seemed a lot more fascinating than the academy back home. How so? She asked. Right, Hermione said. Called magic. Oh, yeah, forgot the English equivalent there for a moment, he said. You know what? I think I hear someone calling me. Bye guys. Naruto quickly got up, but Hagrid stopped him. Wait, but you didn't try any of my rock cakes. The half-giant protested. Oh yeah, sorry I couldn't stay to enjoy it. He said apologetically. Here, have one to eat on the go, Hagrid said, kindly thrusting a piece of gray slab-like chunk in Naruto's hands. The blonde grinned genuinely at him. Thanks, Mr. Hagrid. Bye. The golden trio watched as the blonde sprinted outside in the grass, stumbling slightly after making the mistake of trying to eat a piece of Hagrid's infamous rock cake whole. They watched, mildly concerned as he gagged on the ground, but the blonde made a quick recovery and was, once again, on his way towards the castle. Naruto knew he would have to leave the moment that he saw the 3 Hogwarts students heading towards the hut. The cage bunchen hidden outside disappeared, informing both the original Naruto as well as the one oath. Cage bunchen in the forest with the others that there was a possible danger to their meeting. And then Naruto received new knowledge from the meeting in the forest. Wow, Ino said, fiddling with her hair, which was currently braided into a pigtail. Our first meeting in a long time. Not that long, Shikamaru said. But I have news. Finally, Kiba said, with a nervous grin on his face. So what do you got for us? First, the information that I am going to give you is going to be limited for reasons that I am also not allowed to share. I want you to understand that we will now be working in 2 separate teams. On one team will be Ino, Sai, and Kiba. The second team will consist of only Neji and Naruto. Wait, Sakura said. What about me? You will be the intermediary. You move between groups. Since you are the best versed in the healing arts, I split the team into 2 groups that are relatively self-supporting at least a little, so there is less stress on you. Ino has enough talent when it comes to healing to help support Sai and Kiba at least a little bit enough to heal hindering wounds, though severe wounds are far beyond her reach. Neji isn't the type to easily become seriously injured. And Naruto heals quickly on his own. She nodded. And you, what group are you in? I am no longer one of you. What? Everyone stared at him as if he were crazy. Even Sai looked mildly astonished. Well, almost. What the heck do you mean by that, Shikamaru? Ino demanded. As in I cannot be trusted. I cannot give information, and I cannot receive information. I am from now on a stray shinobi. Staying on the sidelines. I may help with assignments that Dumbledore will give us from now on, and I may be with you, but I do not want any of you letting me receive any vital information. But, why? Sakura asked. Because, he said simply, my status as Dumbledore's personal help puts me in a position where he may constantly draw information from me, I suppose. I can't give answers if I don't know them. You may give me false data or useless information, but I don't want you telling me anything of extreme importance unless it is particularly, well, important. My head is spinning, Kiba muttered. I don't like any of this. How do we know what to and what not to tell you? Naruto asked. Use your common sense, Shikamaru said. If it's going to defeat me, I'd like a warning. At least, preferably before I'm put into danger. That's why I split you into 2 groups. You both take information separately. Ino and Neji are group leaders. Both are intelligent and skilled at information collecting. Sakura does not qualify because of her position as medic nin Sari, by the way. No problem. And Ino is not as intelligent as Neji, no offense, but she, at least, does understand the way I think and can imitate my decisions under certain situations, he said. Tonight, Ino, you will move my memory to the back of my head. It may be a weak defense against whatever it is that Dumbledore has, but it still might help anyway. Which brings us to the next item of business. I didn't go into detail before, but Dumbledore has some sort of Tekken IQ that allows him to look into our minds through eye contact. Sakura is in charge of finding out information like this, alright. It's up to her to help locate whatever it is that he uses, though you will all help if she needs it. Alright, the sooner she can find out how to counteract this, the sooner I can get back to you guys. There are also 2 potions that I want you to research on. The first would be whichever potion Dumbledore used to trap Eno in Malfoy's body. How are we supposed to do that? Sai asked. Naruto nodded. As much as I hate to admit it, I have to agree with Sai. In case you haven't noticed, none of us are well versed in the art of making bubbling crap. Potions, you mean? This isn't very high up on your list of priorities, but I do want to know how to make antidotes for ourselves. Without relying on Dumbledore. After all, he's the one most likely to use that potion on us, so if we rely on him for the cure, then we'll probably actually have to do whatever he says for it. I don't want to risk any more vulnerabilities. Understandable, Sakura said. We'll look into it, and also look into the Wolfsbane potion, Shikamaru said. And werewolves. I want you guys to know everything about them. Quote. Finally, Kiba said, so why have you been hiding that from me? Well, I might as well get it out in the open now, the leader said. Statistics say that chances of a werewolf producing surviving offspring are rather slim. Kiba stared. What? Werewolves have a hard time producing children, and most of them don't make it into adulthood. What? Well, Shikamaru said, it's not that you can't have them at all, but the chances of you having kids are just a bit lowered. Great. Now, not only will it be hard to have kids, but I still have to be careful in this world, he said, rather dejectedly. The genius paused, unsure of whether to add more to the bad news, telling him that the chances of his children being healthy were slim as well. The worst was that the only thing he could even think of saying was, the odds of are actually as likely to happen as it's likely we'll ever make it home. Mainly because if we can't get home, you can't be clan leader anyway. Single quote. But he had a feeling that that particular comment wouldn't help make anyone feel better. I want the majority of you finding information about werewolves and Wolfsbane potion. Sai, you make a timeline of all major events in both our history, the history of Muggles, and the history of wizards and magic. Why? Shikamaru shrugged. I don't have any ideas left. I'm trying to find any connection between this place and home. And only on person working on getting home. Kiba asked dully. Do you want to cure lycanthropy here and go home later, or do you want to go home contagious? Infect everyone within reach around the full moon, and be unable to cure yourself at all because all information regarding werewolves are in a different world. Okay, I get it, the Inuzuka said. Stay here, get cured. But if we find a way back before, then we'll go back, regardless of your condition, Shikamaru confirmed, knowing how Kiba like Anyo. Nay else would hate to be a dead weight to the team. After all, Naruto said, we could always set you loose in enemy territory on the nights of the full moon. Hey, maybe you'll even take out the entire sound for us. They all laughed weakly at the joke. Well, Shikamaru said to Sai. Anyway, if you have any free time, I would like for you to speak to Zabuza and Haku while you can. I'm curious as to how and when they came here. According to Sakura and Naruto, they died only about 5 years ago. But according to the 2 ghosts, they've been here since some big war several decades back. And according to all ghosts, faculty, and students, Zabuza is the Bloody Baron. He doesn't talk, and Haku doesn't exist. Though that's understandable, since Zabuza doesn't talk very much and Haku claims to be unable to be seen by students. Though his voice is sometimes heard, I'm not sure whether Dumbledore is aware of Haku's presence, though. Alright, Sai said idly. Anything else? Try to find a Japanese copy of Hogwarts. A history. Even I'm getting a headache just reading it, so when you guys get it, you'll have to figure it out on your own. Also try to find information as to how to strengthen Hogwarts wards and defenses. Sakura, I want you to study the physiology of wizards, muggles, and other magical beings. Try to figure out our own anatomy. It would help if you assisted her, too, Neji. And Sakura, I also want you to figure out possible theories of magic. But I thought that you said that wizards in this world are the equivalent to shinobi in the other world, Sakura said. A wizard, on the other hand, must be born a wizard. No matter how much you train, you cannot be a wizard. Maybe you can make potions, maybe you can chart stars, or maybe you could shuffle a deck of tarot cards. But you still would not have the ability to use magic. Thinking back to my theory now, I realize that I missed that. The gap between wizard and muggle is much larger than the gap between shinobi and civilian. So we're weaker than wizards? Kiba asked. In some ways, I have to admit that we are. In others, we might not. I think that civilians and muggles are in the middle. Wizards go in one direction, shinobi in the other. Magnitude-wise, the wizards have advanced further. But since we may technically be two different species, it's impossible to see who is stronger. There were several occasions in which we were overcome by wizards. But, Naruto was about to say. I know what you're going to say, Shikamaru said. And yes, there were several occasions wizards were overcome by us. It's hard to determine who's stronger when there are so many different levels. It's like comparing taijutsu and ninjutsu or brain versus brawn. Would Sai's ninjutsu beat Naruto's Kage Bunshin and Rasengan? Would my shadow techniques and intelligence strategy-wise alone be enough to overcome Sakura's superior strength in combination for her raw intelligence and abilities to calculate things like distance, momentum, etc.? Such things can't be judged. It's impossible to tell who is stronger as a nation, the wizards or the shinobi. Out of pride, I'd like to say that we'd come out on top. I'd say the biggest thing we have going for us is our lack of compassion, Sai said. He glanced at the others. Though I speak for myself, you guys are too nice. I'd say it's the muggles with their nukes, Ino said jokingly with a grin. She turned to Shikamaru. We get the point. Good, her boyfriend said. I also want to know a bit more about the Akatsuki. The only ones had we know were sent here for sure are Deidara and the one with the weird orange mask. Toby, I think. I'm pretty sure they're not the only ones here, but I doubt any of us were conscious enough to remember who else was exactly here. And even if we were, it's been 2 years. Memories fade. When you say information about the Akatsuki, you mean their attacks? Naruto asked. Easy. Deidara makes clay from his hands. And the clay goes boom. Toba's a weirdo. Maybe they just think differently, Naruto said. Or maybe they're just after the more obvious target, the Kyuubi. They probably do still want it, Shikamaru admitted. But why attack at this specific time? In any case, they may have actually been after Malfoy. Malfoy, everyone repeated. Our first encounter with the Akats. UKI in this world took place while we were traveling with Malfoy. It's possible that they were after him and simply met us on the way. Why him? Neji asked. That's what I want to know, Shikamaru said. I want to make sure we get all possible suspects and motives. Make a list of people aware of us who dislike us enough to send people after us, as well as for Malfoy. Add that to the list of all possible Akatsuki members in this world. It may be just that the Akatsuki have it out for us, as we suspect. It's the likeliest option, but the Akatsuki may be working under someone, whether it's for money, for amusement, or under blackmail. What could someone possibly have to blackmail the most dangerous criminals in our worlds? Sai asked. Suspects now, motives later, Shikamaru said. A list of everyone who doesn't like us or Malfoy. That's all you'll need for now. As for Malfoy, what are we going to do with him? I thought we were going to keep him. Ino said. You said we could. Sorry, Ino, but he's not a pet for you to keep, he said dryly. He knows about us. We can keep him or defeat him. Dumbledore knows that we have Malfoy here too, so I don't think he'd like us to defeat someone just because we felt like it. As manipulative as he is, he's much too kind. But if we keep him, well, to put it simply, he's completely useless. He won't do chores, not that we need it. With the castle taking care of our every whim. If you're trying to figure out how we could use him, Ino said slowly, well, he's a pureblood wizard. He says he probably doesn't have too much access to the family fortune. So now he probably wouldn't make much of a good financial backer. But he knows about how life in the wizarding world is. Big deal. Sakura and I have access to Hogwarts library. Bookshelves full of different heritages, including different Muggle ethnicities and wizard ethnicities, Shikamaru said. Well, he's the reason that we know the Akatsuki are here for sure, Ino tried. And he may also be the reason that they know we are here as well. Point taken. Keeping him here is like having a big talking pet. We don't keep pets. At least Akamaru is useful, Shikamaru said. Why are you so loyal to him anyway? Sakura asked her best friend. Ino shrugged. He's a kid. Just a stupid little kid, she answered. He's pretty old for a kid, Naruto said, somewhat bitterly. No, Ino said, shaking her head almost ruefully. We're just young for adults. Here, the legal adult age is usually around 17 or 18 in most advanced countries. It was unthinkable for us, but we're the ones who are unnatural. Me. Only how he thinks and stuff. Maybe I can't help feeling just a little sympathetic towards him. Huh, what are you talking about? Ino asked him. According to him, he has exceptional skill in magic in general. I doubt he's particularly powerful in comparison to others his age, but having been a pureblood raised in a MP Leadly magical environment gives him a heck lot more experience with magic than us. From what it seems, we're incompatible with their general techniques. So we'll keep him, so long as he can help us with magical information. He may know more about curses and lycanthropy and such things than we ever will. Plus, you say that his mental barrier is stronger than most people. Nowhere near as strong as yours, but he still has potential. Right, he's trained in magic. You let him do whatever he wants to hone his magical skills. You teach him basic taijutsu. Konoha forbids such actions, Sai said, with a raised eyebrow. We're not in Konoha anymore, Naruto said. What they don't know can't hurt them. Ino, since you want to keep Malfoy so badly, you can keep him. But I'd prefer it if you changed his appearance so that he is harder to recognize in a crowd. How you change his appearance is up to you. Perhaps, if you train him well enough, he might even be able to use henge within the year. But most of us were able to it in a month's time, Ino said thoughtfully, remembering how she had easily learned the transformation technique. Mastery. Doubtful. No one in history had ever nagged to truly learn the secret of the transformation technique, and she doubted anyone ever will. Do you honestly think it might take over a year to teach him to use the henge? Well, I'm not getting my hopes up, he replied skeptically. But you should train him to defend himself, too. With and without magic. Build up his reflexes. Physically, he's pathetic. In the meantime, you will all spar. 1 match a day, if possible. Though don't risk it too much. We don't want to get caught causing too much damage to the forest, or to hurt ourselves too badly either. No more than 3 matches in 1 day. At least once per week. If you don't feel like fighting each other, then just train. None of us have had a decent workout in 2 years. I don't want any of us unprepared for any possible future battles. And I want you all to try practicing that quickspell pamphlet. Malfoy is probably capable of learning extremely basic ninjutsu, but I want to see if we can do anything, at least. Why? Magic isn't that great, Kiba said. It would be hard, but yeah, I could, she said. With or without the power of the Kyuubi. I could manage it without the Kyuubi, but it would be a little bit harder, she answered. Advanced. The wizarding healers are the medic nin of Konoha. Either the spells that wizards use require hardly any energy at all, or wizards have a nearly unlimited amount of energy stored within them. That's what I want to figure out. Shikamaru, Naruto said, frowning. The original me was in Mr. Hagrid's hut when 3 Hogwarts students came by. Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and Ronald Weasley. They were asking questions. Trips. Think of it as a treasure hunt. Dumbledore hinted at having us find and destroy certain artifacts. Well, it doesn't sound that bad, Kiba said. True, he'll probably also want to come with us. And for us to bring Harry Potter as well. What? Why? They demanded. There's something important about Potter that the old man hasn't told me, he said simply. This is all I'm going to discuss. From here on out, we'll be moving in 3 separate groups, alright? There's Neji's team, Ino's team, and then myself. Ino. Yeah, the blonde said. Make sure you don't let Malfoy get into trouble. I'd hate for him to drag us into things even further. You make it sound as if you're going to die or something, she said. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. I have no intention of dying young or stressed, he said. On the other hand, after we leave this forest, you will gradually disassociate yourselves with me. You and I will be close acquaintances but not friends. I will be your leader, and you will only begrudgingly follow orders given. And argue with me a lot. Remember all of this for me, because I won't. Ino, I want you to move this memory to the back of my mind, he said to her. Why? She demanded. Dumbledore has a technique that allows him to look through minds. This may only be a weak defense, but it is the only one I have. Until you figure out what magical technique he uses and how to counter it, I can't let him look into my mind. The only thing I know about this technique is that it requires eye contact. And I can't keep away from his eyes forever. So I want you to erase this meeting, as well as the moment I requested this meeting, from my mind. But then, Ino said slowly, you won't know why we're avoiding you. And if lucky, I won't think that you guys just despise me for the decisions I may make when I join Dumbledore, he said. I'll probably despise every moment of my alienation, but it might be worth the trouble. Are you sure? Sai asked, having a much easier time voicing everyone's thoughts. It would be troublesome for all of us if the smartest person in the group isn't here to make our decisions. Which is why Neji and Ino are in charge. You, I don't know about, and you, Sakura, are much too important and self-sacrificing to make a good leader. Neji is impersonal by himself. And he's good enough to make reasonable decisions. Ino has worked by my side long enough to think like I think. At certain moments, I think. You and Sakura can work together, if it helps. They all stared at him with uncertainty. Don't look at me like that, he said, looking annoyed. I'm sure about this, and I've been thinking this over for some time now. I would, have gone through all the trouble highlighting every single priority we have if I wasn't sure about. Now move my memory before I back out of this. Besides, we all know it's probably not going to be permanent. Whether I recover my memory on my own or whether we become free of Dumbledore and maybe even get home, I'm not going to be on my own for good. Oh, and I know you guys are itching for some action, but if you want any sparring, you're going to have to get off your lazy butts and pull up a training schedule yourself, because I'm not going to do it for you. Then you can't complain about getting out of shape. All right, Ino. Ino looked at the ground as she held up her arms for the memory modifications. Shikamaru, she said warningly, if you end up doing something incredibly stupid in the future because you couldn't remember something in this conversation, you will meet a very painful end. My thinking corner. Memories. There wasn't any way to stop the bug completely, but to avoid forgetting all of your basic and most important functions like how to breath, walk, or eat except to make new memories. One of the first incidents was the mother eating her favorite food and asking, "This is delicious. What is it?" It got me wondering. If a person gets amnesia, do they still enjoy the same things they did before they forgot? Hypothetical question. Obviously, I didn't get amnesia. Though the fact that I've forgotten a lot of somewhat important things lately does have me slightly worried. Anyway, I'm really sorry about the huge delay between chapters. I'm actually currently in a bit of spot of trouble right now. Let's just say I bit off way more than I can chew and am now in deep crap. So, I'm very sorry about the several month delay. XX. The Kiba gets toasted by the electric fence was a serious moment that I meant to be funnier than it really was. Obviously, I'm alone in my morbid amusement. I am sad. Pouts. Hopefully, I'll remember though. Therefore, he figures that either the map is malfunctioning or Harry has seen it. However, after thinking about it a moment after, he remembers that for reasons I cannot tell you, attacking Harry Potter is the absolute last thing he wants to do. The previously upwind and is now unconscious, would not be able to detect him, and neither would Sakura or Sai, because they do not specialize in detection or tracking like Kiba and Neji. Plus, there's one more, better, factor that I cannot explain as of now. Woo. Finished at 4:09 in the morning. I started at 6, course, left and had a turkey dinner, but, yeah. Got back to this a little after 10. Review responses. Liz. Depending on how much energy I have left by the time I'm finished with all of this, you might be seeing them in a sequel. laughing face, and I feel bad for the characters sometimes too. Seriously, the crap I put them through. I'm almost tempted to give them something in return. Almost. Unfortunately, if I give into my sympathy, then they'll never get to go home. It's complicated. Yeah, and thanks for the support and stuff about the flamer. I can't stand people with no manners. And yes, Psy is awesome. Dark 672, thanks. Silent reader. Well, not exactly on the mark. Someone's going to give out eventually, but not anytime soon. But there will be trouble. Yeah, Naruto follows his instincts. Neji's eye problem, which if I ever get to it, will be explained later, but he won't ever be caught wandering the school blind. He'd hate to be caught going blind in the middle of nowhere, so he pretty much just stays in his little divination tower. Yes, Kiba has been infected by lycanthropy. Seriously. Yeah, I'm serious. No, they don't really get Lupin's help, though they do meet up later that somewhat affect the storyline, but, yeah. And Albus knew basically because there's been a small leak. And no, the only paintings in their rooms are Psy's. Haku and Zabuza got to this world by, well, can't tell that either. And actually, it doesn't affect their chances of going home very much at all. And no, there is no way in heck they're going to teach Malfoy any significant Japanese anytime soon other than SWE. Airing at him until he understands that they're swearing at him, considering how little most of them like him and how they'd rather not have to talk to him or have him understand what they're saying. Well, there is romance. But I'd prefer not to focus too much on that. Too much on my plate without adding a huge love triangle into the entire plot. A bunch of small ones, maybe, but not a big one. Neji's eyes troubles are lessening. I can't say why, though. And they'll get away from Dumbledore, though not in a way you'll probably be expecting. And of course Harry and friends are annoying. Even though I try to avoid similarities between this story and every single other, I was unable to resist the temptation of Harry solves or tries to a mystery idea, where he and his friends are constantly prying into business that's not theirs. Of course, can you really blame them? They've done it every year and it has, to the most part, led to some very memorable, interesting school years. I'd be nosy too. Sounds fun. Night Dream Erms. Yes. The Huskies are awesome. And they're getting huge. XD when they're little, they're cute, and when they're bigger, they're cool. And the greatest thing is, when you take them to the beach, everybody flocks to you. Yes, Huskies are awesome. And I'm happy that you like how I added Haku and Zabuza in the story, but I'm sorry to say that their appearance makes almost Celtic pride. Just so you know, I do not have a Texas accent. Seriously, those accents drive me crazy. Why can't we have some sort of cooler stereotypical accent that doesn't involve the word, y'all? Hearing that word just makes me grind my teeth and twitch. Kiba, well, you'll see what happens to him much later. Sorry, maybe around 20. And I didn't know there were spoilers. My sister sent me a page with celebrity gossip about some funny review on the bottom of the page, and I was reading the comments and saw the spoilers and was like, nah, that ain't real. Turns out, they are. Sob, I still bought the book though. The ending, I liked it, kind of final, told what happened in the end. But I'd really like it if the series ended there. Or, if it didn't, then it would start off with completely different characters. Maybe with someone who's a witch wizard completely unrelated to Harry Potter and company. Better yet, how about some stories with Merlin or Dumbledore or the Founders? Founders. That'd be awesome. Actually, I've got a few parts of a new crossover. It's present day, but you do still get to meet some of the Founders if not all four. They're not quite ghosts. Something much bigger and better, actually. Salazar is actually a good guy. And Rowena and Helga are hot gorgeous women. Can you guess what it is? Smiley face. I'm getting off topic though. I liked the 7th book, but I was still disappointed that most of the things I already suspected actually came true. I suppose I can blame fanfiction though. Ruined everything for me. And heck yeah, they shed a lot. They jump out of their pen and a bunch of tiny hairs fly up in the air. XD. Crossover junkie. Oh god. hearing how happy you were that I had you PDA. Ted makes me feel so guilty that it took me so long to do so. I'm sorry. X I can't really do ask you ask, concerning the gap between my last chapters. I'm doing my best to ration what chapters I have left. Because I may have just quit writing, and not of my own volition, just so you know. Considering the fact that I may have just ruined my future, I decided I needed to focus more on schoolwork. My grades this semester will greatly affect the rate that I write, or if I even continue to write at all. Therefore, I must spend a lot of my time studying right now so that I may continue to write in the future. I already gave up piano 10 years, literally drawing, reading, and video games, but I'm clinging on to writing as long as I can. I probably didn't need to tell you any of that, I need to let some of my stress out anyway. Anyway, it's nice to know that there's a Yarochusai standard. Very flattering. And, if you hadn't noticed, coming to this world, Shikamaru has become a nicotine addict with issues that seriously compromise the team. It's not that he's horrible and stuff, but he's been making a few big mistakes recently. Plus, they've been feeling a feeling of irrita Chion as of late when it comes to Shikamaru, and they have not yet found the source of it either. The thing is, the shinobi are picking at each other, on edge and unable to calm down, considering how Hey feel as if they are living in the enemy territory, Hogwarts, with one of their most despised enemies, Malfoy, for lying about Dumbledore and the mission he asked of them, living alongside them. Their irritation with Shikamaru goes deeper than just him being a bit of a jerk every once in a while when under stress. They are well aware that Shikamaru is being forced to work for Dumbledore, but he refuses to work with them. To tell them the conditions of his contract, to tell them what his missions and tasks are, and to accept their help. Whether they realize the deeper reasons for their irritation or not, they feel bothered that he doesn't trust them enough to communicate with them, as if their assistance is too trivial to be accounted for. It's far from the truth, but it still feels demeaning as Shikamaru, whom they had worked alongside and lived with for years, acts as if they are not his equals, capable of sharing the burden. Merry Christmas. And for those who just stop adding once you get to my thinking corner, skip down past the RRs to read the first omake, in which I will end all succeeding chapters. Basically, they're small blurbs for places that I wasn't entirely sure where to put in the actual plotline. More than you know. And so now I'm feeling really bad about the thing that we did because we were told to do so by our leader, which puts the leader in a difficult situation. Sakura admitted to the only ones in Hogwarts whom she felt would not betray her confidentiality. Let me get this straight, Zabuza said, looking annoyed by his current pose for the distraught shinobi. Leader wants you to do something. You don't want to do it because it makes said leader feel bad. Or whatever, but it needed to be done, because it's beneficial to the entire group. So what needed to be done was done. Exactly, she said, nodding. As complicated as your sidestepping words were, I don't see what the problem here is, he said. How can you not see the problem? She said angrily, swiping at the incorporeal apparition in vain. What matters in the end is that you're all alive and well, Zabuza said. But, I don't you understand what Zabuza-sama is trying to say, a voice said, lingering in the empty hallway. Sakura sighed, not used to talking to someone she couldn't see. You followed orders of someone you trust who trusts you in return. That's the greatest thing in the world, isn't it? All 8 of you are very intelligent. You all know that losing one of you could be one of the most painful things in the world. None of you want to die. Because, well, humans naturally want to live and you care enough for each other that you don't want anyone to be hurt by your death. As painful as it may be, the bond you share and the trust you have for one another, is it really something you want to lose? Haku, I get what you're trying to say, and I think that you're misunderstanding me as well, Sakura said. What Zabuza says is that it's fine to follow any orders given so long as you don't get defeat following those stupid orders. What you're trying to say is that you should trust a person well enough to know that he's not going to do anything to hurt any of us. What I'm trying to say is that I know it's for the benefit of the group, but something still feels wrong about it. Like, if you were alive and Zabuza asked for you to defeat him. Would you do it? Yes, came the immediate response. Sakura stared at him. Okay, so that was not quite the response I was expecting, she mumbled. Haku laughed, though still unseen. Sakura, if you don't agree with what Naruto has done, then maybe you should tell him. Tell him what? That you don't like the decision he made? Haku asked, sounding puzzled. It's not Naruto that I was talking about, she said. Odd, the invisible poltergeist said. I would have thought that with his leadership skills, he'd be the leader. Well, he isn't, she said. I mean, Naruto's a decent guy, but he's not the smartest. He's loads smarter than what he used to be, but when it comes to planning, one guy has us all in the dust. Naruto would make a great leader, but only because he makes decisions based on his ethics. What he feels is right and wrong. Ah, pity, Haku said. Well, I suppose his dream to become Hokage is still a distant dream. Sakura smiled. It will remain a distant dream until we find a way back to Konoha, she said sadly. I'd ask how you all stumbled out here into this world in the first place, but it seems like a touchy issue. Even after all the time you must have already spent in this realm. Maybe once you become closer to finding your way home, I'll remember to ask you, he said. Now, if you'll excuse me, Zab. Uza needs to return to the Slytherin dormitory. Wait, I want to ask you a few things. Sakura said, as Zabuza went invisible. Haku, why do you never appear? Zabuza doesn't go invisible all the time. No one except for you and Zabuza knows that I exist, he said. The best weapon is one that no one knows of. Oh, she said, so you don't trust Dumbledore either. I don't trust. Why wouldn't I trust him? Haku asked, sounding puzzled. He's a good man. You've got to be kidding me. Really? She asked. Yes, he has saved the wizarding world against the Dark Lord, and now he's grouping his forces to fight a new evil. Yeah, I heard something about that, Sakura said dismissively as she shook her head, not caring to listen to another list of his achievements. After all, and though she knew of him and his heroic deeds, it didn't mean she didn't have to like him on a personal basis. So, how did you end up being a ghost here of all places? She asked, throwing another question at Haku before the former missing nin could ask a question in return. I don't know. It was dark for a really long time. And then Zabuza and I just woke up around the same time in this castle. Haku said. Armando Dippet was the current headmaster at the time. Not the brightest man. He never saw that riddle was too perfect. He stayed headmaster for about 30 years and moved to Peru with his wife. 30 years, Sakura repeated. Surely they weren't here for that long. 30 years, Haku confirmed. Zabuza and I have been here since 1945. Neji glared at his tea. Ordinarily, he didn't mind having to sit in front of all of the Hogwarts students just to eat a meal. In fact, he actually rather enjoyed the high seat, looking down at others. He could almost pretend he was like the head of his clan, lording over his subordinates. Of course, it would be a cold day in heck that he ever told anyone about these daydreams of his. They were all convinced he was satisfied with giving Hinata all of the power in the Hyuga clan. Not that he still had any personal vendetta against his cousin, but he knew that she was much too kind and that it was her younger sister who was much more ambitious. As much as Hanabi had come to learn to respect her older sister, Neji doubted that Hanabi had enough respect to take the cursed seal willingly. No, Hanabi would probably fight tooth and nail for her freedom. Metaphorically speaking, of course. That was not the Hyuga way. Anyway, Neji didn't mind sitting up in the front with the rest of the staff. But he did mind being used the way they were using him at the moment. With Ino being the only person he personally knew out of the staff members of Hogwarts, he always sat with her on his left. It was a bit more comforting, not being alone. Like added insurance if he instinctively shut his Byakugan down again. Every day, he sat next to Ino, and Crumb would end up sitting next to Snape, where he would be subject to glares and scowls. However, today, Crumb was sitting on Ino's other side, leaving Neji sitting next to the intimidating potions master. To make matters worse, he felt as if he were caught in the crossfire, with SN Ape glaring through him to watch Crumb with annoyed eyes. Neji sighed, resisting the urge to remove his sunglasses and give Snape a glare of his own. just to make himself feel better and look a bit more imposing. Of course, he rarely removed the sunglasses in the presence of anyone outside the group. Explaining the white eyes would be rather difficult. Contacts. For a Hyuga, preposterous. Telling everyone that Neji was blind, or darn near close to it, was a lot simpler. Plus, he got to carry a pretty nice cane. He felt it made him look dignifying. Still, with the dragon hide gloves, cane, sunglasses, and hat, Neji had almost immediately been dubbed the most eccentric wizard at the table, with his odd combination of both wizarding and muggle styles. If Trelawney, with her ridiculously huge, eye-magnifying glasses, had still been amongst the staff, Neji might have even given her a run for her money. Being blind and wearing his muggle sunglasses meant that he probably wouldn't know Hat Snape was glaring at him to get to the defense professor, so Neji continued to eat, keeping his eyes and face forward but still keeping a watchful eye on everyone around him, tempted to do something to stop that irritating glare. "Severus Snape, is it?" he said suddenly. "What do you want?" the professor asked, shifting his attention to the Hyuga. "Just making sure I had your name correct," Neji said, shrugging. "You're the potions master, am I right?" "Yes," Snape said, with rude curtness. Which was fine, really, because it wasn't as if Neji was on his own best behavior at the moment anyway. "But, you were the defense against the dark arts teacher before," he said. "Students talk too much, I see," the potions professor sneered, his voice clearly telling Neji, "You have made me nothing. As it's all easily accessible information, you incompetent divination professor. I consider their gossip to be below me," Neji said, idly stuffing pastries into his to-go box for the others if they didn't order some for themselves. Being as irresponsible as they often were when it came to trivialities such as snacks and small meals. "Dumbledore is too trusting, yet not trusting enough." "What makes you say that?" Snape said, now curious to see this man's insight. Neji smirked. He reveals just one little bit of logic, and the man is already curious to see what else he knew. Now, hold he tell him how he knew or what he had deducted to figure it out. "You really wanted the position, but Dumbledore refused it to you time and time again. Last year, you managed to cling onto the spot for 2 precious semesters until he finally found a new person to replace you. He fears that too much exposure to dark magic would tempt you. That is the distrusting side of him. However," he said, lowering his voice so that only the two of them could hear. "However, the insignia on your arm, your presence at Hogwarts. He trusts you well enough to place you in a position of power." Snape's hand went immediately to his arm. "How did you?" "Don't worry, the mark has never seen the light of day," Neji said, with a sly smugness in his voice. "Your skin seems much too pallid to have had enough exposure to sunlight, if any at all." He received a suspicious glare, much to his carefully hidden glee. "I'm not going to question your judgment, nor am I going to try and find out how you knew about my mark," Snape hissed under his breath. "But what I am curious to know is that, after you spent all your life in the Muggle world and 2 months in the Wizarding world, you already know of the Dark Mark." Neji knew about the Dark Mark from a Wizarding newspaper, actually, but that wasn't the first time he had ever seen it. Neji lacked Kiba's keen auditory and olfactory sense, but his white eyes, even when inactivated, were sharp enough to see the ever so slight pulsing of the veins closest to the skin as they increased in speed by 1/10. His eyes weren't as accurate without using the Byakugan to read the actions of the involuntary bodily reactions, but they were sufficient enough to watch a close target like a hawk and a particularly large, dark, and nasty-looking mouse. "You knew of our previous profession, don't you?" Neji continued, watching Snape with practiced casualness in his voice. "From what it seems, Dumbledore spoke to you of our origins and past occupations. He suspects that we defeat or at least hurt Malfoy," the Hyuga thought to himself with a smile. "I suppose Dumbledore has neglected to tell his little underling about our guest." Single quote. "What?" Snape said, quickly changing the subject. "Deal did you make with Dumbledore?" Neji frowned, actually surprised by the sudden change in topics. "I don't know. You tell me," he said. Snape's right eyebrow shifted slightly lower, almost unseen. Neji remembered that this was the man was present at the negotiations, but he obviously didn't know what happened exactly. That meant Shikamaru and Dumbledore had probably spoken so that he didn't hear or understand. Dumbledore knew Japanese then. Neji made a mental note to tell everyone not to speak in Japanese in the old man's presence if they wanted to avoid letting Dumbledore know their plans. Eyes met the pearly pale eyes over the dark sunglasses. They both smirked almost imperceptibly. They both wanted to know what their leaders were doing, EY now both knew that the other had some sort of technique to understand at least vaguely what was going through the other's mind. Good lord, Ino muttered to Victor, rolling her eyes as the two continued using Neji as the human shield against Snape. They're actually getting along. Wait, let me get this straight, Lavender said with obvious disbelief. Quote, you want me to hit on a teacher? Who better? Ginny muttered under her breath. Luckily, this went unheard with Hermione's reasoning. Lavender, please, this is important, she said. Lavender glared at the person who caused the end of her and Ron's heated relationship. Undaunted by this glare, Hermione continued. You're pretty, you have cleavage, you're intelligent, and you have a class with him. Oh, come on, the girl said sarcastically. What class do I have that you don't know? Hermione recognized the change in this girl's attitude. She would have been ecstatic about the fact the girl seemed to suddenly agree with the plan. But she was a bit more confused as to why, instead of being gleeful at the chance to flirt with a handsome teacher, Lavender had a more sinister look to her face. You suspect Professor Hyuga of being some you-know-who supporter? Lavender asked slyly. Well, no, I don't think he's a supporter of Voldemort, Hermione said, ignoring Lavender's yelp at the name. But I'm not sure about how trustworthy he is to Dumbledore. Wait, not with you-know-who or Professor Dumbledore? She asked. What is he then? We're not sure, Ginny said. But we're relatively sure that he and his friends aren't the best people to trust. Friends. Plural, she said. You've met his friends. How long have you known this guy? Only a little longer than you have, Hermione said. Didn't you know? He's friends with the two new librarians too. Ooh, Lavender said, her eyes melting into her usual dreamy look. He's their friend. I like the guy, Shikamaru. He's got ear piercings, you know that. And he smokes. And even though he acts cool, he's smart too. He's always reading. You like that kind of quality in a guy? Ginny said incredulously, assuming that, after she had gone out with Ron, Lavender preferred something along the lines of thick-headed Quidditch players. Well, I don't want him being a complete bonehead, Lavender said, sounding a bit offended. Considering the fact that you went out with my brother, of all people. I couldn't tell, Ginny said. It took Lavender a moment to realize that it was a joke and to laugh along with the other two girls. So, Lavender said, if I'm helping you guys, I want to be in on everything. What do you know about Professor Hyuga? Well, I think he's a muggle, or at least muggle-born. Well, maybe half-blood, I'm not sure but. Wait, that can't be right. Lavender said immediately. What do you mean by that? Hermione said. Her first impulse was to be annoyed at being cut off so early in the conversation, but her second impulse was to indulge her curiosity and refrain from glaring at her boyfriend's ex to find out what she knew about Neji Hyuga. I think he mentioned something in his class about how he descended from some great and noble family or something like that. She said, which means he's probably pureblood. But he was dressed in muggle clothing, Ginny said, strongly reminded of the Malfoys by Hyuga's apparent elf description of himself and his family. Before they arrived at the wedding, they were wearing muggle clothing. Drab ones, at that, Hermione commented. I don't think that a great and noble pure-blooded family would be so poor as to be unable to afford wizard attire for him. Well, maybe it's a quirk, Lavender suggested. You know, dress as a poor muggle, being funny about it. 'Cause, you know, it's not as if he's completely wearing wizard style right now. He's got robes, sure, but he's also got a bunch of hats, a bandana, sunglasses, and a cane that's decidedly not magical. Besides, Ron's brother Bill, right? The really cute one with the hair and the piercings, he dresses the same way too. It's possible that he's not as poor as he appears. Hermione mused. Plus, I heard that Sai and Naruto practically bought half the merchandise from Fred and George's store. Sai, Naruto, the girl repeated. The others, Ginny said, as if it were obvious. How many of he and his friends are here? Lavender asked in surprise. Well, we know that there are the two in the library. Hyuga and Yamanaka in the divi named Yamada Taro, but everyone calls him Sai. There's a guy with a dog named Kiba and a blonde guy with whisker tattoos named Naruto, Hermione listed. I think there are 7. How do I not see them? She said. Nobody's ever said anything about new teachers or staff or anything. Well, we think that the other 3 are patrolling the school, Ginny said. Hogwarts wards have done fine for the past few centuries, Lavender said. Are they really necessary? Possibly not, since I think they're only here because the other 4 are, Hermione said slowly, but completely pointless. I don't think so. Okay, I'm going to tell you something, and not a single word. Leaves this room, okay? She asked Lavender, who nodded excitedly. You don't remember this, but towards the end of the school year, Hogwarts was invaded. What? How? They came in through the room of requirement, through magical transportation, Hermione said. I think there were about 5 of them. How come I don't remember? We think that there was something in our breakfast that Dumbledore had the house elves put in there, Ginny said. I ate it, and I don't remember. Ron, Harry, and Hermione missed breakfast, and they still do. But then there's no proof. Lavender said. How do you know? They're not working here willingly, did you know that? Hermione asked. We think that Dumbledore's making them stay here and work. Whatever he has on them, I hope it's secure. I'd hate to know what would happen if he lost control of them. Are you sure? She whispered, as if someone could possibly hear them in the empty room. I mean, how can you tell for sure? The day it happened, they stole something of Harry's, Hermione said. Was it important? It's a potential danger to the school, but that wasn't their original purpose. They grabbed it on a whim. And I don't think that they even realized how important it was and could be. We think that their true purpose was to defeat Dumbledore. Lavender gasped dramatically. Was he all right? Of course, Ginny said. He's alive, isn't he? But, don't forget, Lavender said. If Dumbledore was just a little hurt by them, that would mean these people were really powerful. Plus, Dumbledore Lee could have been hurt and not shown it. He's old and he's been weakened after all. What are you talking about? The Weasley asked. Well, have you forgotten about his hand? She asked. It's still dead, just so you know. Ginny and Hermione's eyes widened. They had forgotten about that strange injury, yet it had been Lavender, one of the most seemingly dim-witted girls in Gryffindor, who had spotted and remembered it. She was much sharper than she appeared, Ginny and Hermione realized. Well, Hermione said, he's fine, even with his injury and age, so I suppose they're not great. Yeah, Ginny said, with more confidence. Besides, they're only in their, early 20s. How dangerous could they be? So are you going to help us out? Hermione asked Lavender. Lavender smiled at them both. Of course. And, just out of curiosity, you were going to help us before you found all this out, she said. Why did you suddenly want to help us dig around to find out more about Hyuga? Lavender sniffed angrily. Professor Hyuga. He totally contradicts everything about the art of divination. Hermione and Ginny resisted the urge to roll their eyes. Great. EY got themselves drawn into one of Lavender's speeches. I mean, first of all, he called Professor Trelawney crazy. And stupid. He said that she was stupid to leave her tower so she could become a target for you-know-who's followers, and he was so mean about it. What kind of person just tells a class that the previous teacher dies and shows that little respect? And then he said that she was also stupid enough to buy faulty incense from a shady place and was actually burning narcotic hallucinogens in her classroom, which, according to him, caused her so-called predictions. What's a narcotic hallucinogen? And he had the nerve to air quote the word predictions. The other 2 girls struggled to hold back their laughter and amused faces and, quite miraculously, succeeded. No idea, Hermione said. But if the divination professor isn't teaching divination, then what's he teaching you? This confused her, since earlier that day, Parvati had mentioned that the lovely Professor Hyuga had given a possibly accurate prediction in their most recent class. Psychology, she said, rolling her eyes. What the devil is psycho? ? He's teaching you what? Hermione practically shrieked, her eyes nearly bulging. Figures. The first class based entirely on logic and common sense. Her greatest strength was the first class she had dropped in her 3rd year. Hermione stomped off out of the room, quite irritated. Ginny followed her, mouthing her thanks to Lavender for helping the group try to find information on the suspicious arrivals in Hogwarts. Lavender smiled, leaning back into the pillows of her bed and staring at the cracks in the ceiling, feeling confident and altogether joyful. She was going to get rid of the blasphemous divination professor and possibly his excessively beautiful assistant as well. And she was quite possibly playing a huge role in helping the Chosen One and his friends in the war. And all she had to do was flirt with the cute jerks of a teacher, to boot. Quite literally, as in he was moving around inside its walls, pushing himself through the tunnels he had already finished, with Shikamaru's lighter in hand so that he would be able to see whether or not he was going in the wrong direction according to the map. He had stolen the lighter with Sakura's encouragement, actually, as it would stop their friend from smoking for at least a moment until the genius used his brain to figure out how to light a cigarette without a lighter instead of trying to figure out why everyone was pretty much ignoring him. Ignoring the stab of guilt he felt at his thoughts. Kiba heard the girls' voices and immediately perked up. He crawled through the walls to peek inside the room through the cracks in the walls. The cracks really weren't enough to look through, but it helped him smell out the people in the room and hear what they were saying. One girl had a strong scent, mixed with perfume and incense, the incense only slightly weaker than the one that Ino and Neji came home smelling like every night. It was probably weaker because she spent less time in the classroom than Ino and Neji as well. She also wore newly washed clothes, a so-called scentless deodorant, a thick layer of makeup, and strawberry-flavored lipstick. He took a deep breath. She smelled pretty nice for a girl attempting to drown out her natural scent with artificial fakes. The second one smelled like fresh grass in the morning, as if a lawn had just been mowed. A breezy scent, fun and kind of relaxing. Her scent was slightly harder to detect, as if the girl spent a large amount of time in the wind. The only unnatural scent on here was the faint scent of body spray, and that was it, which was pretty relaxing for his nose. Now the third girl reminded him quite a bit of Sai. She smelled like ink and books. With the whole library scent with her. Yes, this girl smelled like a walking library. Her scent was rather stronger than Sai's, actually. Sai used a lot more ink and smelled of stronger ink. But he used relatively new paper, while this girl had a more ancient. There was a multitude of other scents. He knew who had gone in and out of the room for the past day and how long. He could even catch traces of people behind the door that these girls had locked for their secret meeting. Kiba wondered vaguely if this made him a peeping Tom. Technically, he wasn't peeping. He was smelling. Smelling Tom. Nah. Lavender, Parchment Girl said. Can we ask you something? What do you want? The Lavender Girl said, sounding rather gruff. We need you to do a favor for us, the youngest sounding one said. No, we didn't even tell you what it was that we were going to ask you yet. TTLY. At least hear us out. Fine, Lavender said, though Kiba could tell from her voice that the girl probably had every intention of saying no, the moment the other two girls finished their proposition. What do you want? You're probably the best person in Gryffindor whom we can trust to, get past a man's defenses, Hermione said slowly. There's a professor. Wait, Lavender interrupted, seeming to be giving the two girls a look that asked them, are you bloody crazy? Let me get this straight. You want me to hit on a teacher? Who better? The younger one muttered under her breath, though Lavender didn't seem to hear this. Lavender, please, this is important, the Parchment Girl said. You're pretty, you have cleavage, you're intelligent, and you have a class with him. Oh, come on, the girl said sarcastically. What class do I have that you two don't know? Kiba frowned. The flat-out refusal he had previously heard in the girl's voice had become something more along the lines of, ooh, this sounds interesting. Single quote. You suspect Professor H. Yuga of being some you-know-who supporter. You know who? Kiba didn't know who, but he did know that if Neji was the target of a girl trying to influence the information out of him. Someone was going to get hurt. And it was not going to be Neji. He'd be annoyed maybe, but not hurt. Hyuga don't get hurt. Members of the Hyuga clan like Hanabi and Neji tended to be emotionless robots with difficulties expressing their thoughts. On second thought, maybe he could get hurt. Even for a Hyuga, Neji was one of the most screwed up people Kiba knew. Of the 3 Hyuga that he had ever met, that is. Well, no, I don't think he's a supporter of Voldemort, Parchment Girl said. There was a small shriek. Was there a bug in the room or something? Or were they just screaming at the name? Versus. Voldy what's it's, but I'm not sure about how trustworthy he is to Dumbledore, the girl continued. Wait, not with you know who or Professor Dumbledore. What is he then? We're not sure, the youngest said. But we're relatively sure that he and his friends aren't the best people to trust. Friends. Plural. You've met his friends. How long have you known this guy? Only a little longer than you have. Didn't you know? He's friends with the 2 new librarians too. Ooh, he's their friend. I like the guy, Shikamaru. He's got ear piercings, you know that. And he smokes. And even though he acts cool, he's smart too. He's always reading. Kiba snorted. They must have made a mistake. Shikamaru never read unless he absolutely had to. You like that kind of quality in a guy. Well, I don't want him being a complete bonehead. Considering the fact that you went out with my brother, of all people, I couldn't tell. There was a short moment of laughter. So, if I'm helping you guys, I want to be in on everything. What do you know about Professor Hyuga? Well, I think he's a muggle, or at least muggle-born. Well, maybe half-blood, I'm not sure but. Wait, that can't be right. What do you mean by that? I think he mentioned something in his class about how he descended from some great and noble family or something like that. Which means he's probably pureblood. But he was dressed in muggle clothing. Before they arrived at the wedding, they were wearing muggle clothing. Muggle, that was in the book, something about non-magic people. Drab ones, at that. I don't think that a great and noble pure-blooded family would be so poor as to be unable to afford wizard attire for him. Ouch. Well, maybe it's a quirk. You know, dress as a poor muggle, being funny about it. 'Cause, you know, it's not as if he's completely wearing wizard style right now. He's got robes, sure, but he's also got a bunch of hats, a bandana, sunglasses, and a cane that's decidedly not magical. It's possible. Plus, I heard that Sai and Naruto practically bought half the things from Fred and George's store. Sai, Naruto, the others. How many of he and his friends are here? Well, we know that there are the 2 in the library. Hyuga and Yamanaka in the divination tower. A guy named Yamada Taro, but everyone calls him Sai. There's a guy with a dog named Kiba and a blonde guy with whisker tattoos named Naruto. I think there are 7. Kiba winced. They already knew that much about them. Their pride as shinobi was going down the drain. Then again, they hardly made any attempt to hide their presence whatsoever. Did it really matter all that much whether or not these kids knew a lot about them, or were they just being paranoid and overly secretive? How do I not see them? Nobody's ever said anything about new teachers or staff or anything. Well, we think that the other 3 are patrolling the school. The Hogwarts wards have done fine for the past few centuries. Are they really necessary? Possibly not, since I think they're only here because the other 4 are, but completely pointless. I don't think so. Okay, I'm going to tell you something. And not a single word leaves this room, okay? You don't remember this, but towards the end of the school year, Hogwarts was invaded. What? How? They came in through the room of requirement. Through magical transportation. I think there were about 5 of them. How come I don't remember? I suspect that there was something in our breakfast that Dumbledore had the house elves put in. What's with this old man and drugging people? Quote. I ate it, the girl continued, and I don't remember anything. Ron, Harry, and Hermione missed breakfast, and they still do. But then there's no proof. How do you know? They're not working here willingly, did you know that? We think that Dumbledore's making them stay here and work. Whatever he has on them, I hope it's secure. I'd hate to know what would happen if he lost control of them. Are you sure? Lavender lowered her voice to a whisper, much to Kiba's annoyance. I mean, how can you tell for sure? The day it happened, they stole something of Harry's. What? Was it important? It's a potential danger to the school, but that wasn't their original purpose. They grabbed it on a whim, and I do. NT think that they even realized how important it was and could be. Their true purpose was to defeat Dumbledore. Was he all right? Oh, course. He's alive, isn't he? But, don't forget, if Dumbledore was just a little hurt by them, that would mean these people were really powerful. Plus, Dumbledore really could have been hurt and not shown it. He's old and he's been weakened after all. What are you talking about? Well, have you forgotten about his hand? It's still dead, just so you know. His hand is dead, and that idiot still couldn't defeat him. I knew it. Naruto is Tunis. Well, he's fine, even with his injury and age, so I suppose they're not great. Yeah, besides, they're only in their, 20s. How dangerous could they be? Oh, now that was a blow to their pride. Stupid little girl, and they weren't even 20 yet, either. So, are you going to help us out? Of course. And, just out of curiosity, you were going to help us before you found out all this. Why did you suddenly want to help us dig around to find out more about Hyuga? Kiba snickered at that. No idea, but if the divination professor isn't teaching divination, then what's he teaching you? Psychology. What the devil is psycho? He's teaching you what? Quote. Kiba's head banged against the thin rock walls at the sound of the girl's siren-like shriek, wincing from his ringing ears and aching head. He wriggled through the walls towards the nearest exit he had memorized, which just so happened to be in the middle of the hallway next to a suit of armor. Carefully making sure that no one was there to witness his presence, Kiba wiggled out of the hole and stretched, tired of crawling around in enclosed spaces. As he headed back to their quarters, Kiba pondered the new questions in his mind. His sense of smell had increased almost dramatically. Sinkby the werewolf, Kiba mused to himself, bringing a hand up to trace the still slightly fresh scars on his neck. As amazing as it was, it still worried him. He was definitely changing. He wondered just how dangerous it would be to keep him around without that wolfsbane potion, and, even though he knew that one of his friends would ever do such a thing, he couldn't help but wonder if he'd have to be isolated from the group. Or, at the very worst, put down. Kiba took a deep breath, forcing the feeling of nausea down his throat. No way. There was no way that they would diminish their numbers even further. Because if they did, the 9 of them who had first arrived upon this world, including Akamaru, and a remarkably smaller number of 5, including Sakura, Naruto, Sai, and Ino. Neji and Shikamaru both counted as halves, because they often seemed to be half there. Neji with his guilt and mood swings, and Shikamaru with his unknowingly self-induced isolation. Okay, this was getting way too dramatic for Kiba's tastes. Time to focus the more pressing matters. What the heck had their group taken that belonged to Harry? Valuable enough to cause these kids to target them, insignificant enough to cause the shinobi not to give it a second thought. How had they figured out about all 7 of the Well, Ino and Neji were employed as a part of Hogwarts staff, as were Sakura and Shikamaru. Neji had been present at the Weasleys' wedding with himself and Sai. And they must have spotted Naruto in Hagrid's hut. What would everybody's next step be? There were so many other factors to consider. Kiba would give a limb for Shikamaru, or at least someone as smart as him, to help them all figure out what to do next. There were Dumbledore's actions, which dictated Shikamaru, who still had some remnants of control of the others. There were their own plans, with their 2 teams, Ino and Neji, which gave birth to several more possibilities. There was the Akatsuki, who was definitely here in this world. And then there was the V fellow, who may or may not be working with the Akatsuki. In addition to that, their lead strategist was now on a team of his own, working between Dumbledore's will, his own, and his friends. Kiba sighed, toying with the lighter that he had previously been using as light in his tunnels. Flipping it open and shut and tracing the leaf symbol engraved in the bottom and swearing to himself in the back of his mind that he would not lose it. He had a massive headache right now, trying to think of the future. It wasn't only that it was impossibly complicated, but he simply didn't want to think about it, and he had a sneaking suspicion that the others felt the same way as well. There were simply too many factors, and the future was too complex and impossible to map out. Shikamaru sighed, fiddling with his unlit cigarette, wondering vaguely where his lighter had gone. Over the 2 years he had kept it in near-perfect condition. And he was sure that it wasn't completely lost. It must be somewhere still inside his rooms. Aside from the worn out Hittite band that he secretly kept hidden amongst his belongings, as did everyone else, he suspected it was his last memory of his home back in Konoha. It was his treasure, and he hated the idea that it was gone. It wasn't just any treasure, it was Asuma's. Maybe it was Ino. Maybe she had pried into his mind, as he had forbidden her to do to maintain their trust for each other. And then she had found out through his memories that their teacher had died. She might be angry at him because of that he had never told her about it. Then again, Ino didn't have the ability to look inside his mind like that so easily. And even if she was willing to risk using that technique, he'd know. But maybe she found out about his death some other way and she was angry and doing her best to avoid him so that she could avoid the topic and thus avoid any awkward outbursts. Which would certainly explain why she had broken up with him just moments ago with a suspiciously blank expression on her face. Ino wasn't too good at pulling off the whole dead inside look. She, like everyone else and Naruto in particular, wore her heart out on her sleeve. Sure, it was generally looked down on by shinobi, but who cared, really? It wasn't as if they were in Konoha anyway. He was starting to give up on finding a way home. In this world, time travel was possible. Teleportation through fireplaces were possible. As was just plain teleportation, though, there would often be a huge crack sound when the person teleported. All sorts of things were possible, but, apparently, traveling through dimensions was not. Ironically, it seemed that the person who could get them out of this dimension probably wasn't in this one. After all, what were the odds that, out of all the universes she was known for traveling through, she would be living in this one? Shikamaru scratched his head, irritated that, with all the research he had done on this person, he had simply hit another brick wall. Imaginary wish granters aside, it seemed that there was no person in the world able to send them back on their way home. He wondered if he should tell the others that they might as well prepare to live the rest of their lives here, as there was little chance of getting back home. Haku and Zabuza's presence in this world might even be a symbol of it. This world had spirits from both this world and the other, meaning that in death, they would reach this world, and never escape. Did that apply to the living as well? Now that they had gotten here, would they be stuck forever? And if this was possible, should he tell them of his suspicions? Nah, he thought to himself. Too troublesome. He held his face close to a torch perched on the wall, with his cigarette in his mouth, and pulled away once it caught on fire. Shikamaru watched the end of the butt slowly burn to ashes, telling himself that he didn't want to upset them. Shikamaru told himself he wasn't angry that they were ignoring him. He told himself that he wasn't obsessing over the fact that Ino had broken up with him. He told himself the reason that he wasn't telling them to give up wasn't because he wanted them to pour themselves into a useless effort, but that he didn't want them to lose hope. He really did want to believe the things he told himself. Shikamaru jerked suddenly in mid-step, realizing that he was taking things much too seriously. He might not be as close with his friends as he had originally thought he had been, but the world wasn't over yet. He'd figure out why they were angry with him. Later. He paused, sensing oncoming heat. He jumped back slightly with the sudden appearance of a newspaper, piece of parchment, and a red feather on the ground. Sighing to himself, Shikamaru picked up the scroll and skimmed through it. In the meantime, Shikamaru thought to himself, a slow smile growing at the sight of the headline and the morbid front cover. I think I'll keep myself busy. Snape has his Legilimency, which allows him to look into a person's mind, and Neji has his Byakugan, which allows him to see and analyze all movements simultaneously. The reason why Snape couldn't get into Neji's mind is not that his mental barrier is as strong as Ino's, but because of the sunglasses, which deflected a bit of the Legilimency, though wizards haven't made that connection yet. My thinking corner. Merry Christmas or, politically correctly, Happy Holidays. Technically, since it's 4 in the morning, it's not Christmas anymore. Darn, I would have started on Christmas Eve, but I went to my grandparents' house. They apparently moved down to Houston when we weren't looking. Well, I'm pretty tired, and it's darn late, so I'll just keep it short. And just so you know, often, different parts of my thinking corner are written at different times. So, yeah, just random fact. Bye bye people. By the way, I'm looking for someone to bounce around ideas with for my Bleach HP stories. It won't be anything major, just smoothing things over. And I don't mean to offend any by asking around for this either. You're all awesome, but I'm looking to see how the plot would fit in the Bleach verse, so, yeah. Tired. Nighty night. Seriously now. Oh, just so you know, when the shinobi are alone, they speak Japanese. When they're speaking with people who speak English, they're speaking in English. I don't feel like italicizing or saying blank said in Japanese every time they're talking in Japanese because, frankly, I'm too lazy. The sparrows, given names: Sais, Issa, Naruto's, Toruna Sakura's, Rakusa, Shikamaru, Rumakashi Ruma Kashi, Ino, Noi Neji, Jin, Kiba, Baki lol. Tentens would have been, N-tent, unpronounceable. I'm sorta glad there's no sparrow for her. Review responses. Silent reader. Thank goodness. I was wondering if no one else shared my amusement, though I'm wondering if this story is causing me to lose my touch with comedy. I tried writing more for NGTH for a long time. Does that make sense? And I just couldn't get into it. I'll remember about Victor's accent. Or just delete all of the cameos he makes. Might be easier, after all. And wow. 2 in the morning, snow, and cows on the loose. Sounds horrible. X anyway, let's just say that since it's magic and Kiba's scent is all wonky as of late, he couldn't sense the electric ward. Malfoy doesn't look down on werewolves. He, as you can and or will see, is scared shitless of them. Which will make it really interesting, A killer ninja werewolf. Oh man. XD though your guess about the lack of Psi conflict is not completely accurate. Some things happened. You'll probably find out in later chapters and they're practically at each other's throats. Neji more than Sai. Neji was more offended by said event. And I'm sorry. Itachi will not be in this story. And it's a bit late, so if you're still wondering who in the Akatsuki is present, can you ask me in your next review? Sorry. And no. Harry won't explode. Too messy. They'll resolve the situation before Harry confronts the shinobi about the map. I think. Haven't gotten there yet. Eowyn. I was just thinking. If Dumbledore has to make eye contact with Shikamaru to read his mind, maybe a pair of mirrored sunglasses would help. Shinigami. I love your story even if it's slow, but you put Kiba on 2 teams: Ino, Kiba, and Malfoy in the first team. Neji, Naruto, and Kiba. Owie. Anyway, I fixed the repeat a while ago, I think, almost right after I posted the chapter. Lachwen. Yay, thank you so much for updating. This story just keeps getting more and more interesting, and I love Sai. And Naruto. My worst best friend's best friend. Anyway, I hope you get back from being grounded soon, and I love the new chappie. Thank you for continuing to write, and I can't wait to read more. Thank you. And yeah, Sai is awesome and really fun to write. Dark 672, it's good. Short, sweet, and to the point. At 4 in the morning. You have no idea how much I appreciate this. K's Mo. Yay, wonderful update. Thank you. Omake. Cowardice. Sickening. Putrid. Revolting. Stomach churning. Driving. Enticing. Fear. Kiba didn't like that smell. He had to admit it. It wasn't all that bad. The smell made him almost sick to his stomach, but after only a few seconds of adjusting to this new scent, which he had never been able to smell so clearly, he had found that the twisting feeling in his stomach had become something new. Something exciting. Something Kiba needed more of. And it revolted Kiba at the time that it was fear that he desired so much. He told himself that Malfoy's absolute fear of him didn't mean much. He told himself that breaking the news to Malfoy that they would later be working together on the same team would make his day, heck, it might have even made his year. But it was because of Malfoy that he was feeling so darn miserable. The scent fear rolled off of Malfoy's skin. Whenever Kiba was simply in the same room. The smell was nearly overwhelming, but after a moment of realizing that it was his adrenaline, his cold sweat, and a few bits and pieces of something else that he had been sensing, Kiba felt a rush of dread himself. This was the same scent he had been smelling on everyone within close range of him. He was sure that most of his friends would rather die than admit it, but it was true. They all feared him. I'm the friendliest guy in the group. Kiba wanted to cry out. Only Naruto makes friends better than me, but I'm even better at picking up girls than him. They were all scared of him. And it was Malfoy's fault. No, it wasn't Malfoy's fault that he had become a werewolf. But it was his fault that he knew this. If it weren't for Malfoy, he never would have recognized this. Ignorance was bliss, and Malfoy lost him one of the few bits of happiness he still had. The wizard had walked into the kitchen just a few moments ago, heading straight for the icebox to grab something to eat, not even noticing Kiba's presence until after he absent-mindedly petted Akamaru on the head. He froze. That fear filled the entire room again for Kiba to bask and writhe in as Malfoy remembered that Akamaru rarely went anywhere without his master walking ahead or behind. Almost no, definitely fearfully, Malfoy slowly turned his head to find that, much to his suspicion and fear, Kiba was sitting at the wooden table right behind him. Yo. Hey, came the mumbled response as the wizard slowly backed away, his back to the primitive Hogwarts version of a refrigerator. Looking for this? Kiba asked after Malfoy slowed down, unable to find whatever it was he was looking for. The blonde jumped slightly at the sound of his voice, even though he knew Kiba was sitting right behind him. Malfoy turned his head and stared at the box in Kiba's hand. It was Naruto's secret stash of junk food, magical jelly beans, hopping chocolate frogs, bloody lollipops, wand-shaped licorice. No one ever really bothered to tell Naruto to stop sneaking to the village. They probably didn't care too much. It was in Naruto's nature to do the exact opposite as people told him to anyway. He stared at the shoebox in Kiba's hand with wide eyes. Kiba silently gritted his teeth, not fully understanding why he was making the offer in the first place, only to remember the promise he made to Ino to stop tormenting the wizard at every opportunity. He could have simply stopped torturing him, but why on earth was he acting nice? He only made offers like this to friends. Everyone else can go to heck for all he cared. Starting to feel awkward, holding a box in the air without any reaction, Kiba sighed and set it on the table, noting with irritation that Malfoy had chosen to pick up the candy stashing box only after Kiba was no longer touching it, as if secondhand skin contact would prevent the spread of his lycanthropy. Well, it would, but so would ordinary skin contact as well. He watched Malfoy rummage through the candy, apparently looking for a specific brand. Spoiled little brat, just pick one, and Malfoy pretended that Kiba wasn't watching him, though. Kiba noticed that his hand was actually trembling a little. What the jerks. If I wanted to, I could really give him something to be scared of. Single quote. Yours? He asked shakily, holding it up for Kiba to look at. He held his hand out to take the bag of jelly beans back. Malfoy stared at the offered hand and almost looked as if he'd refuse, only to quickly set the plastic bag back, shootin'. Hand past Kiba's to place it down on the wooden table. Kiba stared at his raised hand, then the jelly beans on the table, and back at his hand again. He quietly picked it up, rolling up the top the bag and tossing it back into the box of other candy, no longer in the mood to indulge his sweet tooth. He quickly made his way around the table, approaching Malfoy at a determined pace. With every step he took forward, Malfoy took one backward until his back hit the wall and Kiba was slightly leaning down in his face, with a casual arm resting on the wall above Malfoy's head. They stood in hat position for what felt like a suddenly jerked forward, bared teeth dangerously close to Malfoy's face. The wizard flinched, squeezing his eyes shut and tensing his shoulders, but nothing happened. No bite, no nip, no strike. While Malfoy slumped down onto the ground, either from the impact between his skull and the wooden wall behind him or from relief that the werewolf was no longer in such a threatening position. Kiba left the room in irritable silence. He paused in the doorway for a moment, as if intending to make some scathing remark, but shook his head. The wizard opened his mouth to say something, only for the werewolf, back turned towards him, to leave the room, shaking his head. Ard. What was that? He couldn't hear the murmured word. Did he call him a jerk? Or something else? Was the werewolf angry, disappointed, upset, enraged? All of the above. It was hard to tell which one exactly, but Kiba was definitely not happy. Draco let out a deep breath, realizing that he had been holding it in for quite a long time. He clasped his hands together in a feeble attempt to stop the trembling. He had a feeling he had, in a way, just failed Ino. He had told her that he had no problem with anyone in the group, aside from the fact that they all despised him and that he was constantly fearing for his life. He couldn't help his reaction towards Inuzuka. Even after all these weeks, he just didn't seem mentally prepared to deal with one of those things. Muggles were one thing, werewolves were another. They, after all, could tear you limb from limb. And he didn't consider the rest of them to be wizards or muggles. Putting them in their own category made it much easier to tolerate their presence. But Inuzuka, too darn dangerous. Malfoy shuddered, really wanting to talk to Ino about his fear of Kiba, even though he knew she would most likely just laugh it off. In fact, she would probably even taunt him for his juvenile fears. Malfoy was sore, tempted to bang his head against the wall a second time, realizing what Kiba had said to him before leaving, realizing that it was true, and realizing that it was a fact that he could never seem to change no matter how much he tried. I hope that was alright for my first mini-story thing. I meant it to be funnier with Kiba beating the stuffing out of him, but only a little, because if Kiba really put any spirit into it, I don't think they'd be able to put him back together, but I guess my mood's just a bit off and it went from some comedy to whatever this was. I wasn't sure whether to post this separately, since it's just random junk, or just keep it at the end of a chapter. Finished with everything. Muahahaha. And it's 4:06 a.m. I started responding to reviews at 9 to 10 p.m. technically yesterday. Passes out. Happy New Year's everyone. I love you all so much and thanks for all of your wonderful reviews that I love so much. And Irish cream. I love Bailey's Irish cream. I'm bored, Draco said for the umpteenth time as he scratched Akamaru behind the ears. I can't do any magic around here, or else your owners will freak and probably try to use it as another excuse to defeat me again. And I can't just leave this place, with everyone in the wizarding world thinking the entire Malfoy lineage is dead, and it has to stay that way or else it will be. Draco rubbed the huge dog's fur, thinking about the events that had come to pass and wondering how much worse his situation could have been if Dumbledore hadn't offered to use his mysterious power over the mercenaries to prevent them from attempting to defeat him should they decide to ignore Ino's support for him. Or maybe what it would be like if Voldemort and his Akatsuki had caught him. He shuddered and I immediately decided to appreciate how well his life currently was, compared to what it had been the year before and what it could have been now. He had the only slightly unwilling protection of mercenaries, which was further secured by Dumbledore's influence over them. His own personal quarters were modeled after home, large and spacious, and the castle provided for his every need and whim. Plus, he was alive. Dumbledore was rather helpful, supplying Draco with small trinkets, some helping him understand the Japanese language so that the Hatchinen didn't have to speak in English all the time, and others helping him pass the time. But it was still boring. He had long since solved all of the Muggle jigsaw puzzles that he had been given. Plus, these were children's games. He sighed, starting to lean back, but jerked straight up at the sound of a door getting kicked open. Akamaru immediately got up to his paws with a wagging tail, barked, and ran towards the arrival. Definitely Kiba. Malfoy winced inwardly, once again reminded of Kiba's condition. Just looking at him brought chills up his spine, imagining the snarling, salivating monster he would soon become, and his ability to draw on his werewolf attributes the canine-like demeanor, the uncanny sense of smell, and his unnatural speed and strength, only served to heighten his wariness. If Kiba was able to use his werewolf senses without even becoming a werewolf, did this mean he was always going to be contagious, even in his human form? They left. Something about training, he muttered, watching Kiba, barking and yipping, wrestle with his dog on the ground. Oh yeah, in the forest, he said with a nod. Draco frowned. Why are you all dusty? He asked Kiba. I was spying on girls, he said, raising his eyebrows and giving him a toothy grin. If you crawl through the pipes and stuff in the walls, you can get anywhere. Care to join me next time? Fun and informative. No, Draco said quickly, shaking his head. He had a feeling that the werewolf would rather shut him up in one of those wall pipes and keep him stuck in there. Kiba shrugged. Then don't complain when you've got nothing to do, he warned. Yeah, I did wait. How did you know I was bored? Sixth sense, he said casually. You smell like you've been indoors way too long. Anyway, I need to bring them their dinner. Are you coming? Might learn something useful. Sure, Draco said. Wait minute, Kiba mentioned a forest. Wait, where are they exactly? The forest, Kiba said, pointing out of the conveniently placed window to forest where the sun was beginning to set. You're bloody crazy. Draco said, and your friends are training there. There are giants and werewolves and spiders and other monsters inside there. And the sun is beginning to set. Well, I'm not sure about those other creatures anymore, but I'd say the werewolf is standing here, he said, the grin on his face twitching slightly, as he scratched his ear with forced casualness. But I guess if I get them their dinner, there will be a werewolf in there. Draco winced, feeling stupid. He looked back up at Kiba, who was still rubbing the back of his ear where the faint scar ended. He looked away quickly after seeing the scarred mess that was at once an ordinary-looking throat. There were some jagged marks under his chin and, from the looks of it, his skin had been torn past his neckline and possibly down past his collarbone. Which meant that when he got bitten, it hadn't been a clean nip. It looked more like he had been thrashed by a hound of dogs of some sort, with his neck torn up the way it was. Sides, Kiba said enthusiastically, you're in safe hands. If you're going to die, then it's only because I'm defeat you. No way am I just going to let some monster chew on your bones before I do. Draco gulped nervously. These muggles, he wasn't quite sure what else to call them, were dangerous. Kiba was right about one thing: he didn't get attacked by any magical creature in the forest. And it seemed that the mercenaries were out to get him, whether it was on purpose or not. Draco found this out when Kiba and Akamaru, who were both leading him through the forest, lunged and tackled him to the ground. At that very moment, there was a whistling sound as dozens of dark objects passed by overhead. Great Malfoy thought frantically, his entire body freezing up as it came into contact with his greatest fear. It touched me. Single quote. Kiba jumped up to his feet shouting at the perpetrators. Are you guys trying to defeat us? The brown-haired mercenary snarled at the dark clearing as he ran forward. You nearly ruined the food. I brought you guys dinner. Quote. As Draco approached the clearing, he saw Naruto and Neji breathing heavily. Though both of their attention was now on Kiba, the rest of the group was present as well, watching in safety from behind various trees. The only one not present was Shikamaru. Hey, Naruto said, turning his back on Neji to wave at the new arrivals. Sorry about that. Didn't see ya. Yeah, I did, the man admitted easily, without a single moment's hesitation. He had, at first, thought the Hyuga was blind, but after some time, he had finally remembered his voice to be the assassin whose mask had no face from their first meeting. It seemed that Neji, their surveillance system, had, perhaps, other means of seeing. It was here that he realized that Neji's eyes were pale, which supported the blind theory. You're staring, Neji said bluntly. You would. Know I was staring if you weren't staring back at me, Draco answered automatically, though he immediately reprimanded himself silently for possibly egging on a killer. Your logic is undeniable, but, in my currently unique case, it is untrue, Neji said calmly, without any hint of venom in his voice. Draco stared at the man, mouth slightly agape, unsure of how to respond to this show of non-unfriendliness. Okay, he said. Lesson learned. Oddly enough, the man actually seemed rather content with that answer. So why am I here again? The wizard asked Kiba. Well, Kiba said slowly, a grin growing on his face. You were bored. Draco stared at Kiba, his eyes widening in horror of what was to come. Quote. No, absolutely no bloody freaking way. You cannot be Sirio. He was burning. Naruto clutched his stomach. He was positive that he was not conscious, from the fact that he seemed to be currently floating in the middle of darkness with the ground nowhere in sight. However, he also knew that this was no ordinary dream, from the burning pain in his stomach. Clenching his teeth, He struggled to move his hands from their protective position over his stomach to lift the front of his t-shirt. What he found or didn't was what he had feared. The seal that had been on his stomach was gone. Naruto jerked awake, falling out of his hammock with a loud thud. Ow, he yelped, rubbing his head. It was the 4th time that night he had had that dream, and he had woken up in the middle of the night several times already that past week. He looked around. The room was still rather dark, but bits of sunlight crept through the window. It was probably about 5 in the morning, far earlier than he needed to be awake. Naruto didn't bother climbing back into the hammock, not feeling that rest was worth another nightmare like that. He leaned back against the stone wall, sitting on the cold cobblestone floor. He really didn't want to go back to sleep. The dream of the Kyuubi still unnerved him. Despite the fact that he had already woken up. Was it just a dream, he wondered, or was it a sign that the Kyuubi was starting to break through? Naruto cautiously lifted up the front of his shirt to peer down at his stomach, where the seal of the Kyuubi had been and still remained, and let out a relieved sigh. It doesn't matter how hard you wish, a voice said, floating past the doorway. You will never have abs as great as mine. Naruto immediately dropped the front of his shirt and looked up to see Sai standing in the doorway. Well, at least I don't go around in short shirts just to show off my belly. He grumbled, pulling down his shirt immediately. What do you want? Sleep, Sai said, without his usual scathing remarks. But because of you and your furry, demonic little problem, it seems I will not be able to do so until I do a small touch-up. That would explain a lot, Naruto mumbled, remembering the frightening dreams he had been having as of late. Sai sat down across from him, and Naruto lifted the front of his shirt, where the seal of the Shiki-Fujin was, slightly faded at the edges but appearing overall fine. It looks completely normal to me, he said. Are you sure it's your seal? It is definitely my seal that is weakening, Sai said, or else I would not have had the same dream of death, destruction, and that demon as you did. Avario. Nay, else's seals begin to fade and become much lighter when they are weakened or after use, so it is easier to know if their seals need to be re-inked. My seal on you, however, is drawn directly over your old seal, which doesn't fade at all. When my seal begins to fade, you can't tell how faded it is because it's the same color underneath. Then why don't you move the seal to a different spot? Naruto asked bluntly. As usual, your intellect has failed to shock me, he said. Everyone else's seals drain your abilities. My seal serves 2 purposes. The first is to drain your chakra when it overflows as well, though to a lesser extent in comparison to everybody else's. The second purpose is to increase the strength of your original seal, because without it, none of the other seals would work at all and we would have a rogue demon running about pillaging cities. Naruto nodded as Sai retraced the seal on his stomach, deep in focus and probably in no mood to talk. Although Sai claimed that reapplying a weakening seal was just a simple matter of retracing the marks with a mix of chakra and ink, Naruto wanted to avoid any mistakes as much as possible. After several moments of tense silence, Sai finished recapping his ink bottle and putting his supplies away. It will dry in a few minutes, Sai said. Thanks, Naruto replied. He waited patiently for the ink artist to leave, but quickly realized that he wasn't going to. You need something. I'm just making sure you do not end up smearing any of my hard work, Sai said idly. I will stay until it is completely dry. Oh, okay. What? Shikamaru is gone. What? He left. Last night, he didn't go to bed, and none of us realized it. You've got to be kidding em. Naruto began, immediately getting up to his feet when Sai clamped a hand over the blonde's mouth and forced him to sit back down on the ground. There is nothing we can do about it, Sai said, glancing at Naruto's stomach to make sure his eel hadn't been smeared with the sudden movement. It's a mission, without us, he said, confused. One for Dumbledore, apparently, he said. He left a note on his chair. It read, on a mission for Dumbledore. That was all he had written, but it was rather self-explanatory, don't you think? He'll probably be back in the morning. So he didn't even tell us where he went? Naruto asked, looking enraged. He doesn't want us following him, he repeated. Which means that it's probably dangerous. He was told to work alone, or he would simply rather work on his own. Naruto didn't say anything in response to that. Quote. He stinks, he muttered. He only has us avoiding him like the plague so that Dumbledore would not be able to get any closer to us than he already is. He still stinks. Sai frowned. Your seal is dry now. I'll be goin'. Wait, Naruto said, before the older shinobi could leave. What is it? He asked, starting to look a bit tired. Just a quick question. Why? Do you think Neji's Byakugan is screwing up? Naruto asked. I believe it may a combination of various factors, Sai said, though there is no evidence to support any specifics. Why don't you get evidence? Talk to Neji. Ask him about it. Sai frowned. Naruto knew that Sai actually had a distinct dislike for Neji, and vice versa. He just didn't know why. You ask him. I'm pretty sure he's figured it out by himself by now. Is it about Tenten? Naruto asked. Sai's aloof posture stiffened slightly. I told you before, it's a combination of things. And if you don't W directly, then I don't TH. Ink you're likely to get any answer soon. Neji is the one with all of the answers, not me. But you know something. I know a lot of things, Sai quipped, ending the conversation as he closed Naruto's door and left. Alone in his bedroom, Naruto pulled his shirt back up again to stare at the seal on his belly again, a bold inky darkness against his tanned skin. Several other seals painted his body. One corresponding seal for each member of his surrogate family. He smiled grimly at the idea that he shared a mark with everyone in a group, the only one with a special connection to each person. Stupid demon, he murmured, climbing back into his hammock with heavy eyelids, no longer fearing sleep now that Sai ensured him several more nights' rest until the next seal weekend. Making me wake up over something so small. Had he been more awake, he probably would have heard the nearly silent whisper in the corner of his room. I knew it, I just don't get it, Naruto later muttered, relaying the story to some of the others later that morning. Sai's so weird. Well, he doesn't like Neji all too much, Sakura said thoughtfully. Maybe he just doesn't care about whether Neji's Byakugan gets better or not. That's just too cold for Sai. He might not be real. Nice, but, well, he's better than when we first met him. He's not that mean. Yeah he is, Sakura muttered. I know, Ino said. Maybe he's jealous of Neji because he liked Tenten too or something. They both stared at her and rolled their eyes. Not everything revolves around love, you know, Sakura said bluntly. Ah, figures, a new voice said. They all looked up to see Shikamaru standing by the doorway, yawning. You guys are always here. Ino looked up at him and immediately turned away, turning slightly red. Shikamaru looked away as well, looking rather embarrassed. Naruto and Sakura exchanged glances, unsure of whether to leave the room or not. Shikamaru seemed to notice this and sighed. I have nothing personal in my intentions, he said before they would leave the kitchen, which was more like the living room where they just talked when Shikamaru would be in the actual living room staring out the window and filling the room with smoke. I need to know where Kiba is, and Sai too. Kiba and Akamaru. They're probably at Hogsmeade, Sakura said. Kiba mentioned tagging along with some of the students. Since we're supposed to be making sure they stay out of trouble anyway. Shikamaru paused, looking a bit troubled by this information. And Sai, he asked. Somewhere in the castle, Naruto said. I think I upset him off today, though I don't know why. Shikamaru sighed. The day he realized he needed to discuss a part of his plan with certain individuals, they were all gone. In addition, the first person he would ask for help locating a missing person was Kiba, the one he was actually looking for, who was in another village. And the second person, Neji, was up in his tower, like he usually was. That's probably not good, Shikamaru said, trying to lessen the tense atmosphere practically emanating between himself and Ino. Ah, by the way, I have new positions for you all in the castle. You all stay in your general posts in the castle, but Sakura, after hours when you're finished doing whatever it is that Pants has us do whenever we go to the library, you patrol the second and third floor. Ino, you and Neji are to stay in the divination tower after hours. Neji will do the surveillance. At times that his sight goes out, you make sure it's completely safe for him. Keeping him out of dangers that he would not be able to avoid, like sharp objects and things that may fall on him, or may obstruct his movement. After you do that, you will patrol the general grounds of Hogwarts. But stay off of floors 4 to 7. Stick with the towers. Naruto, you and your cage bunchins will go throughout the entire school, except for the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th floor. Naruto nodded. So I guess Kiba, Akamaru, and Sai split the top ones then? He asked. Shikamaru frowned. No, Kiba and Akamaru are outside on the grounds, mostly the area bordering the Forbidden Forest, as well as the inner parts of the castle. Wait, Sai has to patrol all 4 floors? Sakura said incredulously. The others looked surprised by this as well. Was Shikamaru losing it? What about me? Naruto asked. I could handle it. The headaches aren't that bad when all the information comes back. I can live with it. That's something I'm going to discuss with Sai, Shikamaru said uncomfortably, trying to keep his voice sounding calm and collected. Did he piss you off or something? The Jinchuriki asked incredulously. I just need to explain to him why he's in charge of so many floors, and wide ones to boot. Shikamaru said. You guys, on the other hand, are not involved with this, and I have no reason to divulge these confidential matters to you. He faltered slightly at Ino's glare. He and Ino met eyes for a long moment. No one said anything as they abruptly broke eye contact at the same time. The moment he shut his door, Ino hit her head against the table. God, she mumbled, her voice muffled by the wood in front of her face and by the hair that covered her head like a curtain over her face. Like I want to defeat myself, or that jerk. You might feel guilty about breaking up with him at a time like this, but the rest of us just feel awkward whenever you two end up in the same room, Naruto muttered. Can't tell who has it worse, you two or us. Yo, you didn't really have to break up with him, Sakura said, trying to comfort her friend. It's a lot easier to avoid him if we weren't going out, Ino replied, sighing. Well, we could always disobey orders and hang out with him anyway, Naruto suggested. Probably shouldn't. Shikamaru probably has another set of intentions in his orders that he hadn't told us, Ino said, but he's right about having us avoid him. He doesn't want Dumbledore to know that we're still conspiring against him, and since he's the only one who usually comes in direct contact with Dumbledore. Well, since Dumbledore seems to be able to see things in a person's mind through eye contact, Shikamaru is in most danger of letting him know. So we relocate that memory so that Dumbledore can't find it. And the more time he spends with those present at that meeting, all 6 of us, the more likely it is that our presence would trigger his memory and move it back to where Dumbledore would find it. Well, all the more son, we ought to figure out how Dumbledore reads minds and how we could counteract it, right? Sakura said. Oh, and, by the way, I managed to narrow the possibilities down a bit. I know for sure that whatever he uses, it's dark magic. Or at least some obscure form of it. Great, her friend joked, running her fingers through her hair. That's only, half the library left to go. More like 2/5, she sighed. 2/5 light, 2/5 dark, and 1/5 on muggles. I also found that half of the information on muggles is pretty good for a laugh if you're into pretty stale, sad humor. Most of that section is either completely inaccurate or incredibly outdated. They still think that muggles believe electricity is some sort of divine power. Speaking of divine powers that nobody really understands, Naruto said, there's supposed to be some Quidditch practice thing I keep hearing about. Malfoy mentioned it before, something about broomsticks and private parts. That's all I got before I started dozing off. And, speaking of which, where is Malfoy anyway? Ino asked. Nah, Naruto said, shaking his head. We managed to do it, and we're way out of shape. I don't think it should have taken that guy, 12 hours to finish. Besides, he managed to get that far eventually. And plus, now that he's all conked out, we can't listen to him complain about how his life fell apart and how he has nothing to do all day long. Surprise. He's got something to do now. Run 15 miles, pass out, recover, and run as sane. We've got a schedule for him. Kiba and Akamaru are having the times of their lives in Hogsmeade. It was a feeling of freedom that he hadn't felt since the day they had come to Hogwarts. It seemed that the only time Hogwarts wards were let down during the weekends during the Hogsmeade trips, allowing Kiba to run around the village wreaking havoc on candy shops and anything that had free samples. Chewing on licorice wands, Kiba and Akamaru roamed around Hogsmeade, taking in the sights and occasionally hitting on girls and sometimes showing off his impressive scar, telling them the dramatic tale of his great battle against 8 powerful wizards. Considering how the scar was on his neck of all deadly places, they were rather impressed. Women, Kiba thought gleefully to himself, his mood better than it had been in weeks. No matter where you go, they're all generally the same. Single quote. Of course, he bought a book from Zonko's, which was having a closing sale. There wasn't any particular reason for buying said book. He just felt like it. Apparently, the store was being bought by some new company and the old man wanted to get rid of everything by January. He bought a large box of tea for Neji. He'd probably like that. He meant on something about tea readings for his class, whatever that was. So, Kiba walked into what seemed to be one of the most popular places in all of Hogsmeade, with his box of tea occupying the chair next to him. "Hello, you must be new around here," a woman said, approaching him. "I'm Rosemerta. What would you like to drink today?" The woman smiled. "So you can make your tea? Huh, oh." Kiba looked down at his box of tea. "Nah, I hate tea. It's too bland for me." "Well, water seems a bit blander than tea," Rosemerta said. "Might I recommend butterbeer? It's a drink common to all seasons, it's of low cost. It has only a smidgen of alcohol, and it's delicious." Sure," Kiba said. "It's not made of real butter or anything though, is it? Like melted butter stuck in a cup and mixed with beer, or something?" "Merlin, no," she exclaimed, laughing at his joke. "Goodness, that would taste horrible, wouldn't it? What made you think such a thing?" "Well, the butter and the beer must have thrown me off a bit," he said. Shrugging, she looked puzzled by his logic, so Kiba quickly changed topics. "Yeah, I'll have it. How much will it be?" "A sickle and 3 nuts," Rosemerta said. Ba handed her a galleon and took the change. Moments later, he received his order, and a sparrow. Kiba looked at the small messenger bird named Baki, that his friends had bought back during the summer, and unrolled the tiny inch-wide scroll and read the short message. "Go back to Hogwarts soon when you're done doing whatever it is that you're doing, Shikamaru." Kiba sniffed slightly, wrinkling his nose. The word 3 immediately popped into his mind. Parchment, grass, mustiness, and tinge of magic in all 3 scents. He stuffed the message back into his pocket and allowed the bird to fly off. And then angrily turned around to the 3 people standing behind him. "Do you mind?" he began to say in English, only to find that there was no one hovering over his shoulder. He frowned. There was definitely someone there, but Kiba got up and left the 3 broomsticks, shaking his head. He could finish the drink on the way back to Hogwarts anyway. Plus, even if someone had been reading over his shoulder, he doubted they were able to read the Japanese scribble very quickly. It was a quick jog for Kiba and Akamaru back to Hogwarts, even with the large box of tea under one arm and the bottle of butterbeer that preventing him from running on all 4s. Of the entire team, Kiba was completely aware that physically, he was in better shape than most of them. It was a fact that he held dear, considering the fact that that was what he was best for: sheer strength, great stamina and brute force. As a matter of fact, considering how every single one of his techniques depended on his physical fitness, strength, and speed, anything less than most fit would completely crush his pride. On the other hand, it rather stung that Sakura, as thin as she was physically more powerful than anyone in the group. He smelled Shikamaru and glanced around. Odd. Their leader was nowhere in sight. Spoke too soon. There was Shikamaru coming around the corner. Kiba wrinkled his nose. Was he a bit off today? This was the second time his nose had made a mistake. Of course, he was still adjusting to his fluctuating senses. "Hey," Kiba said, "you wanted to talk with me." "New arrangements," he said. "Instead of you just randomly roaming the halls, I want you to patrol the grounds outside near the lake, near the forest, near Hagrid's hut, so long as it's outside the castle and within Hogwarts boundaries. It's your territory. Outside, you could mark as much territory as you want. Filch has been complaining about how someone's pet is peeing in the hallways. And you think that Someone's pet, is me? Kiba asked. Not too many other non-canine creatures mark their territory, Shikamaru answered. Plus, it's acidic. I don't think any other creature in this world can corrode substances with their piss. Just mark your territory outside or in the bathroom like any other person. Not in the castle, for God's sake. It's not just for the sake of marking territory, Kiba said with a grin. It annoys him too, and Ms. Norris, but only when I hit her once. Shikamaru nodded and paused, as if unsure of whether to say what was on his mind, until he finally pulled himself back together and regained his lazy composure. After the first month, symptoms will begin to appear every night, less of a need to sleep, greater endurance, and a bit more brute strength. In the second month, those symptoms that become active at night also occur during the day. You'll experience a sudden increase in your ability to track scents, and around times of the full moon, your hair will thicken a bit at night. At 3 months, you should probably have finished adjusting to your new physiological abilities as they lessen slightly and finally stay at one level without any sudden changes, like finishing puberty, except there are few obvious physical changes. And, in the 4th month, you experience your first transformation, he said. Kiba stared. Shikamaru, uncomfortable, shifted from one foot to another. That's how it generally is for werewolves, he said, in case Kiba's silence was because this was all too big for him to deal with and understand at once. Might as well get it over with in one go though. Though it's not exact. So, if I'm a werewolf, I'll have my transformation thing in December, he said thoughtfully. I always wanted to turn into a raging beast around my friends. Merry Christmas, guys. I'm gonna eat you. Kiba laughed but was surprised that it didn't feel totally fake. He was honestly rather amused with himself, in fact. According to the school records for teachers' eyes only, Shikamaru said, ignoring the joke that he actually found somewhat depressing, there was a student attending Hogwarts some 20 years ago. His classmates were completely unaware that he had lycanthropy because every night of the full moon, they would send him to a place called the Shrieking Shack. At Hogsmeade, Kiba said suddenly, remembering the little shack on top of a desolate hill, a popular location for tourists to watch from a distance. Yes, there was a secret tunnel leading to the Shrieking Shack. It was on our map. They sent him there and kept him inside until it was safe for him to leave. There was only one near-death incident when another student fell victim to a prank and was nearly attacked by the werewolf student. So, that's our solution? He asked. Keep me locked up until it's safe. If you don't like the idea, Shikamaru said hastily. No, it's fine, Kiba said, a grin growing on his face. Perfect. In fact, we won't get caught. This is good. Very good. For a minute, Shikamaru actually looked rather pleased with himself and with Kiba's situation, but the moment was lost when he recovered his, I'm too lazy to have facial expressions. Look, before you go, he said to Kiba, where's Sai? Kiba paused, lifting his head slightly in the air and taking a whiff. Okay, that didn't work. He tried again, taking several deeper breaths, and pointed north. You could check the astronomy tower. I smell a freakishly large amount of ink in that direction. Shikamaru nodded and left. Once Shikamaru's back was turned, Kiba's grin faded slightly. He wasn't all too happy spending the night in some dusty old shack that smelled like sweat, fur, drool, and mustiness. Though throughout his entire life, he had adjusted to these natural smells. The Shrieking Shack smelled almost overwhelmingly strong. But Kiba didn't mind praising the genius. Shikamaru was stressed out. He stank of fear, but at least it wasn't of him, like with the wizard, or for him. Like with his friends. He cocked his head to the side, however, realizing what Shikamaru smelled most strongly off. So let me get this straight, Sai said. You want me to practically dedicate my very existence to patrolling these floors. Not your existence, but my time. Yes, all of it. Okay. Shikamaru frowned. That was surprisingly easy, perhaps frighteningly so, even by Sai's standards. You have a condition, he said bluntly. Sai shrugged. Not a condition, a question, he replied. You're the smartest, strategy-wise, out of our entire group. So I will not completely doubt your judgment. But you're separating me from the group, isolating me. Is this on purpose? Are you spiting me because you've become distant from everyone else? He stared back at the older shinobi. Feeling slightly more than just annoyed. He distanced himself from them. It was the other way around. Sigh. Yourself. Over the 2 years I've known you, I never know you were a speech person. Then I suppose Naruto must be rubbing off on me for the worse. Sai said, I know that you aren't much of a vengeful person. You aren't spiting me by isolating me, just be. Because the others are coming to you less and less for issues both personal and vital to our survival. Right, Shikamaru said, nodding. And so, as long as you have one, you might as well tell me what you really want me to do. Since I'm not to know the situation, if I cannot be allowed to know the complete details situation, I would like my orders to be at least a little bit more detailed, he said. Shikamaru shrugged, knowing that even this emotionally disfigured shinobi might not like these commands. So basically, I'm doing to myself what interrogators usually do to psychologically hurt prisoners of battle. Yes, if you want to put it that way, then yes, Shikamaru said, nodding. Are you sure you aren't spiting me for some reason? Sai asked him. Where do you think Shikamaru was last night? Naruto asked. Not sure, Sakura answered. I wasn't even aware of the fact that he had left. Has that owl always been there? Ino said suddenly. Don't change the subject, her friend chided. This is important. No, she insisted. I'm serious. Where did that owl come from? What owl? Naruto said, turning around. Oh, where did that owl come from? The tawny brown owl, having finally captured their attention, flapped from its perch in the living room to the kitchen table where the three were chatting. Oh, it brought us the newspaper, he said, picking up the headlines. Terror at the ministry continues, exploding ministry official case still unsolved. Naruto winced at the picture of the front cover, which was decorated with pictures of the bodies. It reminded him of Deidara's clay explosions, only it was obvious to the trained eye, such as a shinobi's, that this person's cause of death had been different from Deidara's usual technique. This person had been blown up from the inside, probably centering around the stomach area. Ow, Naruto said, dropping the newspaper and snatching his hand back as the newspaper owl pecked him hard on the hand. It wants something, and I'm sure it's not your thanks, Ino said. Anyone here going to pay the bird? The owl hooted sharply, looking both shocked and annoyed that it hadn't and wasn't going to be paid for its services. Offended, it flapped its wings and, picking up the newspaper, soared out of a conveniently placed window. Well that was random, the blonde muttered. And why do we have a window here? As if on cue, the window disappeared. What was that? A person asked, yawning as he struggled to enter the room without collapsing from the aches he must have been experiencing from the laps he ran. Malfoy, Ino said with a grin. You're conscious. Yeah, Sakura said. Was it yours? I don't have one anymore, he said, dragging himself to a seat at the table with as much dignity as he could maintain. It looked like a public one, Naruto said. It had the newspaper and stuff. Oh, he said, looking around. Where's the newspaper? It left. The newspaper. The owl. With the newspaper. Why the bloody heck would it do that? And you paid for it? No. He mumbled. Great. My only connection to the outside world was that newspaper, and now the post owl flew off with it. Hey, we're connected in the outside world, Ino said. What about us? Yesterday, you guys forced me to run how many hours again? He asked. I'm sorry, I can't remember, I lost count. Excuse me if I'm in too much pain to talk to you sadists. I remember. It was 12, Naruto answered. 12 hours and 46 minutes. Oh joy, Draco said sarcastically. Well, if you weren't so out of shape, you could have shortened it to at least 10, Naruto said. Out of shape, let's see you guys do it. We did. In 6 hours. At a slow and unsteady pace so. We wouldn't lose you in the forest to get eaten by some sort of giant man-eating slug or whatever. Oh, he mumbled. Say, Sakura said, that owl came here because you subscribed to the newspaper, right? Yeah, Draco said. Well then aren't you putting us in danger? Naruto asked, looking annoyed. Stop, wincing. For God's sake, it's just a name. You can't just say that. He said. Why can't Sakura say, Voldemort? Ino asked suddenly, feeling annoyed with Malfoy's fear of a word. No, seriously, I'm curious. Why not? A name is a word or a combination of words by which a person, place, thing, or object of thought is designated, called, or known as. And Voldemort pretty much falls under the category of name. It's not a verb. I can't Voldemort you, and it's not some magic word either. If I wave a wand and say, Voldemort, oh, no one is going to fall over dead. It's just not done, he said, gritting his teeth and struggling to control his flinches at his name. I just did it, she replied smugly. Now it's done. Yamanaka, Malfoy. There's something about these two. Naruto mused, watching the heated conversation with fascination. Yeah, Sakura said, it's like they're related or something. Quote, yeah, we're related, Ino retorted, overhearing their conversation. She rolled her eyes. He's the brother that I've never had and still don't want. It was dark in the living room. Shikamaru looked at the ancient grandfather clock that always went off at every hour, scaring the living heck out of all of them each time it sounded. He stood up and took a closer look at the clock. 15 minutes to 2 in the morning. Before leaving, he quickly paused to scribble a note on the wall. October 3rd. You have 2 days to change your quarters to your liking, Beck. Oz, it will eventually become increasingly difficult to change your surroundings for the next several months until you find yourself unable to adjust it magically at all. Shikamaru. P.S. Naruto, UNL. You are absolutely serious about that, keeping that hammock for good. I suggest you trade it for something easier to rest in. There. No doubt some of them would be annoyed by the short notice. Amaru wondered vaguely if anyone realized that he was leaving every night. Whether the matter, he told himself, but if they were so inept as to not notice his disappearance every night, well. He couldn't possibly call them cut-rate shinobi, but he would have to say something about their alertness level. Opening the glass case of the grandfather clock that no one understood quite why Shikamaru kept. He removed a small sack from behind the pendulum that swung back and forth inside. Equipped with the green powder in the small sack and the black powder in his makeshift backpack, he left in the closest fireplace connected to the flow network to head to his destination. My thinking corner. I can't imagine Shikamaru and Sai really super getting on each other's nerves. I can't think of any fault that Shikamaru has. Aside from his laziness, which hasn't been much of a fault lately, in the manga and in this fanfiction. Anyway, I think that there may be a misunderstanding of sorts, concerning Asuma's death. This did not go quite the way it did in canon. For instance, when several members of the Akatsuki directly attacked Konoha, they were at relative peace, and none of the shinobi were with their entire teams during the battle. Hidan and Kakuzu did not fight Asuma's Naiju Shotai team under the same conditions as they did in the real manga. Kakuzu actually fought Kiba back in their last moments in Konoha. And Shikamaru and Asuma fought Hidan. That's when Asuma died, but Shikamaru still continued the fight, in a slight state of shock but otherwise fine. Moments later, he and Ino met up, while Choji was still elsewhere. Ino, at first, is horrified to see that Shikamaru's covered in blood, but he dazedly tells her that it's not really his. He never specified from whom the blood had come from. The ironic part of this all is that I had written the prologue far before I had read this chapter. And when I did read the chapter, all I did was add Kakuzu and Hidan to the story and adjust it so that it all fit better. Which means, yes, if it didn't happen in the manga, I would have defeated Asuma anyway, though I would never have, though, of Shikamaru being a smoker, thought it was a Sarutobi thing and that it'd be Konohamaru. Oh, you know what's funny? On FFnet, the document manager has a limited amount of time you can keep a document saved on there. Well, I exported a chapter to do some fixing ups and I currently have 60s and 22s days left. And 137. Yes, folks, that's negative 137 days left to get rid of my exported chapter. Glitch, anyone, review responses, Latchwen. Again, yay, XD. I can't wait to read Neji's reaction to Lavender's flirting lol, will he even have any idea what is going on? Lol. Thank you very much for updating, as always. This story is a great read. You'll be seeing tonight in the next omake. Winking face, thanks for the review. The next chapter is coming out tonight in celebration of New Year's. PHPPSMSS. I'm starting to pity Shikamaru. Lol. Just starting. Well, hardship is good for character, or else we wouldn't love Naruto so much. Everyone in Konoha has some sort of dramatic past or dramatic present going on anyway. Dark 672. That omake was too long for my tastes. The chapter was good. I honestly actually have no idea what length it should be, but I hope the next one is better. And thanks smiley face. Aowen. I was just thinking. If Dumbledore has to make eye contact with Shikamaru to read his mind, maybe a pair of mirrored sunglasses would help. I responded to this, didn't I? I think it was in the last chapter. A pretty short list of anonymous reviewers, but it's been less than a week since my last update, so, yeah, I'm about. Omake. Failed attempt no. 11. Okay. Lavender said to herself, taking a deep breath. 11th time's a charm. She climbed up the ladder and back into the divination room, where her class had ended some time ago and her current divination professor was SC. Ratching away at his cluttered desk in his office at the back of the room. Though his back was to her, he paused a moment, still ignoring her, to put his sunglass and hat back on, much to Lavender's curiosity. If he takes it off when no one's around, does that mean he's just shy or he's covering something? She had seen that his eyes were a pale, creamy white color, so she had assumed for a while that he was blind. However, the few times that he would go to the board and write upon it in chalk, his handwriting was always straight and perfect and rarely looked any bit out of order. However, on occasion, when he was in the back of the room at his desk, she would notice him sometimes feeling around for various objects on his desk, trying to look busy as Yamanaka continued a lesson in his place. "What do you need, Miss Brown?" he asked idly as she approached him. "I was just wondering," she said slowly, "if you could help me with my divination reading." "Why would I do that?" he asked. Lavender stared at his back. "Because teachers usually tutor students in need," she suggested, puzzled by his different method of teaching from other teachers. "No, I meant why would I help you in specific?" The professor amended. "Because I'm a student in need," she said angrily. "So are the various 24 other young women who come up every day between classes to ask me to give them private tutoring sessions. And the 3 whom actually managed to convince me to stay for just one tutorial session did nothing but bat their eyelashes prettily at me and giggle like morons," Professor Hyuga said, looking rather irritated. "I wouldn't act like that," Lavender said, outraged, though that had been her exact intentions. "You have absolutely no reason to come up here requesting assistance with your divination otherwise," he said. "I am wondering just why you of all people would possibly be asking me for extra help, when you, of all my students, currently hold top marks among the small handful who truly have a talent for my branch of divination." "You mean, next time you lie, make sure it's believable," he said idly, still not turning around to face her. "It's hard to convince someone that you require tutorials when you're the best student. But, however, should you come again requesting tutorials with the characteristics I am looking for, I will indulge you in spend my valuable time tending to your academic needs." The next thing Lavender knew, she was rudely dismissed, and as mollified as she was by the news that she was, for once, the best student in a class. It still peeved her that her attempt to get close to him had failed so miserably. That, Lavender murmured to herself, probably could have gone better. But Lavender Brown was nothing, if not persistent, and she would get him to open up to her if it was the last thing she'd do.